Welcome to the best course to learn React Native. In this course, you'll learn how to build native mobile apps like a professional from scratch. I designed this course with absolute beginners in mind. So if you have zero programming experience, don't worry, you won't need to take any other course before this one. Everything you need is included right here. In this course, you'll gain all the essential skills to become confident in React Native development. For example, building responsive UIs that look great on all screen sizes and devices, navigating between screens and creating beautiful bottom tabs, integrating with backend servers, sending data, fetching data from databases, and mastering CRUD operations. You'll also learn how to manage global and local state using Redux, Redux Toolkit, and React Hooks. Also, we'll explore beautiful animations to enhance your app's user experience and make it stand out. Plus, you'll learn localization, making your app support multiple languages to reach a global audience. And more skills like form handling, authentication, local storage, deployment, working with native modules such as opening the camera, using the gallery, integrating with Google Maps, enabling push notifications, and sign in with Google. You'll put all these skills into practice by building multiple apps like an e-commerce app, a bookstore app, an AI chat app, and more. By the end of this course, you'll be ready to land your first React Native job or build your own Android and iOS apps to start your business. So stop wasting time and money, start learning with me today, and take the first step toward your future as a React Native developer. So what's React Native? React Native is a popular JavaScript framework by Meta, formerly Facebook. It allows developers to build cross-platform mobile apps using single code base. That means you can write your app once and run it in both Android and iOS to save time and effort and money also. Why React Native is very good and very helpful? React Native has a large community and ecosystem, and it uses JavaScript or TypeScript to develop apps. And JavaScript is a popular programming language and widely known. And also, it's easier for web developer to transition into mobile development. Also, React Native has a hot reloading and fast refreshing. And also, it's widely used by major companies like Facebook, Instagram, Uber Eats, Pinterest, Walmart, Shopify, Tesla, Bloomberg, Discord, and Microsoft. And a lot of companies and business owners these days prefer to build their apps using React Native because they don't need to hire two separate teams for iOS and Android with two code bases, pay for one, not two. That was a quick intro to React Native. Now let's go and see what you need to learn before you start learning React Native. Before you start learning React Native, you have to know that you need some requirements. You first need to learn JavaScript because JavaScript is essential and you need to understand JavaScript basics like variables, functions, arrays, objects, promises, and async await, and also ES6 features like arrow functions and destruction and spread operator, etc. And I have a crash course in the last section, so if you don't know JavaScript, don't worry because I have a section that I teach in it the needed JavaScript for React Native. So it's a crash course with intensive information. And also I have this course in my YouTube channel, so you can learn it from the JavaScript section or from my YouTube channel. The second thing is TypeScript. TypeScript is not mandatory, but it's highly recommended because it has a lot of benefits like better coding quality and fewer bugs, better IDE support and auto-completion, easier maintenance for large projects, and more and more. But you can start with JavaScript and learn TypeScript later. The third thing is React.js. React.js is not strictly necessary, but it's very helpful because many concepts overlap with React Native like components, state management, props, hooks, GSS syntax, and so on. But you can start this course without taking a React.js course. Why? Because each line of React.js code I write, I will explain it. So you can start without taking React.js course. So the only thing that you need to learn before taking this React Native course is JavaScript. Okay, you just need JavaScript to follow along with this tutorial without any future problems. And for TypeScript and React.js, don't worry, I'll cover them. Let me introduce for you Expo Snack. This Expo Snack is a good tool that you can type your React Native code in the internet. So let's in Google just search for Expo Snack and select this first option, React Native in the browser. Honestly, we're not gonna use this Expo Snack in development of our app, but I just want to give you a hint about this good website because it's a collaborative tool that you can share your snack links with others to collaborate in real time. And this is great for debugging. And also this has a good cross-platforming testing like iOS and Android. So you can test your app on iOS like here and press on Launch Snack that you can run iOS device in the browser and also Android. And also if you press here on my device, you can run your code in your device, on your real device. You just need to download Expo Go from Google Store or App Store if you have an iPhone and just scan this code to run your app. Now, to those who are very excited in writing React Native code, let's write our first React Native code. So let's get rid of that code, this image here, and let's change this code and make it hello world. And let's make the background color black and the color of the text, let's make it white and increase the font size to be 50. Don't worry about this code. In this course, I will explain each line of code that I write, and also I will explain all of those components, text, SafeAreaView, and StyleSheet API, how to import components from React Native, how to create functional component, how to render your components, and the styles also. I just wanted you to write your first code in React Native. To start working with React Native, we need to install Node. If you open your terminal, here's the terminal in Mac, it's called terminal, but in Windows called command line, and you can get it in the search when you just type CMD. This is in Windows, but in Mac, just in your apps, just type terminal like this and press on it to open your terminal. Because I installed Node, if I just type node-v, I can get the version of Node 22, but I assume you didn't install it yet. So in Google, just type node download and press on the first link here. Then, because I'm using Mac, I get this Mac installer and I can press here and download it. But if you are using Windows, you're gonna get the default is Windows like this and just choose your architecture from this selection. Okay, after downloading Node, you can just open it and install it. It's very simple, like you install a program or something. You can just agree and install. In Mac, you need to add your password. Now I'm done. If I just create a new terminal and just type node-v, now I can get the Node version number. And if you notice, it's still 22.12, not .13, because I didn't switch to 13 yet. And I don't want to. I just downloaded the Node to show you how to download it and install it. And also check npm-v to get the version of npm. If you get those two versions, that means you installed Node correctly. If you don't get those two versions, that's refer that you didn't install Node correctly. But don't forget to close the current terminal and try this code in a new terminal or a new command line, okay, after installing Node. So don't use the previous command line or terminal that you opened before you downloading the Node, okay? Now let's go and download VS Code. So in Google, just type VS Code. This is the code editor that we're gonna use in this course. So right click on that link and you can download here for Windows, for Linux, or for Mac. Just download it and after download it, just install it. Now this is our code editor that we're gonna code with. One last step I want to make. If you press here in this extensions, I get a couple of extensions that are helpful for me, and those are gonna be helpful for you. Those extensions are React Native, React Native Snippet, React Native Tools, React ES7 plus React Redux React Native Snippets, and React Native React Redux Snippets. And also, I got this wonderful extension for code spell checker. This is for check the spelling in my code. And also this extension, material icon theme, because it's make our folders and because they make our folders looks better, the icons of folders. And the preacher here to format our code. And for all those extensions names, you have a file in resources, got all the names of those extensions. You can just search for any extension that you want. For example, React JS. For example, let's just type anything, and any extension that you want to install, just open it and press install here. Or you can also press on that button, install. And after installation, just close your VS Code and open it. Those extensions will be very helpful for us. Now it's time to create your first React Native app. So inside your terminal, open the terminal in any folder that you want and just type the following: nbx create expo app at latest, and just add your app name. You can name it whatever you want. For example, let's name it first app. So nbx create expo app at latest first app. And finally, let's use this template option, template, to choose our template. You get here 5 templates: default, the plank with TypeScript, navigation with TypeScript, and plank bearer. Let's choose the plank with TypeScript and press enter. Now we are done. We've created our first app. We can go to the directory of our first app using this command cd.app folder name and press enter. And we can just open it inside code when we just type code dot and press enter. Now this is our first app and we're gonna coding inside it. And I'm gonna explain each line of those codes later. But first, let's try to run this app inside your phone. Now this is our first app, but how to run it inside our real devices? I mean Android and iOS real devices. This is the simplest thing. Just open Google and just search for Expo Docs and press enter. And select this Expo documentation. And scroll down and select set up your environment. Now we got here Android device, iOS device. This is what we're gonna learn in this lesson. And for Android emulator and iOS simulator, we're gonna learn that in next lessons. Okay, running your app in the real device, as I've said, is the simplest thing. You're gonna just scroll down and do this only one step. Scan the QR code after you download the Expo Go from Google Play Store. So in your Android real device, just open your Play Store and press on search tab at the bottom here and just search for Expo Go. This is our app, Expo Go. Just open it and press on install to install it. Now our app got downloaded. Let's just open it, and inside our project here, just open a new terminal and just type npm start and press enter to start our Metro bundler. Now this is our Metro bundler. What you just need to do is here inside your phone, press on scan QR code and give it the permission and scan your laptop screen, this QR code. And when you scan this code, your project should be run on your phone as you see here. Now you can see your app and you can make some changes. For example, let's change this text and just type hello world. Now look, our app got updated. And let's make the background color black. Now look, the background color become black. That was for Android. I would like to mention a very important thing. The Wi-Fi or the internet resource in your phone, it must be the same as your machine. For example, if you are using Wi-Fi, you should use the same Wi-Fi network for both laptop and your phone. Okay, now that was for Android. What about iOS? iOS is also very simple. So if you scroll up and press on iOS device and scroll down, look, it's the same one step. Scan the QR code downloaded from app. So if you have an iPhone, just go to App Store and download Expo Go and scan this code here. Scan this code. But in Expo Go in iPhone, there is a little change. If you read this line, scan the QR code above with Expo Go Android or the camera app iOS. So if you are using iOS, no QR code inside Expo Go app, but you can use the camera, your camera. Just open your camera and put it at this QR code and open it. And your app should be run on your iPhone. To create iOS simulator, we need to install Xcode. So here in apps, here go to App Store and search for Xcode. Now select this Xcode and press here to download it. Now I'll wait until download is done and I will get back to you. Now after downloading Xcode, just press here on Open. Now here is the Xcode program. Let's go to the menu here and press on Xcode. Then press on Settings. In Settings, just press here on Components. And make sure to install the latest iOS version. So press here on Get button to install iOS 26. So press here on Get. And wait until the download and installation is done. Now, after installing iOS, one final step, let's double check that we have downloaded the Xcode command line. So press here on Locations and make sure that the command line tools is installed. Now, let's try to create an iOS simulator. So let's close this and open Xcode and press on this Xcode and select this Open Developer Tool and select this simulator and press here. Now here's our iPhone. Let's open our project in VS Code and try to run it. So npm start, and we got some options here. A to run on Android emulator, I for running on iOS simulator. So I'm going to press I. Now the app is running on iOS simulator. Just press here allow. Now our app is running on iPhone 16. You can press here on the terminal, Shift and I, to get list of all simulators that exist on your machine. We got here iPhone 16, iPad Pro, and here iPhone 17 Pro, iPhone 17 Pro Max, and iPhone 17. Let's try to run the app on iPhone 17 Pro Max. So let's press enter to run our app on iPhone 17 Pro Max. Now we can run our React Native Expo apps on multiple iOS simulators on Mac. Next lesson, I'm going to show you how to set up Android Studio and create Android emulator. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to create Android virtual device. So here in Google, just search for Expo Docs and press here on Expo Documentation. Now press here on set up your environment and scroll down and press here on Android Emulator. Now scroll down. In this lesson we're going to set up Android Studio and Android Emulator for Mac, and next lesson we're going to do that for Windows. So here, just click here, download and install Android Studio, because to create Android Emulator we need to download and install Android Studio app. Then press here, download Android Studio, accept the license. Here I have read and agree. Then, because my Mac is M1, so it have the Apple chip. If you have an older Mac, press here with Intel chip. But for me, I will press here Mac with Apple chip. Now we are downloading Android Studio. I will pause the video and come back to you when download is done. Now the download is done. Let's go and install Android Studio. So here in downloads, just double click on Android Studio and just move it into application like this. Drag and drop it like this. Now it's installed. Let's open the apps from bottom here and search for Android Studio and open it. Press open. You can press send or don't send, whatever you want. Now press here next and select the standard and press next and press next and press accept and accept this license too. Accept and press next. Now he will download important components. I will pause the video and go back to you until it's done. Now after downloading Android Studio, we need to do this very important step in documentation. So if you open the documentation and scroll down, you're going to see this. By default, Android Studio will install the latest version of the Android SDK. However, Android 15 Vanilla Ice Cream SDK is required to compile a React Native app. So we need to install the Android 15. So we're going to go to Settings, Languages and Frameworks, and select Android SDK. So here in Android Studio, just press here on More Actions and go to SDK Manager. Now we need to check those things. The first thing is Android 15 Vanilla Ice Cream. So here, check this Android 15 Vanilla Ice Cream 35. So check it like this. And also we need to check also the Android SDK platform 35. So press here show package details. Scroll down. When you press show package details, you are going to see more components that you can install. So make sure that Android SDK platform 35 is checked, and also check this Intel x86 Atom system image, and also Google API's ARM 64 v8a system image, and also this Google Play ARM 64 v system image. Please make sure those items are checked. Now press here on SDK tools and press here show package details and check this 35.0.0 and scroll down to the bottom and make sure that Android Emulator and Android SDK platform tools are installed also. Now let's press OK and let the download begin. And press OK again. Now it will take a couple of time. I know that's irritating thing, but you will do this thing only for one time when you install the Android Studio component in your machine. So you're going to do this step only one time. So don't worry about it. Now after components are installed, let's press on finish and go back to the docs. So scroll down. Look at this step. We need to add those environment variables. So we need to add the following lines in the profile or the shrc. But which terminal you use? To check this, it's pretty simple. Just open your terminal. In 99% of cases, Mac OS uses ZSHRC. But to double check, just type this command: echo $shell and press enter. Now I got here ZSH, so I will use this file ZSHRC. So go back to terminal and just type the following: open and copy this name and paste it here and press enter. Now you're going to open a file like this. Let's zoom in. Then let's copy those 3 lines and go to the file and just paste them like this. And we just need to double check that it's the correct Android SDK path. So if you read here, you can get it from here in Android Studio. So Android Studio, more actions, SDK Manager. So it's the correct SDK path. Library, Android, SDK. As it here, library, Android, SDK. Now, Command and S to save the file. Then close it. Then scroll down and run this command: source home ZSHRC. That's to reload the path environment variables in our current shell. So let's just copy it and paste it in terminal and press enter. Now finally, make sure that you can run ADB from your terminal. So in terminal, just try to run this command: ADB version. Perfect. If you got something like this, that's mean ADB is installed successfully. Now our last step, let's create our emulator. So open Android Studio and press here on more actions and go to Virtual Device Manager. Press here on this plus icon to create a new virtual device. You can select any type that you want, and you can also select whatever it's phone or tablet or desktop or TV. I'm going to select phone and I'm going to create this Pixel 9. Let's select it and press next. You can give it here a name. You can select here the API. For example, you can select API 35. Then select here the system image. Now press finish to create your emulator. Now let's try to test it and run our Expo app inside our emulator. So press here on this button to run our emulator. Now our emulator is ready. Let's try to run our first app on this emulator. So here, our first app in VS Code, just type npm start to start the Metro bundler. And now we got here multiple options. Press A to run it on Android, press I to run it on iOS. Now let's press A to run it on Android. Just wait to download the Expo Go app inside the emulator. Then he's going to run the app inside it, this emulator, Pixel 9. Just wait a couple of seconds. Now we've run our app successfully in Android emulator. Let's try to make any small change here. So let's make the code here. And the emulator, let's put it here. And let's try to change anything. So let's go to app.tsx and just try to type hello emulator. Look, our change has been applied. Let's revert it and see you in next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to set up Expo environment on Windows and create Android emulator. So first, search for Node.js and select this first result. and press here on download. You can download it using the command line here, or you can download it as a program. And because I assume that you are absolute beginner, I'm going to follow the easier way. So I'm going to press here to download node and install it. I'm going to save it in download and press save. Now download is done. Let me open it and install it. Just press here next, accept, next, 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 install. And press finish. Now when you open your command line and just type node -v, you're going to see something like this, the version of node. Now let's go to our next step. Let's search for Expo Docs and select this first result. Now let's select set up your environment. In Windows, you cannot create iOS simulator because iOS simulator needs Xcode and it's not available on Windows. So you can create only on Windows Android emulator. So if you check iOS simulator here and go down, you're going to see only setup Xcode. You will not see anything for Windows. But when you press on Android emulator and go down, you're going to see here Mac OS and Windows. And in this lesson, we're going to install Android Studio. So press here on download Android Studio. It will open with you this page. Just press here, download Android Studio. Just press here and accept the license and press download. Now select the location for download and press save. And wait until download is done. I will pause the video and go back after download is done. Now after download Android Studio, let's click on it to install it. Now let's press next, 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 install, and wait for installation until it's done. Now let's press next and press finish. You can press done send or send, whatever you want. Now, welcome to Android Studio. Press next, 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 accept, next, and wait until downloading and installation is done. Now, after downloading the components, press here finish. So if you go to Expo Docs again and scroll down, you're going to read this. By default, Android Studio will install the latest version of the Android SDK. However, Android 15 Vanilla Ice Cream SDK is required to compile a React Native app. So we're going to download Android 15. So open Android Studio and press here on More Actions and press on SDK Manager and scroll down until you find Android 15. Here's Android 15 Vanilla Ice Cream. Just click here and press here Show Package Details because it will show you more options. So you're going to see that Android SDK Platform 35 installed, source for Android 35, and we want to install a couple of things also. We need to install also Google Play Intel x86 and pre-release 16 page size. So let's double check those components. So here, let's please check this. Intel x86 Atom System Image, please check it. And Google API's ARM64 V8A System Image also. And Google Play ARM64 V8A System Image. And finally this, pre-release 16KP. So this. Let me double check the image again. We need also to download and install Google Play Intel x86 and Google Play Intel x86 underscore 64 Atom System image. Second, go here for SDK tools and make sure those are installed. So if you go to the second image, we need to check that Android Emulator, Hypervisor, Driver, and Android SDK platform tools. So let's double check them. And 3 of them are installed, and also Android SDK build tools is installed also. Now let's click apply. So press here on this apply button and press OK and accept and press next and wait until downloading is done. Now components are installed. Press here on finish and press OK, and let's go for next step. Next step is adding the environment variables. To do this, we're going first to copy this Android home. Let's copy it, this variable name, and let's make this to the left here. Okay, and let's press here on start menu and search for control panel here in control panel and select user account again, and click on this change my environment variables and press on this new and add here the variable name. Just paste it, it's Android home, and the variable value is going to be the SDK location. So if you go to the docs here, the value of this variable will point to the path to your Android SDK. So here in more actions, just press here on SDK and copy this path. Just copy it and go to environment variables again. And here just paste it and press OK. Next step is adding also the platform tool to the path. And this path name is by default the path as SDK, but just add platform tools. So here, just click on this path here, and press edit. And let's add new one here. So click new and Control and V, that's the SDK path, but just add / platform tools. Make sure it's correct, so let's copy it. Platform tools, let's copy it from here and just add it here. As simple as that. And now press OK and OK again. Now let's make sure that we can run ADB. So let's copy this command here and open our terminal and paste it here, add a -- version and press enter. And you should see something like this, message like this. Now finally it's time to set up our emulator. So here in Android Studio, let's press here on more actions and go to virtual device manager. Press here on this plus icon to create our device. You can select your phone, tablet, desktop, or anything that you want. Let me create this Pixel 9. So let's select it and press next. And for not downloading 1 GB, let's select Vanilla Ice Cream. This Vanilla Ice Cream Android 15. And select the system image and press here finish. Now we have created an emulator here with the name Pixel 9. To run it, just press here on this icon to run it. Now our emulator is ready. Let's go and create a new Expo project for testing. So let's go to the docs and let's select this create project here. And we can just copy this command nbx create expo app latest, but don't forget to add this template option. So let's go to any place on your PC, for example here, and let's create a new folder. Let's name it Expo and let's open it. And you can create a new terminal inside this folder if you go to this path here and just type cmd like this and press enter. Now we have created a new terminal or command prompt inside this path. So let's just paste our command nbx create Expo app at latest, and don't forget our option dash dash template. So let's copy it here, dash dash template, and go to the terminal. We don't need this anymore, and let's paste it here. So nbx create Expo app at latest dash dash template, and let's press enter. OK to proceed, press Y and press enter. We're going to select blank with TypeScript and press enter. We're going to name it first app and press enter. Now our first app is ready, so we can run this command and paste it here to be inside this path, our first app. Then we can run npm start. We got your permission for node. Please click allow. Now if you see here in your terminal, here's the QR code that you can scan to run the project on your real device, or you can here press A to run the project on Android. So press A to run inside Android emulator, this emulator here. While the project is running, you can go to the Google and search for VS Code and download it. Just press here, download for Windows, and install it. It's very simple to install. And after installing it, just open it, VS Code, just open it like this, and drag and drop the project inside it, because this VS Code editor, it's the editor that we're going to use. So let's just, here's our first app project, just drag and drop it like this. Yes, I trust the authors. And don't forget to install the extensions that we have installed before in lesson 4, okay? Now let's open app.tsx and try to do some changes. So let's close this and make it like this. And try to make any changes. For example, let's type here hello world and press save, Ctrl and S to save, and let's make the text bigger. So let's give it a style, font size, let's make it 50. That's the initial code that you're gonna see when you create a new Expo project. Let's explain every line of code here, but first let's get rid of this status bar. We're gonna talk about later. It's a component to handle this status bar. Let's delete it for now. Now first we have here 3 imports, APIs and component. This text component, that's a view component, and we here import StyleSheet from React Native. When you want to use view or text or image, you have to import it from React Native like this. Just type the name of component. And don't worry, we're gonna cover the most important components here in this course. So let's remove this. So this line is for imports. When you want to use something, you have to import it first. We have here, we export here our component to use it anywhere that we want. So we here just type export default function, and here the name of component. We named it app because React component is a functional component, so we just create a function and export it. And inside this function, we're gonna return the UI, any UI that you want. We have here return a view. That's a React Native component. We import it here. And this view, it's like a container for other components. We're gonna talk about it later. And we have here a text. That's another React Native component. We use it to render texts. For example, you can just type here whatever you want. For example, hello world and press save. If you see here, we got here hello world. Our app got updated. Finally, we have here style sheet. We're gonna talk about this style sheet later, don't worry. Inside our style sheet, we have here an object called container. We have here 4 style properties. First, the flex one, that's the mean. The flex one prefer to flexibility. So our component, app component, take 1 from entire screen. If we just make it a half like this, now he only takes the half of screen. You're gonna understand me when we change the background color. We have here background color. We can make it red. Look, now when we change the background color, we find that our app only takes the half of screen. We can return it to 1 again to take the entire screen. Okay, and we have here align items. This a property to center the UI horizontally. For example, if we just remove it, now it got here at the start of screen because we removed the align items of center. And we have here also justify content to center the UI vertically. If we just remove it, look, the text at the top. If you think things are difficult, don't worry, we're gonna talk about styles and UI. But first, we have here a problem. Look, the text, no one can see the text because it's at the top. We want to make a save area to this status bar because we don't want our text to be at the top like that. How to do this? That's what we're gonna learn in next lesson with our first component, SafeAreaView. So don't miss next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about SafeAreaView. See this iPhone 17 Pro? We got here a text, hello world text. And this text at the top here behind the notch, and it cannot appear if you see it. And also in Android, look, it's behind the status bar. The SafeAreaView is a React Native component that ensures your app's content is displayed within the save area of the device. Let me show you. Let's go to the code. Let me change this view and make it SafeAreaView. So let's just press Command and D to make multi-cursor editing for this and this, and type SafeAreaView. And don't forget to import it from React Native. Now, if you press save and go back to Simulator and Emulator, we just need to reload. Look, the problem has been solved in iOS. Now Hello World is not behind the notch, but it didn't solve in Android, and I'm going to tell you why. If you highlight on this SafeAreaView, you're going to read this. SafeAreaView is deprecated, and we should replace it with React Native Save Area Context instead of this built-in component. And using the SafeAreaView from React Native Save Area Context is recommended, and it will solve the issue in Android. So to use it, let's just search in Google and type React Native Save Area Context. And let's scroll down and let's go here in Expo documentations. Let's scroll down. We got here the installation command. So let's just copy it and go to our code editor and paste it here. nbx expo install React Native Save Area Context. We are installing the library to import it and use it. Now let me show you how to use it. First, we will not import it from React Native, and we're going to import it from React Native Save Area Context from this library. Just import SafeAreaView. Okay? And also, we should wrap this SafeAreaView with SafeAreaProvider. So here, I'm going to import also SafeAreaProvider, and I'm going to wrap all the code here with SafeAreaProvider. Like this. Now I'm going to press save and see in Android and iOS. Now look, this text is not behind the stats bar anymore, and also it's not behind the notch anymore. I would like to mention a very important thing. I recorded the most of this course in 2025. SafeAreaView from React Native was not deprecated yet, but now it's deprecated, and you should use it from React Native Safe Area context. So please, in next videos, if you show me importing SafeAreaView from React Native, don't do that, and just import it from React Native Safe Area context. Okay? And just wrap it with Safe Area Provider. Please just do this until I update the rest of the content. Today we're going to talk about another very important component called text. The text, you can use it to display any text in your app. For example, this hello world text. We can change it to make it title. For example, look, I want to mention very important thing. To use text or any core component, you need to import it from React Native, like here. If you didn't import it like that and press save, you're gonna get this error. Property text doesn't exist. So you need to import it. Just type here text. Now the error is gone. You can style your text using the style property. Just type here style and open an object and put any style that you want. For example, we have here a style property called text align to make it on the left or in the right. Look, our text in the right. You can make it in the center of screen. Now our text in the center of screen. You can increase its font size using font size property. For example, let's give it 50 pixels. Now it becomes bigger. You can add the weight to it using this property, font weight. You can add 100 or 400 or make it bold. Now our text become bold. You can color it with any color that you want using the color property. For example, red, blue, or even any hex color like that, like this color. Our code is not formatted. If you want to format your code, just highlight it and press Command K and F. Using Mac, using Windows, just type Control K and F. Okay? Let's create another text, but let's make it very long. Let's add a new text. And let's add a very long text, like this text. We can style this text also, just using the style property. Just type style and open object. You can here put in styles that you want. For example, we can add font size and make it 20 to make it bigger. You can justify this text if you are using text align, justify to make it like that. And you can also use a nested text. For example, if you want to add here a word with color red and underline, you can make it. You can add here, for example, here a text, and inside it just type press here, and you can give him style of color red. Okay, and we can make a text decoration line underline to make it underline like that. That's another property. This is another style property. We can also add a property called onPress to the text to make something when we press on this text. Let's make this property alert text pressed. So when we press here, we got an alert with text pressed. Don't worry about this alert, we're gonna talk about it later. We can also set the limit of this text line. For example, this very tall text, we can add here number of lines to make it just 2. Now those are 2 lines. We can make it 3. Now those are 3 lines, only 3 lines. Our code looks ugly. Why it looks ugly? Because we put this style in this text. We're gonna talk about later about StyleSheet to put our styles here at the bottom and don't get the styles involved inside this text or inside any another React native component. So we've talked about the most important properties in text, but feel free to visit React Native documentations to know more and more about text and another properties that you can help you when you build your app, because it helps you better understanding of the capabilities of your component. If you have a look at this code, you're gonna notice this. Our code is not clean and not concise. But why? Because we are using here inline style object. And this make our code ugly, looks ugly and not concise. So how to make our code cleaner? We have here an API from React Native called StyleSheet. This StyleSheet is a way to define and apply styles to components, similar to how CSS is used in web development. But in React Native, we are using JavaScript objects to describe styles. I'm gonna show you. First, you make sure this style sheet is imported from React Native. Okay? Second, you're gonna down here and define it. Just type const styles equals to stylesheet.create. And this create method is taking an object. And you can put inside this object the name and properties of a styling. For example, let me show you. We have here an object with some properties: text align, font size, font weight, and color. We want to move those styles down here. How to do this? First, you just need to cut them, pass here in this object styles dot, and name any thing that you want. For example, title text. This title text, you can change it to whatever you want, but please choose a name that is referred to the style. Okay? If you go down, put the name that you selected at the top. It was title text, and he's gonna be equals to the object, like that. If you go up, we have here also 2 inline styles still. We can make the same thing. For example, here in this text, we can cut this and give it styles dot any title we want. For example, subtitle text, and go down and add subtitle text. Finally, we have here the last one. We can cut it and give it a name. For example, red text, and go down and initialize it, red text, and press save. If you notice, nothing got changed, because putting styles at the down is working the same if you put it inline object. Finally, let's format our code. You can format it using Command and Shift and K if you are using Mac, or Control Shift and K if you are using Windows, or you can make it like this. Right click and press on Format Document. Look, now our code looks much better than before. And thanks to this StyleSheet API from React Native. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about images. First, let's clean up this code. Let's remove those parts and also those styles. If you want to add an image to your app, you just need to import it from React Native. So let's clean this and type image. Image is a React Native component we're gonna use to render images to the app. Okay, how to use this component? You can just type image, since we're not gonna put anything between them, so you can make it self-closing tag like that. Okay, this image take a main property called source. Inside source, you have to pass require function, require, and inside require, just you need to put the path of your image. For example, we have here in our app, we have a folder called assets. Inside this assets, you can find a couple of images like this, or like this icon, or this splash. Let's try to render this icon. To render this icon, you have to put the path to it. We are here in the root folder and the assets folder inside the root. So you just add one dot splash. Then select assets, then add splash and add the icon name. For example, it called splash icon.png. So let's type splash icon.png and press save. Now we've rendered this image, but it takes all of the screen. So we need to give it a height and width. So let's close this and add to it styling. So just add the style property and it's gonna be styles.image1, for example. We are using here the style sheet. So let's add this object here, image1, and add width and height. Let's make the height 200 pixels and the width 200 pixels as well. Now we got here our image with 200 pixels of height and 200 pixels of width. If you are worrying with those paths, we're gonna talk about those paths later, don't worry. But I want to mention a very important thing. When you use this require function, you are loading the image locally and add those images to the bundle, and this will lead to a big bundle size, and that's not good for optimization and performance. So we prefer not to use require in all cases, except if you need to use it. So there is another way to add images to your app. You can add them from a URL. For example, if we open a website called Lorem Biscom, this is an image generator. You just need to copy this link and go to our code and create a new image. Inside it, we're gonna pass the source, but inside URI. We're gonna not using required. We're gonna use URI, and just put the link here and press save. Let's see. Now our image is not up here because we need to give it a height and width, because rendering the image using URI is different from require. Require is get the image with the height and width of the image selected. But when you are using URI, it doesn't get the height and width from internet. So we need to add a style for it. Let's add style and just type styles dot, let's make it image2. Now let's define it down here, image2, and let's give him also height and width of 200 and press save. Now we got here our image. If you have a look at the official documentations of React Native, you're gonna find a lot of useful properties for images. For example, we have here a property called blur radius. This, if you want to make a blur effect to your image. For example, let's copy it and try it. Let's try it in second image. Blur radius, let's make it, for example, 10. Now see what happens to the image. We have also a couple of properties and event that you can use. So you can have a look at these documentations and try a couple of those properties if you want. One last thing I want to mention. What if you want to make your image as a circle? To make it as a circle, you have to add a border radius property and give it the half value of height and width. For example, we have here 200 and 200, so let's make the border radius 100. Now it becomes a circle. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about buttons and touchables. When you want to use a button in Android or in iOS, you just need to import the button component. It's called button. You have to import it from React Native. Now let's add it here. Now let's render it here. Button, because we're not gonna put something between them, so we can make it self-closing tag. This button takes two important properties. The first property is the title of the button. For example, let's make it press on me. The second property, what to do when we press on it. Let's go here and declare a function. Const on button press. This is a function, a simple function is gonna create a simple alert, okay? Alert. Let's type, for example, button pressed. If you notice here, we auto import the alert from React Native. Okay, this is something called auto import. Now inside our button, there is a function called onPress. And let's pass this function in it. Now let's press save. Now let's see what happens when we press on that button. Let's press. Now we have here an alert called button pressed. This is the button in iOS. Let's see the button in Android. Here is the button shape in Android. Press on me. When we press, that's the alert, button pressed. Now, what if you want to make anything pressable or touchable? For example, this image or a text or anything. Is there a way in React Native to make this image pressable? Of course there is. We have a couple of components. The most important of them are touchable, opacity, and pressable. Those are two components. You can import it from React Native. And now let's see how to use them. For example, to make this image pressable without any feedback, we can use this pressable component. For example, let's add it. Let me show you. Let's add the pressable and just copy the code of the image and put it inside the pressable. Now we can do something when we press on this image. Okay? Just to add on press. We have here on press and on long press. You can also use this on long press when you press too long on the image. But let's now use on press and pass inside this property the on press function here. And let's press save and see. Now when we press on that image, look, the alert appeared. Look. There are another component called touchable opacity. We can just replace this pressable with touchable opacity here and here and press save. It's doing the same thing, but when we press, will notice something. See? Image is, there is kind of opacity. Let's hide this function to show you. Look what happens to the image. It fade in and appear again. It got faded and appear again. That's what touchable opacity do. Now you've learned two components, touchable opacity and pressable. You can use any of them to make anything in the screen is touchable and can be touched and do something. In this lesson, we're gonna learn ScrollView. We use this component. We want to make our screen scrollable. For example, let's duplicate this image. Let's make it a lot of images and press save. If you see the bottom content, we cannot reach them. We cannot reach the button and the other image because our app is not scrolling. How to make our app scrolling? That's easy. We just need to add the ScrollView component. So let's import a new component called ScrollView from React Native. And we need to wrap those images inside this ScrollView. So let's add it here, ScrollView, and put all the code between them like this. Let's copy all of that code. Let's cut it and put it inside this ScrollView and press save. If you see here, now our app become scrollable. Look, we can go down and go up. Let's talk about some of the important properties for ScrollView. First, what if when we scroll go up and down, you can notice that this line here, this line, we want to get rid of it, this indicator. There is a property called show vertical scroll indicator, and you need to make it false and press save. Now we cannot see it again. It got disappeared. There's another property called horizontal. Let's make it true and see what happens. If we make it true, we make our scroll view is horizontal. We can go right and left, right and left. But if you see here, we got here an indicator. This line, we want to remove it. There's another property called show horizontal scroll indicator. Let's make it false. Now, if you see, it got disappeared. What if you want to style our scroll view? There is a property called content container style, and it takes an object and you can add, for example, background color. Let's make it red. Now look, our scroll view become red. Sometimes you need to implement something in iOS and this something doesn't appear in Android. Or maybe the client requires from you some specific things for Android that is not in iOS. How to make different changes between Android and iOS? Let me show you. But first, let's clean up this code. Let's delete all of this. And delete those styles too. And this function. And those unnecessary imports. Now we got a white screen in Android and iPhone. Let's add a text. Let's, for example, type, this is a Android device. And let's press save. We got here an issue. Property text doesn't exist. Why we got this issue? Because we used the text without importing it. So let's add comma and add text. Now let's save. Now the error is gone. And we have here, this is Android device. Oh, the text here is at the top. Let's make it in the center. Justify content, center. this justify content property to center things vertically. We're gonna talk about it later. Don't worry about it. Okay? I just added this line of code to make our text in the center of the screen vertically. Okay? And don't worry about it. We're gonna talk about it later. Now we got here. This is Android device. Let's remove this A. This is Android device. And here in iOS, this is Android device. And that's wrong. We want to type here, this is iOS device. So let's change Android to iOS and press save. Now in iOS, this is iOS device, and that's correct. But if we open Android, we got here, this is iOS device, and this is incorrect. How to make changes between Android and iOS? I want to show something here, and this something is different here. To do this, we're gonna use the platform. Just import platform from React Native. Okay? And now you can just type here inside this iOS, just open an object and type platform.os. If it's equal to, we got here options: Android, iOS, Mac OS, web, Windows. If it equals to Android, just type Android. Else, just type iOS. What is this code? Let me explain to you. I'm just telling him if the platform is Android, if you are using Android device, just render this word Android. Else, render this word iOS. This question mark sign is called in JavaScript ternary operator. Okay, now if we press save and go back to our screen, now we can see this is iOS device and this is Android device, and both are correct. Let's implement another thing else. What if we want to make the color in iOS gray and the color in Android, for example, aqua, the background? Okay, that's easy. Let's go to our background color and do the same thing. If platform.os equals iOS, let's for example make it gray, otherwise make it aqua. Here is the background in iOS is gray and the background in Android is aqua. So platform is an API from React Native. You can import it from React Native to handle the different device type, for example, Android, iOS, Mac OS, Windows, or anything, or even web. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to create loaders in React Native. First, let's clean this code. Let's remove this and remove this too. And let's import our activity indicator component. Activity indicator. This is the component you can import from React Native to create a loader. So now let's use it here and press save. Look, that's the loader in Android and that's the loader in iOS. Let's create another one and give him size of large. There is a small or large. You can use the large one. Look, now we've created right now, one is bigger. Here's in Android and here's in iOS. You can also change their colors using the color property. Color, we can make it darker blue. We can make it blue. Look, we have here, as we see here, a blue loaders. Can make it green. Now you can see green loaders. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about view component. You can think of view component as a wrapper to other component. to put them together, or a box to put the components in. Let me show you. To use view component, you need to import it, view, and let's render it here, view, and let's give it style view 1. This is the style name of it, view 1. And let's put the styles here. Let's press save. Let's give it some height. Let's make it, for example, 200. And width, 200 as well. And background color, for example, red. And let's press save. Now you can see our view here. Inside this view, you can put anything that you want. For example, we can put a text. So let's add text here. Let's type, for example, hello. You need to import the text from React Native because you are using it. Now you can see the text, the word hello here. Let's make the font size styles.text just to increase its font size. Text font size of, for example, 30, or let's make it 50. Now you can see the text here. You can put anything else inside this view. For example, let's add a text too. Let's rename it text 2 and press save. Now we got here hello and text 2. And you can make some styling for those texts. So the view is the container of other components. You can think about it as a box, and you put the other components inside it to give you control in styling. For example, we can make those in the center. If we just go to view 1 and add justify content center and press save, now the texts are in the center. Don't worry about this justify content. We're going to talk about flexbox and justify content and align items later. So don't worry about it if you don't understand. And let's type align items center as well. Justify content here to center the text vertically. Align items here to center the text horizontally. You can make another view. View. Let's give it a styles. Let's give it a style of view 2. And now let's initialize this style down here. View 2. For example, let's give it background color, aqua, and let's give it height 150 and width 150 as well. Now we got here another view with aqua background color. You can also change those colors to hex colors. For example, let's try this one. Look, we changed the color of it to this hex color. We can also make this black if we are using this. Look, we changed the colors of the views. So the view component, you can think about it as a wrapper to other components, and this component is very useful and you're gonna use it a lot in your project. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about padding and margin. First, let's start with margin. If you want to create a space outside the border or outside the element, you can use the margin. For example, we want to add space here. This, the view 1, we can make margin bottom of 10 pixels and press save. Now we get here a margin bottom to this view. We can increase it to make it, for example, 50. Now we have here a 50 pixels of margin bottom to this view. Okay, we can delete it. We have also margin top. For example, let's add a margin top to this view, this black view, margin top of 50, and press save. Now you can see this black view has a margin top of 50. We add a spaces of 50 pixels. We also have margin left. Let's make it 100. Now we have here a margin left of 100 pixels to this black view. So we have here 50 pixels at the top and 100 pixels in the left. You can also add margin right. We also have margin horizontal and margin vertical. Let's remove those margins and add a new view to understand horizontal, to understand the vertical. Let's add a third view and let's give it style of styles.view3. Okay, and let's initialize it down here. View 3. Let's copy this and put it here, and let's make the color of it red, for example, and let's press save. Now what if we want to add a margin vertical to this black view? Margin vertical allow us to add spaces at the top and at the bottom. Let me show you. Margin vertical, for example, 40 pixels. Now you can see this view has 40 pixels at the top and 40 pixels at the bottom. We can also use margin to all different sides. For example, top and right and bottom and left. Just type margin alone. Now this margin take 40 pixels at the top and left and bottom and right. We can make it 100. Look, now this black box has a margin 100 here and 100 here and 100 here and 100 here. Okay. I want to mention something. If you specify a specific side, it will override this margin. For example, if we just add margin left of 20, it will be only 20. So 100 here, 100 here, 100 here, and 20 here. Even if this at the top here, it will still 20, because this margin left or right or top or bottom override only margin. Okay. Now that was the margin. Now let's learn about padding. When we go back to our code, let's create another view inside this view. For example, let's create a view. Let's give it style of styles.view, or let's make it child view, and let's add the style to it. Child view. The height and width, let's make them only 50 in height and 50 in width. And background color, let's make it red. Now we got here a 50 pixels dimensions view. Now let's describe what does padding do. The margin, as I have said, making spaces outside of the view, but the padding makes spaces inside the view itself. For example, we have here this black view called view 2. Let's add padding top and see what happens. For example, let's make it 30. Look what happens. This view added a space inside of it, not outside of it. So the padding adds spaces inside, the margin adds spaces outside. Let's add another padding. For example, let's add padding left and make it 60. Look what happens. We have here 60 pixels of padding. This black view added a space inside of it, not outside of it. So margin left add the space outside of 20, because this is a margin, so it add the space outside. But here we add padding left, added the spaces inside. So this 60 inside of the view. Let's add a padding in general. Padding, and let's make it, for example, 40 pixels. Now padding in general add a padding inside the view of 40 pixels here and here and here and here. 40 here, 40 here, 40 here, 40 here. So that was the key difference between margin and padding. Padding at the spaces inside, margin at the spaces outside. Now let's talk about Flexbox. With Flexbox, we can easily build complex layout that work consistently across different screen sizes. Flexbox in React Native is a little bit different in Flexbox in CSS, because if you have familiar with CSS or you have a web background, you have to know that they are shared a lot of things, but there's a little bit different between them. So let me show you. I cleaned up our code and we have here a view. Let's give it a style. Let's give it background color of tomato and give it flex of 1. What you see here, we see here a view with tomato color fill the entire screen because we give it a flex 1. What if we give it flex half? Now it fill the half of the screen only. Okay, now let's return it to white and let's make the flex is 1 and let's add another view. I made it self-closed tag because I'm not gonna put anything inside it. Okay, just I'm gonna give it a style. Let's give it a flex of 1 and background color tomato and press save. What we see here, we see here a view with background color white as a container to another view with background color tomato and take the flex of 1. What if we add another views? For example, let's add another views. Let's add one like this and add another one. The first one is tomato. Let's make the second one is blue and the third one is gold, for example, and let's press save. What we see here, we see here 3 views. Each one of them are taking the third of the screen. Why it does take the third? Because this take one flex of 1 and this flex of 1 and this flex of 1. And since we have 3 here, so every one of them are taking the third of the screen. If we just make this 2, it's gonna take the half of the screen. Let's press save and see. Look, now because this is flex 2, it takes the half of the screen. So it takes 2/4 and this take 1/4 and this 1/4. Now that's the basics of flex. Over the next few lessons, we're gonna learn more and more about flex and learn more properties. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about flexDirection. First, let's remove this flex and give width and height to each view. For example, let's give it width of 100 and height 100. And let's copy them and paste it here and here too. And press save. Now we have here 3 views with 3 colors. Now let's go to the container view. This white view is the container of those 3 views. Okay, now let's try flexDirection property. flexDirection, you have here column, column reverse, row, row reverse. Column is the default value, as you see here. You can use column reverse and press save. Now if you have a lock, it become at the bottom and it was reversed. For example, tomato at the bottom, then the blue, then the yellow, because they are reversed. We have also row, flexDirection row. If you press save, now we can see the views in the row way, not in the column way. We have also row reverse. As you see, they are still row, but they are reversed from right to left. I want to mention something important. When we make it column, the main axis is the vertical axis. Okay, the main axis is vertical axis. But when we make it row, the main axis is the horizontal axis. I'm gonna show you what does this mean. For example, let's make it column and press save. If we add, and let's try two important properties. The first property called justify content. When it's column, the main axis is the vertical axis. So when we make the justify content in the center and press save, see what happens? Our element become in the center in the vertical axis, as you see. And when we make align items center as well, you can see now they are in the center of screen horizontally. So align items, so justify content for vertical and align items for horizontal. Okay, when the main axis is vertical, okay. I would like to mention we have here many properties. Not only the center, we can make it flex end to be at the bottom. We can make it flex start to be at the top. We can make it space around to have a space around them and between them. We can make it space between. This is to make spaces between the element, and those spaces are equals. We can make it space evenly. This means to make spaces in the vertical axis and each space is equal to another, because for example this space equals to this space equals to this space equals to this space. Now let's return it to center. But now I want to show you something very important. Now the flex direction is column, so the main axis is the vertical axis. What if we just make the flex direction row? Now everything is gonna be different. Why? When the flex direction is row, the main axis is gonna be the horizontal axis. What does this mean? Justify content is gonna be for horizontal, and align items is gonna be for vertical. Rules are gonna change. For example, if you want to center things vertically, you're gonna use align items like this. If you want to make it at the top here, you can make it flex start. If you want to make them at the bottom, you can make it flex end. If you want to make them in the center, just make them in the center. And justify content is gonna be for horizontal. For example, if you want to make it at the left here, just make the justify content flex start. If you want to make it at the right, make it flex end. If you want to add spaces horizontally, just make it space between or space around. If you want to make space between them, just space between. If you want to make spaces between them and around them and those spaces are equals, just pick space evenly. If you are notice here, you're gonna notice a value called baseline. What did this value do? I'm gonna show you. For example, let's imagine this tomato view has a height of, for example, 200. If we just make this in the center, it's gonna be like this. But if you want to make them at the same line, you can make it baseline like that. Now those are at the same line. So this is the value of baseline of align items. In this lesson, we're going to talk about an important property called flexwrap. First, let's get rid of this line of code. Then let's make this 100 pixels. Let's make them only 90. Okay. Now let's try to add more views. So for example, let's add a one view with the color gray. And let's add another one with the color green. Let's copy this and add another one. Now, look, when we added two views, the yellow view got shrunk. It's not the size of it. If you see here, it must be 90 and 90, but it got shrunk because no space to it. So to solve this problem, we need to add flexwrap property. So go up here in the container view and add this property. It's called flexwrap. The default value is no wrap. We're gonna use the wrap value and press save. See, if you see here, the gold view now appeared and it's not shrunk because we've wrapped our views. But we have here an issue. Why our views go at the top, not in the center? Because when you implement flexwrap, align items can't center vertically anymore. So you need to use another property called align content. So this property called align content, when you pass the value of center, now you can center it in the screen. In this lesson, we're going to talk about absolute and relative position. What if I want to change the position or the place of this green view? How to do this? We can go to the green view and add a bottom of 20, for example, and press save. When we press save, you're going to notice that we pushed the green view 20 pixels from the bottom. We can push it also from the left. Just type left 20 pixels. See what happens? We pushed it 20 pixels from the left too. So we have here a bottom 20 and the left 20. We can change this bottom and make it top. Now if you can see, we pushed it 20 pixels at the top and 20 from in the left. Okay, but the other views, the tomato view and the gold view, the places of them didn't change. Why they didn't change? Because by default, the position in React Native, this is a position property, is relative. That's the default value in React Native. Any component, the position of it, any view in React Native, the default value of position of it is relative. But what if I make it absolute? Absolute value. When I save the changes, this view is going to the top here and it's gonna take 20 pixels from the top and 20 pixels from the left. And those two views, tomato and gold, their places are gonna change. Let me show you. When I press save, look what happens. Their places got changed. And the green one go to the top of 20 pixels and the left of 20 pixels. We can add this top and make it 100 pixels. Look, now this is the space is 100 pixels and the left is 20 pixels. And those two, their places got changed because this is the absolute position. If we return it to relative, only the green one changed by 100 pixels to the top and 20 pixels to the left. But the other two views, there didn't change. They are still in their places. That was about absolute and relative positions in React Native. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about dimensions in React Native. I cleaned up all the code and only left a view with background color tomato and height and width 300. I wanna show you something. We have here two iOS devices. We get here iPhone 16 and iPhone 16 Pro Max. And I wanna show you something. Let's make the width of this view 400 and press save. Look what happens. In iPhone 16, the view covers entire the width of the screen. But in iPhone 16 Pro Max, there's a space. Why? Because iPhone 16 Pro Max dimensions is bigger than iPhone 16. And this will cause a problem in our application because the sizes will not be the same. How to handle this issue? This is for the width, and we're gonna face this issue in the height also. Look, if I make the height, for example, 850, look, the entire screen here in iPhone 16 is filled with a tomato view. But here we got here spaces. This is an issue, and how to solve those issues. First, you can set the height and width, not numbers like this. You can set it using 3 ways. Let me type them here. First, percentage. Second, dimensions. Third, libraries. 4, responsive. And we're gonna cover those 3 things in this course. First, let's talk about percentages. If you make the width here 100% like this, and the height only 15%, we're gonna cover the half of a screen in all devices. Let's press save and see. Look. Now here in iPhone 16, the half of the screen is filled also in iPhone 16 Pro Max, and the entire width is 100%, like I have said here, 100%. We can make it 50% of width and 100% of height and press save and see. If you see here also, look, the 2 screens are the same. So with this percentage, you make sure that all sizes in all devices are the same. Android, iPhone, iPhone Pro Max, Samsung, etc. or any device. This is for percentage. We have another way to make sure also our component sizes are the same in all devices. This way called dimensions. And these dimensions we can import it from React Native dimensions, and let us see what does this dimension do. Let's console.log dimensions.get. You have here 2 options, screen and window. The screen is the size of entire screen, of entire device screen. Okay, window is the size of visible window in screen. The window is a little bit smaller than screen size. In iOS, both are the same, screen and window, but in Android, window is a little bit smaller. So let's select screen and press save and see our log. Look here, we have here the height of 956 and the width 440. This is for iPhone 16 Pro Max because it's the bigger than the bottom here. So now let's define 2 constants for font width and font height. Let me show you. Const font height equals to dimensions dot get screen dot height. Also, let's declare another constant called font width is gonna be dimensions dot get screen dot width. Now we can access the font height and the font width. So now if we want to make this view fill the entire screen, we can give it the width and the height of font width and font height. Font width and phone height and press save. Now if you can see, we got here the entire screen is filled because we give it the width of phone width and the height of the entire phone height. Let's try to make it half of the screen. So let's make the height divided by 2 and press save to see. Now see, here is the half of the screen and they are the same, exactly the same. This is iPhone 16 Pro Max and iPhone 16. Let's divide also the width by 2 and see. Look, those are exactly the same. So with those dimensions, you can make sure that your app design is matching all the devices. But what if I want to give it here a value, for example, 100 pixels or something? How to make sure those are the same in the same devices? I mean, how make to sure this 100 is responsive in all devices? In this case, we're gonna use the third way, libraries for responsive. You can choose the library that you want to use. In this course, we're gonna cover one of the best libraries called React Native Size Matters. And we're gonna cover this library later in this course. In last lesson, we've covered the percentage and dimensions to make our screens responsive. But sometimes we need to add numeric values, and we cannot do this using percentage or dimensions. So we have another choice, and this choice is installing a library for handling responsibility of screens. Let me show you. But first, let's clean up this code. Let's remove this and remove this also. And remove this. And let's make this height, for example, 600 and the width 300 and press save. Now let's install a package called React Native Size Matters. This is the GitHub page of the library. If we scroll down, we get a lot of information. Now let's install this library using this command. npm install React Native Size Matters. So let's go to our terminal and open a new terminal and just type npm install the name of the package. When we press enter, we're gonna install this library to our app, and after install this library, we can use the functions of this library. Let me show you. Let's press enter. Now the library is installed, but to make sure we need to rerun our apps again. npm start and let's press I to run iOS and wait. Now how to use this library? It's pretty easy. When you want to import something from React Native, you just type import this thing from React Native. To use this library is the same, import from React Native Size Matters. That's the name of the library. We can import a couple of functions that's gonna help us. First function is scale. The second function is vertical scale. This is scale to make screens responsive in the horizontal axis, and vertical scale make our UI responsive in the vertical axis. Okay, let me show you. If you can see the width of this view, this space here is bigger than here because this is iPhone 16 Pro Max is bigger than iPhone 16. So this space is bigger than this space, and this is cause an issue. Look. So instead of type 300, you just use this function, scale function. Just copy scale and open two parentheses and put the 300 inside it. Okay, and press save. Now if you see, you're gonna notice that the width of this view is equal to the width of this view, as you see. Now let's go to the height. If you see, you're gonna notice this height is bigger than this height. Why? Because this iPhone 16 and it's smaller than iPhone 16 Pro Max. How to make them equal? We're gonna use the vertical scale function. Just copy it and put the 600 between it. Now let's press save and see. Look, now the spaces are equal. This is space equal this is space, and this space is equal this is space. Despite those devices, screen dimensions are not the same, but the UI here is equal to the UI here, and it's gonna be the same UI in all devices, even Android or another iPhones or any device. If you think those two functions are bigger to write, this package allows us to use shortcut for them. For example, scale, you can import S and VS. This S is a shortcut for scale, and this VS is a shortcut for vertical scale. If you just replace this VS with vertical scale here and replace this S with scale here and press save, nothing is gonna happen because this S is working as scale and this VS is working as vertical scale. No differences. Now if you open your app and go to package.json, you're gonna notice that this package is installed. Any installed package here inside these dependencies you can use. For example, you can use React to import the hooks. We're gonna talk about hooks later. You can use React Native to import React Native component, and here you can use React Native size matters to import those functions that's responsible for handling responsibility of UI to make our UI match all screen dimensions in all devices and appear as the same. In this lesson, we're gonna learn useState hook. useState hook is a hook from React. As I've said before, this is a React Native course. It's not a React JS course. So you need to learn React JS before you learn React Native. But you can start this course without learning React because any line of code that I've write about React, I'm gonna explain it. And since we're gonna use useState, so I have to explain it here in this course. So now first let's clean up this code. We don't need this line too, and import from React. We're gonna import a hook called useState. useState is a hook from React, and I'm gonna show you how to use it. Let's press save. First, let's add a text here, and let's add Init 20. Okay. We need to import the text here from React Native and press save. Let's add justify content to center to see the number here. This is the number 20. Let's increase the font size. Font size equals to, font size is gonna be 40, for example, or let's make it 100. Now that's the number. Okay. What if you want to increase or decrease this number? How to use this? For example, I want to create a button here to increase the number and another button to decrease the number. So let's add two buttons. Button with title increase and another button and name it decrease. Let's put the increase before the text, like this. I want when I press on increase, this number got increased. And when I press decrease, this number got decreased. How to make this? Our hook today is gonna help us to do this. First, you're gonna type useState, and inside it, put your initial values. For example, this 20. So let's copy. So let's cut this 20 and put it here. useState hook is return an array. Okay, but we can destruct it. But we can destruct it to get those array elements, and those are state and set state. This state refers to this 20. So the state is equal to 20, this initial value. Okay. until it get updated using setState. Let me show you. If I just copy this state here and put it right here and press save, look, nothing got changed. If I make this 10 and press save, now the number become 10. Why? Because this state until now refer to this initial state, refer to the 10. And when you want to change this state, you're gonna use this setState. For example, let's create a function to increase this value, to increase this state of 10. Okay, so let's create a function, const increase value equals to a JavaScript function, and we're gonna return setState. setState is gonna take prev state and return prev state plus 1. Okay, and let's press save. Now when we call this function, our state is gonna be increased by 1. So let's go to this button and add this property onPress and pass in onPress increase value and press save. Now let's try our function increase value. Look, when we press increase, our number got increased. What happens here? Our state is now 16, not 10, it's 16 because we updated it using setState function. Okay, from this code, can you create a function that will decrease the number by 1? If you can make it, pause the video and do it. Now let's try a function to decrease the state. Let's type const decrease value equals to a JavaScript function, and we're gonna set state equals to prev state return prev state minus 1. It's the same function as the top here, but we're gonna just decrease by 1, not increase. Then let's add the onPress property to this button, this onPress property. We use it to do something when we press on this button. Okay, so just we're gonna fire this function decrease value. So now when we press on this button, we got decreased by 1, and when we press increase, we're gonna fire this function that's responsible to add the number by 1. So that was useState hook. It's a React hook, but it's very useful, and there is no React app without this hook because it's very useful to update the local state of the component. And this is a very important hook. And this hook is not for only numbers. You can pass here strings. You can pass here, for example, Boolean. You can put any state that you want and update this state using setState. Okay, if you think this hook is a little bit difficult, don't worry. In next lesson, we're gonna talk about React Native Modal, and we're gonna use this hook a lot in this course. So if you don't understand it until now, don't worry. We're gonna talk about it more and more and more because it's a useful hook, and we're gonna use it a lot in this course. The modal component is a basic way to present content above an enclosing view. Let me show you. What if you want to display something above this screen? How to do this? First, you need to import the modal component from React Native. Then you need to render it here. Modal. Okay. And let's press save. Now we are inside the modal. Let's add, for example, a text. Let's let's type let's just type modal is opened. Oops, we got here an error. Property text doesn't exist because we use the text without importing it from React Native. So let's import it. Now, if you see here is the text at the top here. We can make it. We can give it style to make it more visible. Font size, for example, 90. Oops, this is very big. Let's make it 50. And let's give it margin top of 50, for example. Now you get the text here, modal is opened, because the default value of modal is visible. If you want to make it not visible, just you need to add this property, visible, and make it false, like this, and press save. Now the modal is not visible. If we just return it to true, now modal is open. You can add animation type, for example, slide. Now if you switch the modal, see what happens? It got slide from top to the down. Let's make it true and see. Look what happens. It got from down to the top. You can make it a slide or fade, but I prefer slide. Okay, that's the animation type. Now we want to open the modal and close the modal from buttons. How to do this? To do this, we're gonna use the useState hook that we've talked about before. So let's import it from React. useState from React, and let's create useState, and the initial value is gonna be false, because we want the initial value of the modal is gonna be false. And this useState hook is return an array. This array has two elements. First, the state, and the second, the set state. We can rename the state of modal visible. And the set state is gonna be set modal visible, like this. So now we can update the state using this set modal visible, and we can use the state using this modal visible. So instead of passing true, we're gonna pass modal visible here and press save. So the modal is closed. If we just make this true, it's gonna be open, okay? And false is gonna be closed. So now let's create a function. When I press on this button, we're gonna open this modal. For example, this button, let's add onPress property. When I press on this button, we're gonna create a function called, and inside this function, we're gonna set this modal visible to be true. So now when we press on this button, show modal, not model, sorry for this mistake. When I press on show model button here, we're gonna set the modal visible to be true. Let me show you. Look, now it's visible. Now let's add another button here to make this modal closed. So let's inside this modal, we can copy this line of code and change it like this. We can only change this show to close modal, and instead of set modal visible true, we're gonna make it false to close it. Now when we press on close modal, now modal is gone. Now we can show it and close it, show it and close it. Thanks for this hook, useState hook. Now here inside this modal, you can render anything that you want over the screen, above another screen. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about icons. Look at this modal. It's better than this button, close modal. We use an icon, X icon or close icon. It's gonna be better. So let's open this website called Expo Vector Icons. And let's search for icon, for example, close. And let's try to pick any one of them. Let's try to pick this one. Just press on it and copy those two lines of code. Copy and paste it here. Then let's copy this line too to render it. and go in our modal and paste it here. Now if we press save, we can find the icon here. Look, and its color is black. You can change the size of it. For example, you can make it 50 to make it bigger. And you can also change the color, for example, to make it red. Okay? And you can add the onPress property to make something when you press on it. So we can copy this function that's responsible for closing the modal and paste it here. And let's press save. Now when we press in this close icon, we can close the modal. You can also use a lot of icons. For example, you can search for car. You can search for shop. You got here shop and shopping cart, shopping bag. We can copy this. We can open this, just copy this line and paste it at the top here, and go here and copy this too and paste it, for example, here under this line and press save. Now see, we got here an icon of the shop. We can change the color of it. Let's make it tomato and let's make the size 100 or even 300. Look, so you can use Expo vector icons to render a lot of icons. Rendering the icons from Expo is better than using images PNG. As I've mentioned before, images, any image that you are using the require function to load it locally from local project is gonna affect the project because it's gonna increase the bundle size, and this is not good for performance. So it's better to use Expo vector icons for icons or use SVG icons, and we're gonna talk about SVG later. But it's not good to use PNG as icons. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about image background component. What if you want to render an image as a container instead of this gold view? For example, I want the background of the app is an image, not this gold view. How to do that? React Native provides us a very good component called image background. This component. And we can replace this view with image background. But we need to add to this image a very important property called source. In this source, we're gonna put the source of the image. I got this image here and I want to render it as the background of the app. So let's go to assets and open them and include this image inside our assets. Just drag and drop. Now our image in our app assets. So let's render it. Let's go to app.tsx and the source is gonna be, we're gonna use the require function because we're gonna load it locally from our app. How to reach to this path? Since we are in the same folder, or we're gonna open a folder in the same route. For example, there is app.tsx and this is assets. So both are in the same route. So we're gonna just add one dot. Okay? Inside it, we're gonna use the assets folder. This assets folder. Inside assets folder, we're gonna type this name, background.png. So let's copy its name and add slash and paste it here and press save. Now our image is filling our app background. We can put any UI we want inside this image background. For example, let's include a white view. For example, view, style, background color. Let's make it white. Let's give it height 200 and width 200 as well. Let's press save. Now this is the view here. We want to make it here in the center, so we can add those styles to image background because now image background is our container. So let's add justify content in the center and align items center to make this white view in the center here. Let's add some border radius to our white view. Border radius, let's make it, for example, 15. This is to make a little radius here inside our view. You can also render anything inside this white view. For example, let's add a text with hello world and press save. Oops, we got here an error. Property text doesn't exist because we are using the text without importing it from React Native. So let's import it and press save. Now we got here a hello world. You can also use the image background source from URI, exactly like the image. If you just open a new object and type URI and put any link that you want from internet. Let me try any link. Let me copy this image link and put it here and see and press save. Look, we got here an image background. Let's try this one also. Let's copy that and paste the link here. Look, this is another image background you can use in your app. So image background is a very helpful and useful component you can use to add a background to your app. You can use the URI and put any link from the internet, or you can use the require function. That was all about image background. See you in next lesson. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about one of the most important components in React Native, and it's called text input. Text input is a core component for inputting text. Let me show you. Let's first import it from React Native, text input, and let's render it here. Text input. First, let's give it some styling to make it appear. Let's give it height 40 pixels, width 800% of the screen, border radius 4, border width 1, border color, for example, gray, and let's press save. Now we got here our text input. If we click on it, the keyboard should be opened. If keyboard not opened, you can try Command and K to switch the keyboard. Command and K if you are using Mac. If you are using Windows, Control and K. Okay. So now when you press on this text input, you should see this keyboard. Now let's talk about a couple of important properties. The first property called placeholder. Placeholder is a text displayed when the input is empty. For example, let's type here enter your name and press save. Now if you see, we got enter your name text. When you type something, the text disappear, but when you clear the input, the placeholder appear. Enter your name. The second property is keyboard type. Keyboard type. For example, you can make it URL. If we press save, nothing changed. I think we need to reload the app. To reload the app in Simulator, you just need to press Command and R. If you are using Windows, just press Control and R. So now let's reload it and press here again. Now if you see, the keyboard changed. A dot and slash and .com appeared because the keyboard type is a URL. Let's change it, for example, to make it numeric and press save. I don't know why keyboard didn't change until we reload. I don't know why. So let's please reload the app and try again. Now you can see our keyboard now is numeric. We can make it numeric and punctuation. For example, we want to add the asterisk and sharp here. So let's make it numeric and punctuation and press save. We need to reload our app again. Sorry for this. Just press Command and R. And now if we try, look, our keyboard changed. It become numbers and punctuation. Let's return this keyboard type to default. And we need to reload again. You can also reload from the terminal. If you just open the terminal and press R here, you can reload the app also. Now our keyboard return as default. Now let's try another property. There is a property called secure text entry. You can use this property if you want to enter a password or something. Let's make it true. Now when you type something, look, what you type isn't appear to other. It appear as password because you set secure entry to true. Now let's comment this. We have also another property called multiline. Multiline, if you make this property true, now you can type a multiline. You can make your input is a multiline input like this. We have another property also called editable. If we make it editable, if this editable prop is true, you can edit this text input, but if it's false, you cannot edit this input. Look, when I press here, I cannot edit. I can just copy the text, but I cannot edit it. But I can't edit it. So let's return it to true again. Now we can edit the text. I want to mention something. If your prop is equal to true, you can remove this true. This equal and true. Just remove them and it will work as you can pass the true value here. Okay, so no need to add equals true. Just keep it like this. Okay, but if it's false, you need to type false. Okay, but if it's true, just make it like that. Finally, how to control this input. For example, I want to get the text that I write here in this input and use this text to allow the app to take the input from user. To do this, you have to assign two main properties. The first one is the value, and the second one is onChange text. This value refers to the current text value in the input, and this onChange text is a callback triggered when the text changed. Let me show you. But first, to control them, let's create a useState hook to control our text. So let's define a useState hook. Let's make it empty because we want to make our input is empty. Don't forget to import our useState from React hook. And now useState, and as you've learned before, useState is returning an array of two elements. The element 1 is the state, and element 2 is set state. The state here is the text input. The set state here is the set state text. So let's make it set text, and let's store them in constant. Okay, so now let's copy this text. Let's copy this text and put it here inside the value. And let's copy this set text to put it inside onChange text and press save. Now this text variable can tell you what user just type in this input. For example, let's log it. User type and text. Add the text here. Let's log this. This line of code refers that we want to only log this text variable. Okay, now let's press save and go to the terminal. Let's clean the terminal and let's type anything we want. For example, my name. Look what happened. We can log my name in the console because this name or this text now is stored inside this text variable. So you can use this text variable in any operation that you want. For example, to send it to the server or to send it as HTTP request to the backend or anything. Or we can also render it here. Let me try to render it here. Let's add here a text. And let's just type my name is and add the text here. And we got here a red line because we need to import the text from React Native. Like this. And let's press save. Now look, if we see here, my name is my name. So let's try to delete this and just type my name is Ahmed. Look, now my name is Ahmed. So that was our text input. If you think it's a little bit hard, don't worry. You can try to watch the video again. And if you still not understand how to control text or how to handle text, don't worry. We're gonna use this text input more and more in this course. So don't worry about that. But it would be great if you understand this lesson well. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to create a React component. Look at this screen here. This is a simple screen. This is a simple screen. We've rendered all the UI and components in app.tsx, and this is not a good practice. And it's better to separate each component in each file. Let me show you. Let's go to our folders and create a new folder called src. Inside src, we're gonna create a new folder called components. And inside this components, we're gonna separate this UI from app to many components. For example, this image is gonna be component, and this text and this subtitle. Okay, let me show you. First, let's go and create a component for the image. For example, let's name it app logo image.tsx. React component can be class component or functional component. And the modern way in creating components is the functional component. So let's create a functional component. Functional component, it's like the JavaScript function. Let's define a function, const. Let's name it app logo image equals to. It's a function. And we're gonna return a UI. For example, let's return a view. To use view, you need to import it from React Native. So let's import view from React Native. Now we've created our component, but we cannot use it in another screens. Why? Because we didn't export this component. So we need to export it using the export default and the component name. This name, you can pick any name that you want, but make sure that you are using a name refer to the component, okay? Because you're gonna get in your project later a lot of components, so you have to give each component a unique name. When you read the name of the component, you know this component, okay? Now finally, we're gonna create the style sheet. This is for styling, StyleSheet dot create, and we need to import it from React Native as well, StyleSheet. Now what we've done here, we first import the view and StyleSheet because we're gonna use them. Then we've created a JavaScript function that is returning a UI. Finally, we've exported this function, this functional component, so we can use this component in app.tsx or in any file of our project. We can use it anywhere. Finally, we've defined the styles for this component. So now let's go and copy the image. We're here in app.tsx. Let's cut this image. Let's cut it and press save. And go here and paste it here. Let's replace it with this view. Like this, we're gonna return an image. This red line because we didn't import the image. We need to import the image from React Native. Image. Now the errors are gone. And instead of passing those styles, the width and height as inline style, it's better to put the styles here in StyleSheet. Okay, so let's cut them and define styles dot, for example, image. And go down here and type image and paste our styles. And finally, let's format our document. So let's right click and press on format document to make the code looks better. Now let's press save. Let me show you something. What if this line of code is not exist? For example, let's comment it. When we comment a code, we cannot use it. Okay, so now let's go to app.tsx and try to import app logo image. We cannot import it, and we can't also get the image. Look, we have a red line here because it's not defined and we cannot import it. But if we go there and uncomment this line of code, now you can import it. How to import it? You can use auto import like this. In Mac, using like this, auto import, or you can get its path. How to get its path? That's pretty easy. You can open the folders and you have to locate the component path. You can easily copy it, copy relative path, and paste it here. So he is in src components app-logo.tsx. I'm gonna teach you how to make it without the help of VS Code. It's pretty easy. You are here in the root folder, okay, and you want to get the src. The src in the same root with app.tsx. So you just need to type import the component name from, because app.tsx in the root with src, so you need to add this one dot, only one dot. Then pick the src folder. Then pick the components folder. Then type the component name app logo image. Now let's press save. Look, the logo appears here. Now you've learned how to create a React component and use it anywhere. Let's try to create another component for this text. Let's name it. Let's create a new component. Name it welcome text.tsx. And let's do the same thing. Let's create a function called welcome text. And let's gonna return. What are we gonna return? We're gonna copy that code, those texts here, and let's create a view. And those red line, because we didn't import the view and text, so let's import them. Import view and text from React Native. Let's format our document to look better. Finally, let's export this text. Export default custom text, welcome text, and let's press save. Then let's go there and down here in app image, app logo image, let's add the welcome text. We can make the auto import for it from src component welcome text. Then let's press save. A little change happened because we put our text inside a view. If we just remove the view, look, it became as before. But you have to know something. You cannot, in React, you can't return two elements. For example, if I remove this fragment, we got error because you return two elements. In React, you need to return a one element or wrap those two elements in something called React fragment. React fragment, like this. And you have to wrap them inside React fragment. Like that. React fragment here and down here. You have to type React fragment and you need to import React from React. Or there is another way, and this is a better and easier. Just delete React fragment here and delete React fragment here and press save. Look, nothing happens. So in React, when you want to return two elements, you just wrap them between React fragment. Okay, this is a basic React. Now if you see, our code looks cleaner. You can do the same thing for this text, create another component to this text. So you need to know in our app, we use multiple components and separate each or any piece of UI into a component. In resources, you're gonna find a link. It's a Figma link of our UI design. If you see here, you're gonna find 8 screens. Those are the screens that we're gonna build in this section. It's better and good experience to install Figma app instead of opening it inside the web. So it's better to download Figma app and display inside it. Figma app is free. So you're gonna find the link in resources. Just open this design because we're gonna implement those screens inside this section. Now let's go and create our React Native project. So here, select any folder that you want and open a terminal inside this folder. And let's write this command. nbx create expo app at latest. Then we're gonna add our project name. I'm gonna name it UI mastering. And I'm gonna select this template option. Template. Why I type this template option? Because if you see here in documentations, when you select this template options, you're gonna select one of those. The default one, the plank with TypeScript and tabs and per minimum. And because I assume that you are beginner, so I'm gonna use the plank to install it with the minimum required npm dependencies without any configuration or navigation or any typed code. Okay, but if I select the default, he's gonna include tools like Expo CLI, Expo Router library, and other things. So this is designed for production, but for learning, I'm gonna start with plank without any typed code. Okay, so I'm gonna add this dash template option and press enter. Then I'm gonna select plank with TypeScript and press enter. Now let's wait until our project is done and ready. Now our project is ready. Let's go to our root of project, cd UI mastering, and let's open it inside VS Code. So let's just type dot to open it inside VS Code. And here our project. Let's try to run it. So let's just type npm start. And let's press I to run it on iOS, or you can press A to run it on Android. Now our project is ready. Next lesson, we're gonna start building our first screen. We're gonna start with this simple one. Now, let's start with this first screen. First, I would like to mention something. You cannot edit this screen, but you can take a copy. So you can create a new file for you in Figma. You can name it whatever you want, for example, temp. And inside this temp project, you can copy this screen here and paste it like this. This allows you to edit or make any changes that you want, okay? So now, let's start building this screen. We got here a logo and we can render it inside the app using multiple ways. I'm gonna show you a good way and a better way. First, I'm gonna export it as PNG. So let's highlight it. Let's just click on it and go in Figma and press here on export logo. This export here. You can here select PNG, SVG, PDF, and here the resolution of the image, I mean the quality. Then we're gonna press on export. When exported, he's gonna show you the path that you want to export to. I'm gonna export it in desktop. So here, if I open the desktop, I'm gonna find this image here, logo.png. So let's put it inside our code. So here, let's create a src folder, src. And inside src, I'm gonna create another folder called assets. inside this assets, I'm gonna drag and drop this image. So let's drag and drop it here, like this. Now let's try to render it inside our app. So here inside src, let's create another folder called screens. And inside this screen, I'm gonna create a new file. Let's name it intro screen.tsx. And inside it, I'm gonna create our intro screen component. Let's use this snippet rnfes to create a React Native component. And let's just render this screen inside app.tsx. So here, instead of all of those things, I'm gonna just render the intro screen. Now let's have a look inside the app. Now we rendered the intro screen correctly. Now let's go to our intro screen and try to render this image. So instead of this text, I'm gonna just type image. And the source of this image, don't forget to import it from React Native image. And the source of this image is gonna be require function. Then I'm gonna put the path to the image. For example, I'm here inside screens. I'm gonna go level up to go to the assets. So dot, then I'm gonna select the assets. Then I'm gonna select logo.png, the name of the screen, logo.png. And let's give it some styling. So style, let's add margin top. Let's make it, for example, 80. Let's try to see our image now. Look, we got here the image and we have rendered it correctly. But there is a better way than this PNG, and it's called SVG. SVG stands for Scalable Vector Graphics, and it's better for logos, icons, graphics that need to scale cleanly, because it's provide you a smaller file size with good quality. Let me show you how to use SVG. In Google, just type Expo SVG and select this first option. We're gonna install the library using this command, npx expo install React Native SVG. So let's copy it and go to our project, and inside the terminal, let's just paste this command to install this library. Now our library is installed. Using SVG is very simple. You're gonna just open this link, SVG viewer, and open it. It's called svgviewer.dev, and you're gonna go to Figma and just copy the image as SVG. Just right click on the logo or the image and press here on side copy, paste as, and select SVG. This copy as SVG and copy it and go it here and paste. Here is the SVG code of our logo, and here is the logo. You can preview it. We want to use it for React Native, so we're gonna select this React Native, and then we're gonna press here copy to copy this component. You can download it also, but we're gonna copy it and go to our project, and inside our assets we're gonna create this component, food logo.tsx, and just paste the code that we've copied from SVG viewer, that we've copied from here. And then let's just rename this component. The name of it is SVG component. We're gonna make it food logo. And at the down here also, let's name it as food logo, like this. And finally, let's go and try to import it here under this image. Let's just add food logo to render it, and let's see. See the difference between them? Let's make our simulators bigger. If you see the difference, the SVG has a good quality more than the PNG. The PNG, it's something like pixeled. Someone can tell me, but Ahmed, you can go to Figma, and when you export the image, you're gonna select this 4x. But if you do this, the image size is gonna be bigger. And in SVG, give you a good quality with a smaller file size. So it's better to use SVG better than PNG, and use the PNG in some cases. I'm gonna tell you the cases later in this course. But for logos, icons, graphics that need scalable, and illustrations, it's better to use SVG, not PNG. In this lesson, we're gonna finish this screen, this intro screen. But I would like to ask you for something. Please don't type the code with me. Please just watch this video, and after this video is end, write the code with your own. So in this video, just watch. So we're gonna go to the code. We're gonna delete the image and leave only the SVG logo. And let's remove this image here. We're gonna give this view styling. So style equals to styles dot container. And we're gonna initialize the container down here. Inside the container, we're gonna add those styling. The background color, we want to make it white. And Felix is gonna be 1 to fill all the screen. And we want to center our things, so we're gonna make justify content center and align items center as well, to center all things inside our screen. Now we are done with our food logo. What about this logo here? You remember the lesson before that I have compared between PNG and SVG. We're gonna use here also SVG instead of PNG. So let's press on it and press right click and press on copy as SVG. And go to our SVG viewer website and just paste the code here. Now here's our image here. We're gonna select React Native to get the code as React Native. And we're gonna press copy. And go to our code editor, and inside our src assets, we're gonna create a new file. Let's name it sun image. I don't know, it's a circle, or you can pick a good name, but I just name it as sun. Okay, sunimage.tsx. And I'm gonna just paste the code here and replace this SVG component with sun image. Replace it here and at the top here also. And for TypeScript, just add the type for this icon. We're gonna make it SVG props. You can import this SVG props from React Native SVG. And just remove this line here and this line here also to give those read warnings. You can leave them. You can leave them and things is gonna work okay. This is just TypeScript issues, okay? And now let's go here to our intro screen and render our sun. After food logo here, we're gonna render the sun image. But because we've centered all things, he's gonna be in the middle. And we want to make it here at the down right here as the design. So to do this, we're gonna use the absolute position. Remember it? So we're gonna just go to our this sun image and give it style equals to styles dot, let's name it sun image. And go down here and declare this sun image style. The first thing, the position is gonna be absolute. Okay? Then the bottom is gonna be 0 because we want to make it at the bottom here. And also the right is gonna be 0. So right is gonna be also 0 to be like this. Now here's the screen in Figma design, and here's the screen inside our React Native app. Let's try to test it on Android as well. So let's go to terminal and go to Metro and press A to run our app inside Android device. And now here's our screen in Android. Here's Android, looks good, and in iOS looks good as well. Previously, we've done this screen, and now let's start working on this screen. To make things simple, we're gonna separate each piece to component. For example, this is a component, and we're gonna name it user avatar. And here is another component, is just a circle with arrow. And after we finish this component and this component, we're gonna wrap them inside one component and name it header. Then it's just a simple text. And here also, we got here a component, let's name it social. And another component here, let's name it send button. And then we're gonna merge them together to create this section component and render it 5 times. So we're gonna separate them to components. And in this screen, you're gonna master creating circles. So first, let's start with this user avatar. So let's go to our code and inside src, let's create components folder, components, and inside it we're gonna create our first component, user avatar.tsx, and we're gonna use this snippet rnfes to create a functional component. Now what we got here? We got here just image with height 32 and width 32, and it's round, so we have to give it a border radius the half of them. So we're gonna just import our image from React Native image, and we're gonna just render this image, and we're gonna give it this styling, style equals to styles.avatar, and inside this avatar we're gonna add the following: the height is 32, width is 32, and the border radius, because we want to make it round, we're gonna give it the half of height and width. So there is 32, we're gonna make it 16 because 16 is the half of 32. And we're gonna add to our image any URL. So we're gonna give it source URI to give it a source from the internet. Let's select any image from the internet. So here, let's just type Garfield. Let's select any image of Garfield. For example, let's select this. Let's open it a new tab and get the URL of it, and just go here and pass it here inside source URI. And just let's press save and see. Oops, we forgot to render our new screen. So let's just create a new screen. Let's name it contact us screen.tsx, and let's create a functional component rnfes to create it here, and let's go to our app.tsx and render it here instead of this intro screen. So contact us screen. So here's our contact us screen. Now let's go to it and render our user avatar component. So user avatar component. Let's just give some margin top here. So style margin top. Let's make it, for example, just for now, for testing, 15. And here we got here our user avatar. Let's try to select another image because this image has a background white. Let's try to select another image with background another color to show you the circle. Okay, so let's, for example, let's select this image. So let's press open a new link and get the URL of it and paste it here inside this URI. Now here's our user avatar, how it's locked. But we got here a thing. If you see here, you're gonna notice that we got an issue with these values. Those values 32 are not responsive. For example, if you try to display this logo in bigger devices, the sizes are gonna be smaller. And if you try to add those pixels in small devices, the size is gonna be bigger. So we want to make those 32 and 16 responsive. And as you've learned before, we're gonna use some responsive techniques in building those screens. And we've learned before how to use some responsive techniques and how to use React Native Size Matters. So let's go and install this library, React Native Size Matters. Let's select this option and let's install this library. Let's just copy this command and go to our code editor and just paste it here and press enter. Now our package is installed. Let's go and use it. Instead of this 32, we're gonna wrap it inside scale. You can import this scale for React Native Size Matters. This is a shortcut for scale. And this also 32, we're gonna put it inside scale. And this 16, we're gonna put it also inside scale. This is 16 is the half of height and width to make our component is a circle. You can make it 16, I mean the half, or more than this. For example, 1000, 100, whatever you want. The most important thing, the border radius must be above the half of height and width to make a circle. Okay? Now we are done with our first component. And I hope that you didn't type the code with me, and I hope that you try to create this component with your own right now. In previous lesson, we've created this user avatar, and in this lesson, we're gonna create this back button. So let's go and create our component. So in VS Code, let's go to our src components and let's create back button.tsx. And let's create functional component using rnfes snippet. And let's just render it inside our screen. So inside contact us screen, let's just render back button like this. Let's remove this duplicated import. Now here's our back button. We want to make here a circle, and inside it we want to put this arrow. So how to create a circle? We've learned this before, you remember, in user avatar. We're gonna just make the height and width 2032, and the border radius is gonna be the half. So we're gonna just give this view style equals to styles.container. I want to remind you, please don't try the code with me. Just watch this video, and after this video is done, try to create the component with your own. Okay? So the height is gonna be scale 32. The width is gonna be scale 32 as well. And border radius, you have to make it above 16. So let's make it 16 or above. And what's the background color? In Figma here, if you press on it, you're gonna find this is the background color of this icon here. So let's copy it and just add it here. So background color is gonna be this hex color. And finally, we want to center anything inside this circle because we're gonna put this arrow, so we want to center it. So we're gonna use justify content center, and align items center as well. Let's remove this text and try to add this icon. You can use SVG or you can use Expo vector icons. In this section, we're gonna use both. So here, inside Google, just type Expo vector icons, and let's open this link. Let's search for chevron left. Here's chevron left here. Just press on it and try to use it. So let's copy this, import, let's paste it here. Then let's copy the render and let's paste it here. And let's make some changes. The size here in Figma, if you see the size, we got here the size. The height is 7 and the width is 3. So let's make it, for example, 7 and try to have a look. So scale of 7. Oops, it's a lot smaller. So let's make it bigger. Let's make it, for example, 20. Let's decrease it a little bit. Let's make it, for example, 16. Okay, 16 looks better. Now finally, let's format our code. Let's make this back button touchable opacity. Touchable opacity because it's a button. Oops. We've duplicate imported. So we can press on it because it's a button. And finally, let's put them together as a header. So if you see this header, we got here the user avatar and we got here the back button and space between them. So let's go to our contact us screen. Here's the view. The margin top is 50. Let's put it inside vertical scale. So VS. And let's put our user avatar and back button inside another view. And let's give this view some styling. So style equals to styles.header. And we're gonna initialize this header here. We're gonna make the flexDirection is row. To put them between together, we're gonna make the back button above the user avatar. And we're gonna make justify content, we're gonna make it a space between. So we're gonna make the space between the user avatar and the back button. And finally, let's add some padding here. So if we go back to Figma, we're gonna see that our view has a padding here, padding of 17. So let's try to add this padding horizontal. So if you have a look here, we use here the style sheet, and above we use here inline styling. So let's have here padding horizontal, scale of 17 to have spaces in the edges of the screen. Let's try to test it on Android to see. Here is how it looks in Android. It's beautiful header, isn't it? Now we are done with our header. In previous lesson, we've created our header component. Now let's have a look at the rest of components. We want to build this component here. This component, we're gonna name it, for example, social section. And it contains 3 components. The first is this circle here, send button, and the social icon, and this text, and a little separator here. So let's start creating those 2 circles component. So let's start with this. It's a circle with 46 of pixels. So let's go to our src, and inside components folder, let's create a new file. Let's name it send button.tsx. And we're gonna use our snippet rnfes to create a functional component. And since it's a button, we're gonna make this view touchable opacity like this. Let's go and render it to see what's happening. So for example, let's go for now to contact us screen, and let's try to render it here. Send button. Oops, let's render it after this view. Now let's give it some style. We're gonna make it style equals to styles.circle. And inside this circle, we're gonna make the height scale 46, the width scale 46 as well. The border radius is gonna be scale of the half of them is 23, or you can pick any number above than 23. For example, let's make it 40, for example. And to center things inside it, we're gonna use justify content center and align items center as well. And finally, let's go and see the background color of it. So here's the background color. Let's click on it. Here's the background color. So now let's add background color is this color. What we get inside this button? We got here this icon. So let's convert this icon to SVG component. So let's right click on it and press on copy as SVG like this. And let's go to our SVG viewer website, and let's paste it here. It doesn't appear because it's white color. If you make it black like this, look, we can see it. So now let's go here and let's copy this component. And since it's an icon, not an image, so let's inside assets here, let's add a new file and name it icons.tsx. And inside this icons, we're gonna put a lot of icons. So let's paste this component here. Let's remove this export default. And let's add the TypeScript here, SVG props from React Native SVG. And let's remove this line. And finally, let's rename this icon. Let's make it, for example, send icon. And finally, let's just export it. So export send icon. So in this file, we're gonna put multiple icons. So here's the send icon. Let's copy it and go. Instead of this text, let's just render it here. We got here duplicated import. It's because my VS Code auto import. It makes this issue. So let's save, and we got here an error. You try to register 2 views. Let's see what's happening here. Let's try to reload. Let's press on I to install the app again. Now it worked perfectly. And here's our send button here. Now let's build our social icon here, this icon here. And since it's circle like this, we're gonna just copy and paste this code. So let's copy this send button code. And let's go to our components and add a new component. Let's name it social circle.tsx. And let's paste the code of send button here. and let's name it just social circle, like this. Now let's go and import it. So inside our contact us screen, let's use this social circle here, and let's make some changes. First, it's not a button, so this touchable opacity, we're gonna make it view, like this. And don't forget to import it. And in this circle, we're gonna see it's a white color. So if you check it, the background color of it is white. So let's make the background color is white. So FFF. And if you go back here and press on this circle, you're gonna see here border width. The border width is 1, and the border color is this hex color. So let's go and implement it. So border width is gonna be scale of 1, and border color is gonna be this color that we've copied from Figma. And now we got here our social icon, but we need to put inside it an icon. And we're not gonna put the icon right now because we're gonna put the icons dynamically, not statically. Because we got here multiple icons: WhatsApp, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok. So we're gonna just remove this send icon button, and we're gonna make it empty right now until we've done with this component, this whole social section component. So we're gonna go to our components and create that component. Let's name it social section.tsx. And let's create a functional component. And finally, let's close this send button and social circle and this icon, and let's import it here, down here. And also let's remove this. And let's copy this send button and social circle and import it here inside this social section, like this. And don't forget to import them: send button and social circle. We got also try to register 2 views with the same name. Let's reload our Metro again. I think we need to clean the cache in Metro. So let's close our Metro like this using Control and C, and let's clear the terminal, and let's run this command: nbx expo start -- clear. Now let's press I to install the app inside iOS again. And if this didn't fix the issue, so we need to remove our node modules and reinstall them again. Now let's go and continue working with our social section. If you see here, we got here a circle and another circle and text between. So we're gonna make the flexDirection is row and start with social icon, then the text, then the send button. So here we're gonna make style equals to styles.container, and inside this container we're gonna make the flexDirection is row, and the social circle is above send button, and here we're gonna add this text. Let's make it just WhatsApp for now. So let's make this text WhatsApp. Later we're gonna add some properties. So now here's our component. Let's make this text in the center, and since flexDirection is row, we're gonna center it using align items vertically, not justify content, like this. And let's give this text some styling. So style equals to styles.text. For this text, we want to add to it some margin start of 14 pixels, and we want to make a space between it and this send button. So we're gonna put to it flex of 1. So let's go back to our code and just add margin start scale of 14, like this, to have a space between it and the social login and the social icon. And also we're gonna make it flex of 1 to push this icon to the end here, like this. Now let's check the color and the font size of the text. So in Figma, let's double click on the text. Let's see here. We got here the color, this color of the text. Let's copy it, and the font size is 12. So let's go back. Color of the text is this hex color, and font size is 12. Now let's check. Now our design is like Figma. We just need to add a last thing, and this thing is this border here. Look, we got here border at the down here of this component. So let's create it. This is the color of the border, width of the border. So let's go back to our style, and inside container, let's add border bottom width. We're gonna just put it at the bottom because it's only in the bottom. The border is only in the bottom. Okay, and border bottom color is this hex color. So now we've done with the border. We just need to add some padding to this border. So if we open our component, we're gonna see that how much is the padding. See the spaces between things. Just use the option if you are using Mac, and in Windows I think it's Alt. Try to press Alt, then see the spaces in Figma. Okay, so now we got here 15 pixels of space. So let's add some padding bottom, vertical scale of 50 to have space between this and the above section. Or we can make it padding vertical to have also space in the down and in the top, like that, because each section has also some padding to the top. So we made it padding vertical. Now we're done with this component, but we still need to add this icon here. And we're gonna add those icons using the props, the React props. Now it's time to add this text and add this container of our social section component. So it's just a view. If you press on it, it's just a view with border radius 14 and background color, this background color. So let's copy this background color and let's go to our contact us screen, and this is the social section. Let's add a view and give it style equals to styles dot social container, and let's go and add this style social container. The background color was this color that I have copied from Figma, and the border radius was 14. Remember? I remember. And we got here some padding. So padding top is 26 and padding horizontal is, here's 18 and here's 20. We're gonna select only one thing. Let's select, for example, 20. So padding horizontal, let's make it scale of 20, or let's make it 18 like this. I think 18 is better. And padding vertical, let's make it vertical scale of 26. Oops, 26 is very big. Let's try to decrease it. Let's try to make it 15 like this. I think 15 is better. Now let's add this text, social media platform. So let's copy it and let's add it here. So text, social media platform, and the style of this text is semi-bold 16 and the color is black. So let's add style equals to styles dot, let's name it social title. The name is up to you. And inside the social title, the font size is gonna be scale of 16 and font weight is semi-bold like this. Now let's give some space between our container and contact us. So it's about 22 pixels. So let's add margin top, vertical scale 22. We forgot to add this text, contact us text. So let's copy it and add a text above the social container. So here text is contact us, and let's give our text some styling. So let's style equals to styles dot, let's name it screen title. And we're gonna give it those styling. If you open Figma and see, you're gonna see that it's semi-bold and the font size is 30. So let's edit. So font size is scale of 30. And font weight is semi-bold. And let's add some margin top. We got here margin top 38. So margin top, vertical scale of 38. I think it's a very big space. Let's try to decrease it. Here in Figma is 38, but in mobile it's a lot bigger. So let's decrease it. Let's make it, for example, let's try 20. I think 20 is better. And finally, it got here some space. It's not at the line with this view. So let's give it some margin start. Let's make it 19. So let's add some margin start. Let's make it 19. Like this. Now we are done with this text, and this text, let's duplicate our social section. We got here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's make those 5. So let's duplicate this. First, let's format our code. So right click and press on format document. Then let's duplicate this code. So let's copy it and paste, 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 paste 5 times. Now we got here our component like the screen, but all of them are WhatsApp, 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 and there's no icons here. So in next lesson, we're gonna make our social section as reusable component so we can implement inside it different titles and different icons as well. Depend on the props. Now let me show you something. If you have a look here, we got here social section for WhatsApp, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok. And here also, by the way, this design is old. It became X. And if you see here also, we got here WhatsApp, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok. Different icons and different texts. What to do in this case? Should we create 5 components, one and call it WhatsApp section and another Twitter or X section, and the third is an Instagram section? Of course not. We're not gonna build 5 components. We're gonna just build one component and we're gonna make it reusable. We're gonna just pass something called props to this component to make it customizable. But what is this word props? This props is a shortcut for properties, and it's a way to pass data from component to another, from parent component to child component. You can think of props like function arguments. When you create a function and want to make it more reusable, you can just easily add to it some props. And we're gonna talk about props in details in section 5 when we build our bookstore app. In this video, props. And props is a basic React. So let me show you how to add props to our component. Here our contact us screen. Let's try to add title here, and the first title is gonna be WhatsApp, like this. And let's go to our social icon component, and instead of passing this static name, we're gonna just pass title. And add this title here in our component, and press save. Now look what's happened. We got here the word WhatsApp. Let's try to add another title for this. For example, X. And press save. Now look, we got here X. The third one, let's try to add title with, what was it? It's Instagram. So let's copy it and pass it here. So now I think you've learned a little bit about props and how props is working. And if you don't understand props yet, don't worry. We're gonna talk about it later inside a separate video, and also we're gonna use it more and more and more in this course. We're gonna build AI chat app, we're gonna build e-commerce app, we're gonna build bookstore app, and we're gonna use another code like native modules, and so we're gonna practice props a lot. So please just let us focus on UI and designing in this section. So now let's add the props. Number 3 is Snapchat. Let's add title here and make it Snapchat. And finally, let's add tech TikTok. Now we're done with the text. How about the icons? Let's go to our social section. We got here social circle. If we open this component, we're gonna find it. It's a very simple component. So let's try to just copy this view and try to render it directly. So let's comment this and let's add a view with the styles.circle. I'm just making this to avoid something called props drilling. So instead of passing props from our social circle to our social section, then passing another prop from social section to contact us screen, it's a very bad approach. So let's make it like this. It's just a view with a style.circle like this. And here we're gonna pass our props. So let's just add the icon prop here, and to use this icon, we're gonna pass it as prop. So let's add it here. And then we're gonna go to our contact us screen and add the icon property. The first icon was WhatsApp. Let's try to search for WhatsApp icon inside Expo vector icons. So inside our Google, let's just type Expo vector icons. And let's search for WhatsApp. We got here an icon of WhatsApp. We can import it from Font Awesome. So let's press here and let's copy this import and paste it at the top here as we've learned before. And copy also this render and pass it here inside this icon. So inside this icon, we're gonna just pass this import here. And now let's press save and try to see. But the color, we need to make it this color. In Figma, the color of it is this hex color. So let's copy it from Figma and let's just paste it here like this. Now the second icon is X. Here in Figma is Twitter, but Twitter is very old. Now it's called X. So we're gonna just search for X icon. So let's go to our Expo icon and search for X. We got here X icon here. Let's just copy it and paste the import here. Then copy the render and paste it here inside our icon. Let's just add icon property and paste it here like this. Now let's see. Let's make the color also as before, this hex color. I know this is not the icon of X website. I know this, but we're not wasting our time in searching about X icon. Those things must be ready in design, okay? Now, icon number 3 is Instagram. Let's search for it. Instagram. We got it here from anti-design, so let's copy it. Let's paste the import at the top, and let's just also add the icon property, and inside it, we're gonna add it here. And the color of it, of course, is gonna be like this color. The third is Snapchat. Let's search for Snapchat. Let's go and search in Figma to get the best one that match. I think this is match this icon. So let's just copy this from Font Awesome. Let's copy the import first and paste it here. And I think we got duplicated, so let's delete it. And let's just copy the render and go here and add it inside icon property and paste it here and also change the color. Now here's our Snapchat. Finally, our TikTok. So let's go and search for TikTok. Let's use it from Font Awesome 5. Let's copy the import. And also let's copy the render. And let's paste here in our icon property. And the color as well is gonna be this hex color. Now we are done with our social screen. I would like to mention two things. This icon is not as this icon. So you can copy this as SVG like this, right click and copy as SVG, and to convert it from SVG component to React Native component and use it as we've learned before here in this lesson. Remember when we created SVG here and here? You can also use it as SVG instead of Expo vector icons. And the other thing, you can use object destruction. For example, we got here 4 imports from Expo vector icons, we can make it like this. We can make it import from @expo vector icons and destruct what inside it. For example, font awesome and feather and anti-design and font awesome 5. We can make it like this and comment this or delete them and press save, and it will give you the exact result. We'll just destruct our object. Instead of importing each one separately, we import all of them in just one line of code. And finally, if you have a look at those colors, we got here duplicated code. This color and this color and this color and this color are duplicated, and this is a bad approach in coding. You have to follow a good design system, and we're gonna make this later in our project, AI chat app and smart e-commerce app. We're gonna create a folder for styles and put the colors inside it without duplicated colors, so don't worry about this. And finally, let's just add some TypeScript here. So let's add interface. Let's make it social section. Without this interface, everything is gonna work, but those warnings will continue to appear. So let's get rid of them. Let's just give them types. For example, the title is a string and the icon is React node. And let's just add this interface here. So the type of it is gonna be functional component, and add this interface inside it here. Now the warnings are gone. It's just TypeScript code. In previous lesson, we've done with this contact us screen. And in this lesson, we're gonna start creating our meditation screen. So let's go to our code. Let's go to our screens folder and create a new screen. Let's name it, for example, home screen or meditation screen. You can name it whatever you want. And inside this screen, we're gonna create a functional component, RNFES. And let's render this screen inside app.tsx. So let's go to our app.tsx and render this screen. Home screen. Now let's remove unused code. Let's remove this, and this, and this line, and this line, and also those lines, and this line. Just keep it like this. Now what we get inside our home screen? We got here text, and another text, and top tabs, and a list with 2 cards in each row. So let's start with creating this text, meditation text. So we're gonna go to our code and create our first text called meditation. And let's add some padding top. So style equals to styles dot, or let's make it inline styling. So we're gonna add padding top. How much? Let's make it 70. So here, padding top vertical scale of 70. Now let's see how it looks in iOS. I think it's very big. It's very big. Let's try to decrease it. Let's make it, for example, 50. I think this looks much better. And here how it looks in Android. Let's add styles for this text. First, let's add padding horizontal for all the content, because we got here padding horizontal 16 to our content. So here we're gonna add padding horizontal scale of 16 to have spaces in the left and in the right. And for this text, we're gonna give it this style. We're gonna make it semi-bold with font size 20, and the color of it is gonna be this color. So here, let's give this text style. Color is this hex color, and font size is gonna be scale of 20, and font weight is gonna be semi-bold, like this. Now here's our title. Let's create another text. Let's just format our code, and then let's add the other text. But first, let's add some margin bottom to our meditation text. So let's add margin bottom, vertical scale of 6. And then let's add this other text. It's just a dummy text. Let's add it, and it's gonna be font size 14, and this is the hex color of it. So here we're gonna add another text. Here's the hex color of it. So style, color is gonna be this hex color, font size, scale of what was 14. And it got some margin bottom 16 between it and this top tabs. So let's add margin bottom, vertical scale 16. Now we've built our two text. Next lesson we're gonna build this top tabs component. In this lesson we're gonna create this top tabs. If you have a look at this top tabs, you're gonna say this is easy to build. We're gonna just add a text and another text and a container and a second container for this tab. But no, this tab must be dynamic, not static. I mean, when I press here, this brown view must be here, and this text must be black and not bold. And also, we want to make our top tabs accept more than two. For example, what if you want to add a third tab or fourth tab? So in this lesson, we're gonna build this top tabs in a dynamic way, not static way. So we're gonna first just build the container of it. So let's go to our code and go to our folders. Inside components, let's create a new component called top tabs.tsx. And we're gonna create a functional component using the snippet rnfes. And we're gonna just render this top tabs to see what are we gonna do inside our code. First, let's start with a container. We got here a container with this background color and border radius 12. So we're gonna go here and add style equals to styles.container, and here container. The background color is gonna be this hex color, and the border radius is gonna be scale of 12, like this. Then we're gonna build this tab here, this second container of the tab, of active tab. So we're gonna just render it, but we want to render it in dynamic way. So let's first initialize our tabs array. So const tabs array equals to live and recorded, like this. And also let's define some colors. For example, the active color and inactive color. So if you see here, the active color is this color. So let's copy it and initialize it here. So const active bg. This is a shortcut for active background. Okay. And also let's copy the color of active text. It's white. FFF, it's white. So we're gonna also const active text equals to white. Active. And inactive text is gonna be this color. So we got here active background, active text, inactive text. And we got no inactive background because the inactive background is the color the same as the container of the view. Okay. Now let's try to render those two tabs. So we're gonna use map method of JavaScript. Map method is JavaScript method, allow us to map our array. So we're gonna just tabs array dot map, and we're gonna pass tab name, and we're gonna just map it and return it in touchable opacity. Why touchable opacity? Because those are buttons. When you press here, this tab must be active. Okay. And we're gonna give this touchable opacity. This is style. So style equals to styles dot tab button. And let's define this tab button style. So here down at the down here, the top button is gonna be we're not gonna add the background color. We're gonna just add the border and the height and the width. So the border is 8 and the height is 32. And we're not gonna pass a width because we want to make it to fill all the width. Okay, so now we're gonna go back and make it the height is vertical scale 32. And we're gonna make flex of 1 because we want to make it flexible. So if we got 2 tabs, each tab will take the half. If we got 3 tabs, each tab will get the third. Okay, so we're gonna give each tab flex of 1. And border radius, we've said it's 8. And finally, let's justify content and align items to be in the center because we want to make the text inside the tab in the center, vertically and horizontally. Now let's press save and see. We didn't get anything yet. Did we render it? Yes, we rendered it because we didn't return anything inside this touchable opacity. So it's time to return our text. And we're gonna pass inside this text the tab name. This tab name refers to each element inside our array. So it will refer to live and recorded. Now let's format our code and press save. Now let's give our container height and width. So here in our container, let's just go back here. We got here the height is 40 and the width is the all screen width. So the height as vertical scale 48 and the width is 100% or no need to add it. But we need to add flexDirection is row to make it in the row values like this. And let's center the item. So align items, center, to center our 2 tabs like this. And finally, let's add some padding. So if you notice here, we got here padding of 4. So we're gonna just add padding. Padding is a scale of 4, like this. Now we got here 2 tabs and it's time to style our tab button. So we're gonna add a useState hook. We are using useState hook to update the state inside our React component. So we want to make a useState hook with the state value of a string. When it's live, this tab is gonna be active, and when it's recorded, this tab is gonna be active. So we're gonna use useState hook. So const active tab and set active tab equals to useState, and the active tab we're gonna start with the live one. Now let's add some styling to our tab button. So we're gonna make it array of styles and we're gonna add this style here. If active tab equals tab name, we're gonna add this style. Background color is gonna be active BG, like this. So here we can see when our active tab equals to our tab name, we're gonna add this style here, this brown background. And the active tab now is live, and active tab is equal tab name is equal the live. So the live now is active and has the brown background. If we make this live recorded like this, the recorded one is gonna be the selected one with the brown background. Now let's style also the text. And for the text, we're gonna add those 2 styles. We're gonna add style equals to if active tab equals tab name. We're gonna add styles dot active text. Else we're gonna add styles dot inactive text, and we're gonna initialize those down here. Active text and inactive text. This here, inactive text. For the active text, the color is white and the font size is 14 and it's semi-bold. So color is white, font size is gonna be scale of 14, and font weight it's gonna be semi-bold. Here's for active text. And for inactive text, it's gonna be font size 14, and this is the color. So inactive text font size is gonna be scale of 14, and the color, we forgot that we initialize those colors at the top here, active text and inactive text. So here the color is gonna be inactive text, and here instead of this white we're gonna just add the active text. It's still the white, but we just store it in a constant like this. Now our last step to do is when I press here, I want to change the state. If you have a look at this useState hook, this is the hook to update the state. When it's recorded, the recorded is selected. When I make it live, the live is selected. If I put anything else, no one is selected. So how to set this recorded or live in the code, not manually when I type this. No, I want the user interact with this button. When he press here, the recorded become active. How to do this? That's pretty simple. We're gonna just, in this touchable opacity, we're gonna just make onPress handler. So we're gonna add onPress, and what are we gonna do? We're gonna just set active state, set this active tab here to the tab name. As simple as this. Now see, look, when you press here, you get this as an active, and when you press here, you get this as an active. And also you can add 3 or 4 tabs. For example, let's add a new tab, for example, videos. Look, it's become with 3 tabs. You can make it 4. Look, we got here 4 tabs. But let's just return it to make it 2 tabs. And let's press on the live, because the one was selected was the 4th tab, okay, in the state here. Let's just format our code, format document, and let's just refactor this part here. This is a duplicated code, and duplicated code is not a good practice. So let's just copy this condition here and make it here. For example, let's, instead of typing it like this, we're gonna just create a constant. Let's name it is active, and we're gonna store inside it this part here. Active tab equals to tab name. So let's replace this with this constant and replace this also with this constant and format our document again. Now we got here our 2 tabs. If you are worried with this useState hook, don't worry, we're gonna use it more and more and a lot in this course. So don't worry about this useState hook. It's basic React, but don't worry, we're gonna use it a lot in this course and you're gonna master it by the end of the course. In previous lesson, we've created our top tabs component, and in this lesson, we're gonna build this meditation card component. So inside our code, let's just go to folders, and inside components folder, let's create a new file. Let's name it meditation card.tsx, and let's create a functional component using RNFES. I think we've typed meditation wrong. Let's just fix it, and let's fix it here as well, in the name of component. Now, what we got here? We got here image background with a layer of it with a little bit dark color, and this live page, and title and icon with text here also. So we got 2 text, icon and a text here, and view, and image background and dark overlay. First, let's start with rendering this image. So let's get any image from the internet for just testing. So here in internet, you can get any image that you want. It's just for testing. So let me select this image here. Let's select this image. So let's open it in a new tab and get the URL of it. Okay. Now let's go back to our code and render. Instead of this view, we're gonna render image background, and the source of this image is gonna be source. We're gonna just put it statically right now. URI, the link that I have copied. Okay, now let's render this card. So inside home screen, let's just render it statically right now, a single card, and let's continue styling. So this image has some styling. So we're gonna add style equals to styles dot card, or let's make it image container, and let's add the styles for this image container down here. If you go back to Figma, now let's get the style of this card. We got here the height is 161 and the width 166. So the height as vertical scale 161 and the width as scale of 166. Now our image appears here. We got here border radius for this image 12. So let's add border radius, scale of 12. And we're gonna make the overflow hidden. So anything outside of this image is gonna be hidden. Now we are done with image container. Let's now add some styling for the image itself. So we're gonna add this property image style, and this is gonna be styles dot image. So we're gonna define it here. Image, the width is gonna be 100%. The height is gonna be 100% as well. The resize mode, I'm gonna make it cover to cover all the space. And let's make the opacity 0.7, like this. Now I think we're done with the image, but we still need to add some overlay. And this overlay is very important, and I'm gonna show you why. Let's try to add this text. So inside our image background, we're gonna add a view. And inside this view, we're gonna add this text with meditations. And we want to make this text at the down here. So we're gonna add some styling to this view. We're gonna make it styles dot card content. And we're gonna initialize this styles down here. So card content, we're gonna make the position absolute. The left is gonna be, we're gonna make it 0 and then add padding. So we can add here padding of 10, or let's make it, the bottom is 10 and the left, let's make it 10 as well. So left as scale of 10 and bottom scale of 10 as well. And for this text, we're gonna add this style. So style equals to styles dot title. And we're gonna initialize it down here. The color is white, so color as white, FFF. You can get it from Figma here if you just double click on it. The color is white and the size is 12 and it's semi-bold. So font size as 12 and font weight is semi-bold. Now look, because the color became white, it doesn't appear. So now let's add a dark overlay to our image here. So we're gonna just add a view. After this image background, we're gonna just add a view with self-closing tag because we're not gonna add anything inside it. And we're gonna make style equals to styles dot overlay. So we're gonna put a dark overlay to this image. And inside this overlay, let's just fix the spelling error. Overlay. First thing, we're gonna just spread this StyleSheet dot absolute fill object. StyleSheet dot absolute fill object. What is this absolute fill object? It's predefined style in React Native that looks like the position is absolute and left and right and top and bottom, all of them are zeros. It's to make the component fill its parent absolutely, meaning it will stretch to all 4 edges, top, bottom, right and left. Okay, to cover all the component. Then we're gonna just add a background color. So background color, we're gonna make it RGBA 0, 0, because we want to add opacity 0, then 0.15 for the opacity. Now look, we've got here an overlay to the image, but we want to make it a little bit darker. Let's try to make it 40. Now our text seems to be appeared. Let's try to make it 60. I think let's make it 45. I think 45 is better, is a good one. Okay, let's continue add our another text, but first let's format our code. So format document to make our code looks better. Then let's add this another text here. But before we add this text, we need to add this icon also. So let's right click on this icon and press on copy as SVG and go to our website, SVG viewer, and open it and paste the code here. Then go to React Native, then copy the SVG icon here. Copy it and go to our icons and let's export this icon here and let's just rename it. Let's make it video icon. We've learned this before. SVG props, and let's remove this line of code. Now our video icon. So let's inside this view, let's add another view, and inside it we're gonna put our video icon. We got here an error. Identifier view has already declared. Let's try to make not duplicated imports because it makes an error. We got another error. Try to register two views with the same name. Let's try to reload our app. Now our icon appeared. We got here a warning. Each child in the list has a unique key. I know what's the issue of it. Remember our top tabs component. Let's go for it and add our touchable opacity a key. So key equals to, let's make it tab name like this. Now we fixed our issue. Now let's go back to our meditation card, and with this video we're gonna add this text with this title. So now let's add another text and let's make it with row direction. So inside this view we're gonna add style equals to flexDirection. We're gonna make it row like this, and also we're gonna center them vertically. So align items, center. Now for this text, just add this style, styles dot date text, and inside our date text we're gonna add the style for it. The date text is 12 and the color is white. So font size is a scale of 12 and color is white. And we just need to add some margin start here. So margin start, let's make it scale of, let's see how much, 7. So now we're done with the title and the date. We still have this page here. So let's implement it. So let's go up here and let's, after this overlay, let's add a view with this style equals to styles dot live page, and we're gonna add the styles for live page. The live page has height of 22 and width of 39 and border radius 90, and the hex color of background. So let's go and initialize this style. So background color, this hex color, and the height vertical scale 22, and the width is a scale 39, and border radius is a scale of 90. Now let's save and see, and we want to make it at the top here. So it's position absolute, and it's the right of 10 and top of 7. So we're gonna make position absolute, top as vertical scale of 7, and right, what was it? 10, right? Scale of 10. Now let's see. Now look, it's in the good place. Now let's just add inside it the text, and inside this text we're gonna just type live like this. And the style for this text, the color is white, the font size is 11, and the font weight is semi-bold. So let's give it some style here. So style equals to styles.live text, And at down here, we're gonna initialize it. Font size as scale of 11. Font weight as semi-bold. Color is white. Now let's see. Looks good, but we just need to center it. So we're gonna go to live page container and add justify content, center, and align items, center as well, like this. Now we're done with our component. We just still need to replace this text with props and also the image. In previous lesson, we've created our card component. Now it's time to render our cards in a list like this with 2 columns. So we got here a list, a data list. How to render them? I'm gonna tell you, but first, let me just download the data and import it to our app. So in resources, you're gonna find a data file called data.tsx. Just download it and drag and drop it inside our code editor. So here, inside our VS Code, let's just go to our folders. Inside src, let's create a new folder and name it data. And inside it, we're gonna just drag and drop our data file here. So let's drag and drop it here. It's called dummy data. And if you have a look at this data, you're gonna notice that it's just an array. And inside in this array, multiple objects. Each object has ID, image, because we want to render different images here for each card, and title and date. Those are the data lists that we're gonna render inside our app. But how to render those data inside our app in a scrollable way? We've learned it before in the UI and design section that we can use ScrollView to scroll inside our app. But is there in React Native a better component than ScrollView for rendering a large amount of data? Of course there it is. There is a component called FlatList, and this FlatList is a built-in component used for efficiently rendering large lists of scrollable data, and it's a better performing alternative to using ScrollView when you have many items, because FlatList only renders the items that are currently visible on the screen. Okay, so rendering the data in FlatList, a large data, is better than ScrollView. So in this lesson, we're gonna create our FlatList and render this data, this dummy data, inside our home screen. To use FlatList, first you need to import it from React Native. So here, FlatList, and we're gonna use it down here. Our FlatList take 3 main properties, and those properties are the data, and for this property, we're gonna pass our dummy data. This data here, we're gonna import it. If you have a look at the top, we've imported from data folder. And there is the first property, and it's very important because this property contains the data that we want to render. The second property is key extractor. And this key extractor is a function that identifies each item in a unique way. And we do this to get each item a unique ID. Okay? And for this key extractor, we're gonna just give item. It's just a JavaScript function, and we'll return item.id. And the third property is render item. What is this render item? This render item prop is the prop that's responsible for the component that we're gonna render. And inside our Figma design, we're gonna render the product card, this card here, meditation card. So we're gonna pass inside our render item this meditation card. So we're gonna use this render item property, and it's a function that returns the component to render for each item. Okay, so we're gonna just destruct our item and return here our meditation card like this. Let's cut it and paste it like this, and let's press save and see what we got inside our emulator. Now if you have a look at our simulator, you're gonna notice here that we got our flat list with 6 items. Those are the data because those are 6 items, and they appear here in our meditation card component. But our component needs some fixes. If you have a look at Figma, you're gonna notice that we got 2 columns, not 1 column. And also we want to hide this ugly sidebar here. Look, this indicator here. To hide this indicator, we got a prop in FlatList called show vertical scroll indicator. We're gonna set it to false. Like this. Now it disappeared. And to make it 2 columns, we're gonna just use this property, number columns. We're gonna just make it 2. We got here an error because you just need to reload your app, because if you read here, changing num column on the fly is not supported. So please just reload your app. So in terminal, just press R to reload our app again. Now it worked perfectly. We got here 2 columns. Now if you have a look at Figma design, you're gonna notice that we got here padding bottom here. You're gonna notice that we got here margin bottom here of 16 pixels. So let's add this margin. How to add this? First, let's just make our code editor like this to see what's happening in our simulator, and put the simulator like this. Okay. Now we got a third property called column wrapper style. And this is property as lets to apply styles to the row container that wrap multiple items on each row. Okay. So let's give it this style. Margin bottom is gonna be vertical scale of 16 to get this space here at the bottom. And also let's make justify content space between to try to make a space between them, between each row. Now, if you have a look at the design, you're gonna notice that there is no vertical space between this card and the other. If you have a look at Figma, look, we got here a vertical space of 12 pixels, and this space is not applied here. And also this card here is cut off. How to fix this problem? This problem because we put our height width for our meditation card. So if you go to our meditation card, you're gonna see this image background has a style. Inside image container, we got here a width of 166. Because of this, this part is cut off and there's no spaces. Let's try to decrease it. So let's to make it 150. Now it looks better. You can make it 100. Oops, no, not 100. Let's try to make it 155. It looks good, but we want to make it responsive. So we can create something here. We can create, first we can import our dimensions, and we can get our phone width using the dimension. So we can get const phone width equals to dimensions dot get window dot width. Then we can create another variable and name it card width. And this card width is gonna be the phone width minus, let's say we need to add some margin here. Let's make it, for example, 16. So minus 16. And we're gonna multiply it in 3. Why we multiply it in 3? Because we got here 3 edges, the left, the right, and the inside. And after this, we're gonna just divide it by 2. Because we have here only 2 cards. So we're gonna divide it by 2. So now here's our card width. Let's go down here and put it here instead of this 155. Now it looks better, isn't it? You can also decrease or increase this value to increase or decrease this space between them. For example, we can make it 20. Oops, let's make it, let's increase it a little bit. Let's make it 14. I think 14 is good. Or let's return it 16. Why 16? To make the space here equals to space here equals to space here. Because we put early the padding horizontal here and here is 16. Let me recap it. Yes, it's 16. So we just specify this number as 16 to get the spaces are equals. Now let's compare our design to our Figma design. So let's go back to Figma. I think the design is in Figma is a little bit square, not like this. So let's decrease the height of it. So let's go to meditation card and let's try to make this height. Let's make it, for example, 140. I think this looks better. Now we are approximately done, but we still have one thing. We didn't render our data yet. So if you go to our dummy data here, we got here different images. We didn't render those different images yet. So next lesson, we're gonna add some props to our meditation card here. We're gonna replace those static values with dynamic props to make our component reusable and to render this data from data file. In previous lesson, we've learned how to use FlatList with 2 columns. But if you have a look at our component, it's not reusable. We need to add some props to it to make our component reusable. So if you have a look at Figma here, we got here multiple images, but in our component, we get only one image. So how to make our component reusable? We're gonna use the props. We've used it before and we're gonna recap it. So we're gonna just add some property for image, title, and date. So here, image, title, date. And instead of each static value, we're gonna pass our props. So instead of this URL, we're gonna just pass our image. Like this. Let's please rename it and make it image URL. Choosing good names is not an optional, it's required. And you have to replace your names with good names when you have the chance, okay? So we're gonna make our first prop image URL. Then we're gonna go to our home screen, and inside our render item, if you have a look here, we need to pass this prop image URL. And for this image URL, we're gonna just pass item.what.image. If you have a look at our dummy data, we got here image property. Here and here and here. Each object has an image property. So this item refers to each item in our data object. So if you just press save, you're gonna notice that our new image has been appeared here in our app. Why the last image is not exist? I think we got something wrong with our last image. So let's, for example, try to check this URL. I think this URL is not working. Let's try to open it. As I predicted, it got 404. So let's replace this image URL. Let's pick this one from object 4 and let's replace it with it. Now, great, our image appear here. So now that was for the image. What about the title and the date? We're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna go to our meditation card and replace this title with this meditation here. And also this date, we're gonna replace it with this static date here. Like this. Now we just need to go back to our home screen and pass those three props. The first is title, and it's gonna be equals to item.title. And the date is gonna be equals to item.date. And press save. Now we get here the data from our data file here. So if you change anything here, for example, let's make this AAAA. Look, we got here AAA. If you change the date and make it 6th of February and 10 p.m. You're gonna see also here 6th of February, 10 p.m. So any change of the data here, we're gonna be added to this data here. And also you can add any items. For example, we got here item with ID 6. Let's just duplicate it like this and give it ID of 7. And let's press save. Now it appears at the down here. But we got here an issue. Look, we need to add some space at the down here. How to add this space? Let's go to our home screen. Let's first format our code, just format document, and use this beautiful property, content container style. This property is the property to style the container of our flat list. So we're gonna just add padding bottom. Let's make it vertical scale. Let's make it 100. Now let's try to scroll down. Look, we got here space. Let's try to make it 150. Look, we got here more space. And also let's just add some padding top here. So padding top. Let's see what's the space in Figma. So we got here in Figma a space of 24. So let's just add 24. So now padding top vertical scale of 24. Now we got here vertical space and bottom space. We got only one last thing here. In our meditation card, we just need to add some TypeScript. So let's create our interface. Let's name it meditation card props. And we're gonna pass our three props. And three of them are strings. So this image URL is a string. And this title is a string as well. And this date is a string as well. String like this. And let's just format our code like this and give this interface prop to our meditation card component. So the type of this meditation card is a functional component that has those three props. In this lesson, we're gonna start creating our payment screen. So first, let's create this header component. This header is just this circle and this text. And if you remember, we got here this arrow. We've built it here, remember, inside our contact us screen. So we've created this component before. We're gonna just import it and add this text to it. So let's go here and inside src, inside screens, let's create a new file and name it payment screen.tsx. And we're gonna create a functional component. Then let's go and render it. So in app.tsx, we're gonna just render payment screen like this. Now let's remove this and get our simulator. Now let's start building our screen. The first component was the header. So we're gonna just add a view here with a style equals to flexDirection is gonna be row. And inside it, we're gonna just add the main back. Remember it? What was the name of component? It's called back button. Back button. We've duplicated this view import. What's wrong with my code? Let's try to reload it. I think it just needed to reload. And with the back button, we're gonna just add a text. And inside this text, we're gonna just add this payment. And this text, the font size of it is 17, and this is the color of it. So inside this text, we're gonna add this style. Font size is a scale of 17, and the color is this hex color. And the name of it is payment. So we're gonna just pass this payment. Let's format our code and see. We just need to add some space here at the top. So let's just, in this container, let's just add style equals to, we're gonna add the flex of 1, and padding top, we're gonna just make it, for example, vertical scale of, let's make it 40, or let's get it from Figma. So if we just open Figma, it's 57. Let's make it 50. Like this. And we just need to add some space between the payment text and the back icon, 18 pixels. So for this text, we're gonna just add margin start, scale of 18. And for this container view, we're gonna just add align items to center, because we want to center the text with the back button. So let's just center it like this. And let's remove this first text. In this screen, we got here padding horizontal. But here we don't have this padding, so we're gonna implement the padding to this and also to the rest of the component. So how much is the padding? The padding is 24. So let's add in the container here, padding horizontal, scale of 24. Like this. I think the pixels in Figma is much bigger than mobile, because sometimes Figma pixels are not like the mobile pixels. So let's try to decrease those numbers. For example, this 18, let's make it, for example, 20. And this 24, let's make it 20, or let's even make it 16. Let's try 16. I think 16 is better. Okay. Now let's just add some margin bottom of 37. So margin bottom to this container here. Margin bottom is vertical scale 37. Now we are done with the header. Next lesson, we're gonna create this payment method card. In this lesson, we're gonna create this component, pay method card. So inside our code, let's close this. And inside our components, let's create a new component and name it pay method card.tsx. And we're gonna create a functional component. Now let's go and render it here inside payment screen for just testing. So here, let's just import it. Let's just render it, and don't forget to import it. Now let's go and build it. We got here a view as a container. Then we got another view as a container for the icon and text here. First, let's get this icon. So let's right click on it and press copy as SVG. And then let's go to our SVG viewer. So in Google, just type SVG viewer and open this website and paste the code. We've copied it as SVG. We're gonna just paste it here. Then we're gonna press on React Native and we're gonna just copy this component. We're gonna just copy this icon and go to our icons file inside our assets. And we're gonna just paste it and we're gonna name it. What's the name of it? Cache icon. And we're gonna just export it and add TypeScript for it, SVG props, and remove this line. Now let's go and try to use this icon here. So let's add it here, cache icon. Now it appears pretty well. Now let's add a view. This view has a height 72 and width 85. And the border radius is 9.62. We're gonna make it 10, okay? And here's the background color of it. So we're gonna just add a view as a wrapper for our icon. And we're gonna give it style equals to styles.card. Let's make it card. And we're gonna initialize it here, card. The background color is the color that we've copied from Figma. The border radius as, let's make it scale of 10. Width as we've mentioned here, 85. So scale of 85. And height is gonna be equal vertical scale 72. Let's see. Now we got it here, but we just need to center the icon. So let's add justify content, center, and align items, center as well, like this, to center the icon. Now we got here the text. Beside it, it's called cache. The color of it is this color, and the font size is 14. So we're gonna just add a style for this text. We're gonna just name it to make it cache, and we're gonna add a style for it equals to styles.label. And inside this label, we're gonna make the font size scale of 14. And the color is gonna be this hex color. And also we need to make it in the center and has some space at the top. So we got here 4 pixels of margin top and it's in the center. So align or text align, let's make it in the center. Let's make it in the center, but it became in the center because the container contained all this space. We're gonna fix it later. And margin top is vertical scale of 4. Now we're gonna fix it. If you have a look at this view, if we get it style and background color, for example, red, look, it got all the width of the screen. So to fix this issue, you can get this container the width of this card. So let's copy this width here and let's just add it here. Width like this card, like this. And now let's delete this red and let's see what to do next. Now if you have a look, we got here 2 types of payment card method. We got not selected one and the selected one. Will we create 2 components? Of course not. It will be only 1 component. But we're gonna just add styles when it's selected. We're gonna add this icon here with this circle and this border when it's selected. And when it's not, we're gonna make it like this. So in next lesson, we're gonna add the styling for the selected payment method. In this lesson, we're gonna add the selected prop to our payment method card. Look here, we got here, this component is a payment method, but when you click it, it should be like this, with this selected one. We will not gonna build 2 components, we're gonna just build only 1 component and add props to it in the styling to appear in different ways. Okay, so first, what we got here, the difference between this and this is the background color here is white and this border and this icon here with its container. So we're gonna do those 3 changes. But first, let's add a prop. And this prop called is selected. So let's add a prop here. Name it is selected. And we're gonna make the default value of it is false. Okay? And we're gonna go to our payment screen and duplicate this payment card payment method card and add it is selected to be true to allow us to see the changes between them. Okay, now first we need to make the background color when it's selected to be white. So we're gonna go here and make this styles.card. We're gonna make it array of styles. So we're gonna just make it array like this and add when it is selected prop, we're gonna add this style. Styles dot selected card style like this. Let's make our code editor a little bit bigger. Okay, so we're gonna just define it here and we're gonna add those styles to it. We're gonna make the background color is white. So when it's selected, the background color is gonna be white. And also we just need to add this border width and the border color. The border width is 2 and this is the border color. So border width is scale of 2 and border color is this hex color. Now let's see. Now we're done with our border. We still need this icon, this true icon with this container of it. So what we got here? We got here a circle with border width of 2 and the border is white. And the background color of it is this color, the orange one with this hex. So we're gonna just add this circle here. So we're gonna add here up this view. We're gonna just add, if it's selected, we're gonna render a view. And we're gonna give this view this style. Style equals to styles dot check mark container. And this check mark container have those styles. The height and width is 24 because it's a circle. So the border radius, we're gonna make it 12. So height, scale of 24, width is also scale 24, border radius is a scale of 12, border width is a scale of 2, border color is the white color. And we want to make our circle at the top here. It didn't appear yet because we didn't give it a background yet. So the background color of it is this color. So background color is this color. Now it appears, but look, we should to make the position of it is absolute and put it right here. Okay, to do this, we're gonna just add position is absolute. Why it disappear? Because this view is overridden. So we're gonna give it z index of 1 to make it appear like this. Then we're gonna make the top of it, we're gonna make it scale of -10 to be up. Let me just make this a little bit bigger. See here, we want to make it above this line as you see here. So we're gonna make it -10 to be the top of the border. And also right is gonna be scale of -10 as well to put it like this. Let's try to decrease this 10. Let's try to make it 8. I think it's better. Finally, let's just add the check mark inside it. And to make this a check mark in the center, we need to justify content and align items elements in the center. So finally, we're gonna just add justify content, center, align items, center as well. So now let's finally put inside this view. Here is the view of our, let's format our code. We're gonna put it inside this view. So inside this view, we're gonna just add the check mark. So let's search in Expo. So easily here in Google, just type Expo vector icons. And let's search for check. We got here a got a check from int.bio. Let's choose it. Let's first import it. Copy this line to import it. At the top here. And here is the render of it. So let's just copy it and paste it here to render it. Now we just need to make the color of it is white because the color here is white. So white. And the size must be less than this. The size here is the width is 9 and the height is 6. So let's make the size. Let's give it, for example, let's try to make it 10 and see. Let's try to make it bigger, 12. like this. I think it looks better. Now when component is selected, it will look like this. And when it's not selected, it will look like this. And we initialize is selected to be false, because if you didn't pass this prop is selected to be true. If we just delete it, it's gonna be like this. But if you just make it selected, it will be like this. Now our last thing we need to do is to pass the title and icon as props. So this title and this icon also, because if you see here, we got here different icons: Visa, Cash, MasterCard, and also different titles: Cash, Visa, MasterCard. So we're gonna replace this static values with dynamic values. So this Cash, we're gonna make it title and pass it as a prop also. Here, title. And this Cash icon here, we're gonna just delete it and pass icon like this. And put it here also in props. Now if we press save, the icon and title will be gone because we didn't pass them here yet. But if you pass it here, for example, title Cash, it will be appear. Now everything worked pretty good, but we just need to add some TypeScript for our component. So let's create our interface, hey method card, and we're gonna make is selected. The type of it is Boolean, and it's not required, it's optional. And the title is a string, and the icon is what? The type of it is React Node, and you can import it from React. And finally, let's just add this interface here. Let's name it Pay Method Card Props. And make our component is a functional component of this type. Now let's press save. Now it looks as before. We just added some TypeScript to our code. In this session, we're gonna create our payment list component. If you have a look here, you're gonna notice that this is a scrollable view. If you notice this PayPal, this must be a PayPal. So it's a scrollable view. So we want to make our data in a scrollable way, those payment methods data. And to do this, you can use a ScrollView or FlatList, as we've made it before. But first, we need to extract those icons. I previously exported this icon and name it Cash icon, but we still need to export this icon and this also PayPal icon. As you've learned before, you're gonna just copy as SVG and go to our SVG viewer website and convert it to SVG. Or you can also copy it and go to ChatGPT and ask him to make it a React Native component for you. I mean convert SVG to React Native. You can also export it as PNG, but I've told you before, SVG is better than PNG. Okay, so now I just exported this icon and I'm done with them. Here's the Cash icon, and here's the Visa icon, and here's MasterCard icon and PayPal icon. So what I'm gonna do is going to our components and create a new component called paymentlist.tsx. And I'm gonna create a functional component, RNFES, and go and render it in payment screen. So instead of those two components, I'm gonna just render the payment list here. Then I'm gonna create our list of data. We got here 4 payment methods. So I'm gonna create an array and put them inside it. So here I'm gonna create an array. Let's name it payment methods. And each item is gonna be an object, has a label and icon. The first icon is gonna be Cash icon. Let's duplicate this 4 times. The second label is gonna be Visa. Third label is gonna be MasterCard. Fourth label is gonna be PayPal. And this icon is gonna be Visa icon and MasterCard icon and PayPal icon. As simple as this. Then we're gonna put inside this view, we're gonna just add a flat list. And this flat list, don't forget to import it from React, got 3 important properties. As we've mentioned before, the data is gonna be our payment methods data. The KX structure It's a unique key for each item. We're gonna make item.label. This label here. But you have to make sure that this label is gonna be unique. So duplicated labels will affect a performance issue. Okay? Third, render item. In this render item, we're gonna destruct the item and we're gonna add our component. Payment method. What was the component name? I forgot it. Hey, method card. So hey, method card. Oops, we forgot to add the first tag like this. Now we got here our flat list. Let's just give the props for it. The first property is label. And this label is gonna be item.label. What's the difference here? Label, the prop must be the same as here. Here's the prop is title, not label. So this must be title, not like this, to make the title appear. Second prop is icon, and this icon is gonna be item, and this icon is gonna be item.icon, like this. Now we got here our flat list, but it's in a vertical way, not horizontal way. So we're gonna add this prop to our flat list. We're gonna just make it horizontal. To make it horizontal like this, let's format our code, right click, format document. And also we wanted to hide this horizontal indicator. So we're gonna use this prop, show horizontal scroll indicator. We're gonna set it to false, like this. Now it's gone. And finally, we just need to add some spaces between item to other. So we're gonna just add container style, and we're gonna just add gap to make it scale of 16, like this, to have space between the items. Now it looks like we've done with it, but if you have a look here, we got here a space here and space here, and we want to remove them. So let's go to our payment screen. Let's put this padding horizontal here in this view, like this, not in flat list. And for the flat list, we're gonna just add it in the content container style. So here in the content container style, we're gonna just add padding horizontal, scale of 24, like this. But I think it's not 24, it was 16, right? So let's make it 16. Now it looks better. The final thing that we want to do is adding the selected prop. When you press here, look, nothing happens. I want when we press on any item, it got selected. How to do this? To do this, we're gonna use our useState hook. So here, let's create a useState hook. So const selected method and set selected method equals to useState with empty string. Okay? And we're gonna add inside this pay method card, we're gonna just add this property, the on press property. But to add it, we just need to go to our component and add it here. So we're gonna go to our pay method card and add a third prop. Let's name it on press. And let's change this view to make it touchable opacity. And at the down here also touchable opacity. And the on press prop is gonna be equals to on press prop that we're gonna pass in the component. So let's use it here on press. When we press on any item, we're gonna just set selected method to be this item, or let's set it to be item.label, like this. And finally, we're gonna add another prop, the isSelected prop, and this prop is gonna be selected method equals item.label, like this. Now when you press here, look, the item is selected. Oops, if you see here, we got here a cutoff. So let's just add some padding top to remove this cutoff. So here in the content container style, let's just add padding top. Let's try to make it vertical scale of the space was 10. Let's try to make it 15, like this. Now the cutoff is disappeared. If you don't understand this, what I've write here, it's pretty simple. We'll just add the selected method here and initialize it with empty string. If you just reload, nothing is selected because we initialize it as empty string. If we just make it Visa, look what's gonna happen. Visa is selected. If you just make it PayPal, PayPal is selected. So how this is work? This selected method has a value, and this value is a string. It can be cash, it can be MasterCard or anything. And when this selected value equals to item.label, this item.label refers to this label. For example, if selected method equal to PayPal, then this fourth item is going to be selected. And if this selected method is equal to Visa, like this, then it will see this condition. Selected method is equal to item.label. So it's gonna search in those labels, cash, Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal, and it's gonna see Visa here. So this is gonna be selected. So it's pretty simple. Let's just finally format our code and add TypeScript for this onPress handler. So we're gonna go to our pay method card and add this onPress, and we're gonna make it optional, and it's gonna be just a function that return void. It's just a TypeScript code. Now, the hard things in this screen is done, and the rest is simple. In this lesson, we're gonna create this box. So let's go to our code and add a new component, and let's name it bank card box.tsx. And let's create RNFES functional component, and let's just go and render it inside our payment screen. So here, let's just render it here. Bank card box. Now let's go and style it. We're gonna add a view with this background color with border radius 10. The width of it is gonna be 100% and the height is gonna be 257. So let's go to our code and give this style equals to styles.container. The background color is this color. The height is vertical scale 257 and border radius is scale of 10. We want to add some padding horizontal to it, so let's go to our payment screen and wrap it inside a view. So let's add a view and give this view just padding horizontal, scale of 16, like this. Let's give this a space 25 pixels. So margin top, vertical scale 25, like this. Now what we got here? We got here an icon, a title, and subtitle. So let's first extract this icon. So right click on it and just copy as SVG and go to our SVG viewer. You can also, by the way, ask ChatGPT to do it for you. ChatGPT can make it. And press on React Native and copy this part here and go to our icons and let's just export it. So export. Don't forget, you just need to add some imports here. You just need to import the G and the rect and G and mask. You need to import them. You can import them from React Native SVG. So here, let's go to our React Native SVG and import mask and G and what else? And rect. Like this. And let's just add TypeScript definition and remove this line. It will work without adding TypeScript or even removing this line. It will also work. And finally, let's just rename this icon. Let's make it bank card icon. And let's go and put it inside our box. So here, bank card icon. Now we've added it here. We just need to center all things in the middle. So justify content center, align items center as well. To center all the things. I think our view is very much bigger. Let's try to decrease it. The pixels in Figma are not matching the pixels in our simulator. So it's normal to decrease it. Or I have another way. Let's just remove the height like this and use padding. For example, you get here padding top 35 and padding bottom, let's make it 35 as well. So let's add padding vertical scale of 35. Like this. Now let's change the title. The title was no MasterCard added. It's bold and 16. So the title is no MasterCard added. And this is the color of it. So let's give it style. Let's put it inline style. So color is gonna be this hex color. Font size is gonna be scale of 16. And font weight is bold. Like this. Let's just give it some margin top. So margin top is 17. And let's add the other text. The other text, you can add a MasterCard and save it for later. So let's create another text. So text. The font size is 15 and this is the color of it. So style equals to color. This hex color. Font size is 15. And let's just add some padding top here of 6. So margin top vertical scale of 6. Let's just add some padding horizontal also. So inside our container, let's just add padding horizontal. Let's make it scale of 30. And let's make this text in the center. So let's add text align center. As simple as that. Now we are done with our bank card box. What we still got here, we still got this button and this text and this button as well. In this session, we're gonna create this add new button. So here inside our this code, we're gonna create a new component and name it add button.tsx and create a functional component rnfes. And let's go and render it here inside payment screen. So let's just render it here. We got here error, my auto import sometimes through errors. Now let's just, after removing the duplicated import, let's just format our document. Now let's press save. Now let's go and implement our pattern. So here, what we got here? We got here a container with border width of 2 and border radius 10. Just double click on it to get the border radius. So the border radius is 10 and the border width is 2. And here's the color of border width and the background color is white. So let's go and implement it. So here, let's give it style. We're gonna use inline style. Okay, so the border color is this hex color. Border width as scale of 2. Background color is white. Border radius is a scale of 10. And let's see the padding. We got here padding top and down 23 and 22. Let's make it 22. So here padding vertical scale of 22 and justify content center and align items center as well. And the text here called add new. So here, let's just add new. I think 22 is a much bigger. Let's make it 15. I think this is better. The color of add new is this color. So let's style this text. Our text is 14 pixels and the color of it is this color. So inside this text, we're gonna edit style. Color is gonna be this hex color. And font size is scale of 14, like this. Finally, let's just add this icon here. We can use it as SVG or we can search in Expo icons. So let's just type Expo vector icons and search for plus icon. We got here a plus. Let's use this from Feezer. Let's copy it, copy the import, and copy the render. And let's just put it here, up the text. Now let's see. The color of it must be like this hex color, like the text color. And let's make the flexDirection is row to put it besides each other. Like this. Let's make our button touchable opacity, not view. Touchable opacity to be clickable. And let's give it some margin top. So here, margin top of 15. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to add animations to our React Native app. What if you want to change this credit card or this card with some good animations? It's easy to do. You just need to install this library. So let's just search for React Native Lottie Expo and select this first option. First, we're gonna need to install this library. So let's copy this command and go to our code editor and paste it here to install this library. npx expo install Lottie-React-Native. Now let's search for Lottie. And let's select this free animations. Now let's search for bank card or something. And select any one of those beautiful animations. Let's try to select. What about this? You have to know that some animations are premium animations. So let's select one not premium. Let's try to select this. And let's try to make changes to the color. For example, let's try to select this pattern here. And now let's save it to download it. So let's press here on download. Let's press save. And here you can use any format that you want. For us, we're gonna use JSON, Lottie JSON. You can here also do some changes to it or change the color or so, but we're gonna use it as it is. So I'm gonna press here download, and now animation is downloaded. After downloaded, let's just drag and drop it to our VS Code. So here inside our assets, I'm gonna drag and drop it to our assets like this, to our VS Code. Now here's our animation file. Let's rename it. Let's rename it to be bank card animation. Okay, now how to use this animation? We're gonna go to our payment screen, and inside this bank card box, we got here our bank card icon. Let's format our code. We're gonna replace this bank card item, this refer to this card, we're gonna replace it with animation. So let's comment this and let's run our metro. So npm start, press I to run it on iOS to see the changes. Now it got disappeared. Let's try to display the animation instead of it. How to display this animation? You're gonna go to documentations here of Lottie React Native. We just need here first to import our Lottie view. So let's copy it and paste it here. Then we're gonna use our component Lottie view. So we're gonna copy it, copy this part, and we're gonna paste it here. Here's our Lottie view. Let's comment this ref for now. And here the path of our animation. The path here is inside assets bank card animation.json. So let's right click and press on copy relative path. Let's put it here. And since we are in components folder, we need to go level up. So we want to go level up, then go to assets. So here instead of this src, we're gonna just add 2 dots like this. Now let's press save and see. Now here's our animation. It looks good, isn't it? Let's just remove this background and let's make the height and width smaller than this. For example, 200 and 200. Let's make it, for example, 150 like this. And so now you can download any animation and use it. You can just use from this website, Lottie files. So you can use any animations and add it to your React Native app. Now let's remove our animation and return our design like Figma with this bank card icon like Figma here. Now it's task time, but before I give you the task, I would like to mention 2 points. The first point is when you use FlatList, please try to put it as a container. Why? Because FlatList, it's not taking the Felix one by default, but it only takes up as much space as its parent container allows. So you have to put your FlatList inside container, especially when it's horizontal. So if you have a look here, if you just remove this view and this view also, I speak about the payment list component. Look what will happen. Look, the FlatList take as much space. Look. So you have to put your FlatList in a container to control the space that FlatList is taking. The second thing I would like to mention is what I have done here. I put the colors here in a duplicated way and not a good way. It's better to add a new folder and name it styles, and in this styles we put all the colors of it because it's a better approach. It's better than this way. But because in this section I want only to focus on the UI, so I put the colors aesthetically, and also because the colors, all of them are different. But when you build real products like our AI chat app and smart e-commerce app that we're gonna build later in this course, we're gonna follow a good design system, and we're gonna put our colors inside constants and use the color in a good approach. Now let me introduce you your task. What you're gonna do in this task, see this button? I want you to create this button. You can create a new component under this button, or you can use this button here that I have created previously and just add some props to it. For example, a props to remove this icon, or props to add an icon and pass it as null, and another props for the title and prop for background color or the style. So if you have some experience in React or in props, just use this component and make it reusable. If you're not, don't worry. As I promised in this course, I will cover the props and a lot of React basics. And later, we're gonna practice props more and more, and you're gonna master the props. So if you don't have any React experience, just create it as a new component. Okay? And you're gonna also add this text. It is just 2 text. You can use a nested text, or you can use a view with flexDirection row. And for this screen, it has only this logo here. You can use PNG or SVG, and I prefer SVG, like we've done here before. For this image, you're gonna just implement this text and this text input. It's just a view with border radius and background color. There is the background color of it, and icon and placeholder. And this here with 2 icons, one for this eye and one for this lock. And text here, and this button we've created it already, like here. So it will gonna be easy to you to implement it. And this is here, those are just circles. And in this screen, we've mastered the circles. We've created here and here and here and here. So, and here also we've created a circle. So creating circles for you is not a hard thing, isn't it? And for this screen, it is just a background image. We've implemented the background image here, but you're gonna just give it the Felix of 1 to fill all the screen, and add this text and add this button. And finally, for this screen, you're gonna just add this circle here with icon, and circle with icon, and title icon, and this card. It's a view with this background color, and this list here, we've created a list like it already here, so it's a little bit similar. And this flat list with 2 rows, we've implemented here also already in meditation screen. So it's your task, build those 4 screens and this pattern component and this text component. I hope you to implement them, because you'll never learn until you implement and write code. So get your hand dirty and start building those 4 screens. Now let's learn how to navigate between multiple screens. First, let's go to SRC folder and create a new folder with screens. And let's create a couple of screens. For example, let's create gold screen.tsx And as you've learned before how to create React component, let's create a component right now using this snippet, RNFES, to create a full functional component. Okay, and let's style it. Style equals to styles dot container, and inside this container let's give it Felix 1 and background color gold. Now let's press save and justify content center and align items center as well. Now let's go and render this screen. So in app.tsx, let's remove all of this and add this gold screen component. And remember, you need to import it from src screens gold screen. Now let's press save. Now that was our first screen, the gold one. Let's create another one. But first, let's give this text a style. For example, styles.text. Font size, let's make it 30. And let's separate gold screen like this. Okay. Finally, let's format our code. Right click and press on format document. Okay, now let's copy all of that code and build another screen. Let's make it tomato screen.tsx. And let's press save and only change this gold to tomato. And the color also is gonna be tomato. Okay, now let's take a copy and create a third screen. Let's rename it purple screen.tsx. And let's paste our code here. It's the same code as gold screen and tomato screen, but we're gonna only change this tomato to purple and also the color purple, and press save. Now we got three screens here: purple screen, tomato screen, and gold screen. For example, we can render the purple. Now we are in purple screen, and we can also render the tomato screen. Now our screen worked perfectly, but how to navigate between a screen to another? Here in official documentations of React navigation, and this is a library that will help us to navigate between screens, we need to install those important dependencies. First, let's install React Navigation Native. So let's copy this code and go to our project and open a new terminal and paste it here and press enter to install this React Navigation Native library. Then let's go and install this. We are here using Expo, not React Native CLI. So you need to install those commands, not those commands. So be aware of this. So let's copy those and go and install them. Now, if you go to package.json file here, you're gonna notice that we have here a couple of new libraries. First, React Navigation Native, and React Native Screens, and React Native SafeArea Context. Make sure you are using the same version, version 7 and version 4 and 4, to follow along with me. Okay. Now let's go and install another library called Stack, because as I've mentioned before, we have Drawer Navigator, Stack Navigator, and Tab Navigator. We're gonna use the Stack Navigator. So let's search here for Stack Navigator, and let's press enter. Now that's the Stack Navigator. This will help us to navigate between screens. Okay. First, installation. We need to install this library, React Navigation Stack. So let's copy this code and go here, and in terminal, let's paste it and press enter to install this library. Then we need also to install React Native Gesture Handler. You have to pay attention one more time. please use this code with Expo, not this. Okay, so copy the first one because we are using Expo CLI, not React Native CLI. So let's go to our terminal and paste it and press enter to install this library also. Then we just need to close our metro and start our metro again. npm start. Then press I to open our iPhone simulator. Now we are done with installing the libraries. Now let's go and create our navigator. So here inside our src folder, let's create another folder called navigation. Inside this folder, we're gonna create a file. Let's name it stack or main stack navigator.tsx. Now, how to create our stack? First, we need to make this import. Import create stack navigator from React navigation stack. Okay. Then we're gonna create our stack. So we're gonna type const stack equals to create stack navigator. Okay. Then we're gonna create a function that is gonna return our screens inside a navigator. Okay, so let's create a function main stack navigator, and we're gonna return stack dot navigator as a wrapper, and inside it we're gonna add stack dot screen. In stack dot screen we need to assign very important two property. The first property called name, and this is the name of the screen. For example, let's make it tomato screen. And the another property called component, and this is the real component name of the screen. For example, this name, tomato screen. So let's copy it and paste it here. We can change this name, but because this is a default export, so we can change this name, but if you want to change it, you make to change it here also. Okay, this name and this name must be the same. Okay, now let's return the changes and press save. Now we need to add the other two screens. For example, let's duplicate this 2 more times and add the gold screen and purple screen. And don't forget to rename each one with its name. Okay, so let's rename this with gold screen and this with purple screen and press save. Finally, let's export this main stack navigator. So let's export default main stack navigator. When we export it from this file, we can use it in any file that we want, and we want to use it in app.tsx. Okay, so let's go to app.tsx, and instead of tomato screen, let's type main stack navigator and press save. And we don't need those code, so let's delete them. One last step. This stack navigator must be between navigation container, something called navigation container, and we import this navigation container from React Native navigation. Okay, let's import it and put our stack navigator inside of it. And now let's press save. Now we have done with our stack. Okay, you can navigate between other screens. For example, from tomato to gold or from gold to purple. Let me show you. For example, let's go to tomato screen and add a button. With this button, we're gonna type a title. For example, let's make it go to gold screen. And when we press on this button, we're gonna make something. We're gonna make navigation navigation, but we have here an error, can't find navigation. We need to initialize the navigation first. So let's declare it, const navigation equals to use navigation. And this is a hook from React Navigation Native, okay? So now let's go down here, and when we press on this button, we're gonna create a function that is make navigation dot navigate. And here's a trick. You need to add the same name from navigator. Here we are here in main stack navigator. Look at this name. You have to put this name exactly. For example, purple screen or gold screen. So let's pick this gold screen, this name, and paste it here and press save. Nothing happened. I think we need to reload our app. Let's reload it. Now our button appear and the title appear here too. Now if we press on go to gold screen, look, we are in gold screen and we can go back from here. Look, now we can navigate between screen to another. What if we want to go to purple screen from gold screen? That's pretty easy. First, let's import use navigation hook and declare navigation and create a button with title go to purple screen, and when we press on it, just navigation.navigate, and you have to type the exact name from main stack navigator. I mean this name, purple screen, and press save. Now if you press on this go to purple screen, he's gonna go to purple screen and we can go back. You have to type the exact name. For example, it cannot be like this. If it's wrong, look what happens. Look, the action navigator with payload name purple screen 4 wasn't handled by any navigator. So you have to make sure that the name here is exactly the name here to make the navigation happen. Okay? We're gonna talk more and more about this navigation, so don't worry if you think those things are difficult. Don't worry, we're gonna talk about it more and more, and we're gonna implement a big navigation for our project later. I think the last lesson was a little bit hard, so let's recap it. First, we've created 3 screens: gold screen, purple screen, and tomato screen. Those are a basic React component, and we've learned how to create a React component. So first, we've created those 3 screens to put them in our navigation. Then we've created our stack navigator. First, we've imported this create stack navigator function from React navigation stack. And this function is a function to create stack navigator. And those stack navigators allow us to navigate between screens. Then we've imported our 3 screens: tomato screen, gold screen, and purple screen. Then we've declared a variable called stack. And we use this variable to use this create stack navigator function. Finally, we've listed our screens here, and any screen must have 2 important properties. The first property is the name. This name must be a unique name, and it's used to create a reference to screen. When we want to navigate to this screen, we're gonna use this name. The second property is the component, and this component refers to the screen component. I mean to the React component that's responsible for rendering the screen. For example, this component, gold screen. So we pass this code here inside this component. Finally, after we've created our stacked screens, those 3 screens, or You can add any screen that you want. For example, you add fourth one, fifth one, and the sixth one, but make sure to change the name and the component, okay? So you can add screen as much as you can. And finally, you need to wrap your screens inside stack.navigator. So this stack.navigator is the container for our screens. After this, you just need to export this function, the main stack navigator function. We export it to use it anywhere we want in the project. So if we go to app.tsx, and app.tsx is the entry point of our app. If you look here, we render the main stack navigator that we have created here. And we have to make sure that this stack navigator is wrapped by navigation container. We import this navigation container from React Navigation Native. And this navigation container is the top level container that manages the navigation state for entire app. So main stack navigator must be wrapped with navigation container. And finally, when you want to navigate between screen to another, you just need to go to this screen and first import the use navigation hook from React Navigation Native. And this use navigation hook gives access to navigation object, which allows the screen to navigate to another screen. Easily, you can just type navigation.navigate and put here the name of the screen that you want to navigate to. Where can you get this name? You get this name from the main stack navigator here. This name that you put here. So this name is very important because this name refers to the screen that you want to go to. Okay? And it's called also route name. I hope this easy for you and easy to understand. Now let's talk about a couple of useful properties. Let's show our app. Now we are in tomato screen. Look at this header. What if I want to hide this header? How to do this? You can here inside stack.screen add a property called options. Object inside this option object, there is a property called header shown. You can make it false and press save. Now the header is hidden. But what if you go to another screen? Oops, the header is still in gold view. So to hide it, you need to add this property here too. Add options and add header shown is false and press save. Now we got no headers in gold screen and tomato screen, but if we go to purple screen, we get here the header. So you need to copy this code and paste it here again to hide this header. Or there is another way, and it's better than this, to make our code cleaner and not repeat the code. We can make it inside this navigator container. For example, let's undo all of this code. Let's undo this. And this also. And go here inside our stack navigator. There is a property called screen options. And inside this screen options, you can add a property called header shown and set it to false. Now, when we set the header shown is false inside our stack navigator, we're gonna notice that in all screen, there is no header. So what if I want to show only the header in purple screen? So in all screens, no header, but in purple screen, I want to show the header. That's pretty easy. You just need to go here inside our screen, stack the screen with purple screen and add the options property and make header shown is true. Now we get only the header inside our purple screen, and in other screens will no headers. What if you want to change this header name? That's pretty easy. Just add the title property here and add any title that you want. For example, purple, and press save. Now look, we got here the header title with purple. You can type anything that you want. For example, AAA, anything that you're gonna put here, it's gonna be the header title. Okay? And I want to mention something. If we reload the app, we're gonna notice the tomato screen is the first screen. Why the tomato screen is the first screen? Because we put in the tomato screen in the first, at the top of the stack. Let's refactor the code first. Now look, we get here tomato screen, then gold screen, then purple screen. So what if we won't make the gold screen at the top and press save? We just need to reload the app. The gold screen become the first screen. What if we put the purple screen at the top here? So let's cut it and put it at the top and reload the app. Look, the purple screen was the initial screen of the app. So you have to know that the first stacked screen you put at the top is gonna be the first or the initial screen that the app or the stack is gonna show. Okay? And if you want to add a specific screen to make it the initial screen, you can pass a property called initial route name. This initial route name is a property to select the initial screen that you want. What you need to add here is only the name of the screen. For example, gold screen, and paste it here. And let's reload the app. Now the gold screen is the first screen that app display. If you make it the tomato screen and initial route name here and press save and reload, now the first screen that the stack is gonna render is the tomato screen. So this property, initial route name, is a useful property. Sometimes you need to pass data between two screens when you navigate between them. How to do this? We got a hook called useRoute. Let's go, for example, for gold screen. Let's imagine that we want to navigate from tomato screen to gold screen. So let's go to our gold screen and import our hook is called useRoute. We can import it from React Navigation Native, okay? And let's see how useRoute can help us. The useRoute hook is used to access the route information of a particular screen and also to pass data between them. So if we see inside this object, we're gonna notice we have here name and params. Name here is the name of the screen. So let me log this name. And also, let's log our params. Let's press save and see. But first we want to go to gold screen. So when we go to gold screen, look, we got here two logs. The first log is the name. The name is gold screen. So if you want to do specific thing, depend on the route name or the screen name, you can use the name that you can access from useRoute object. That return our object with name and params. And the params here is undefined because we didn't pass any data when we navigate. So let's pass a data. So let's go to tomato screen and add two texts. The first text is name Ahmed, and let's add another one with name Sawi. When we press on this text, on press, let's go to gold screen and let's copy this on press 2 to another text down here. So now we got two texts here, name Ahmed and Sawi. Okay, I pass this name, Ahmed name, and when I press on Sawi, I pass the Sawi name as param. How to do this? That's easy. Inside this navigation.navigate, you can just add a comma here and add another object. Inside this object, you can add any data that you want. For example, name is Ahmed and press save. And let's add it here. Now, name is Sawi. Now let's press save and see what we get in the log in gold screen. When we press on Ahmed, look, we are in gold screen and the name is Ahmed. When we go back and press on Sawi, look, we are in gold screen and the name is Sawi. So we can here add a text in our gold screen and type in it hello and add the name. We can access the name using the params. So this param object dot name, and let's press save. Now let's see what happened. We got here hello Sawi. When we go back and press on name Ahmed, we get hello Ahmed. Let's try one more time. Hello Sawi, and the name here is Sawi. So with useRoute hook, you can get those two features. Feature 1, accessing the route parameters. You can retrieve any parameters passed when navigating to the current screen. Okay? And another feature is retrieving the screen specific name of the current route. So this useRoute hook is very helpful. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to create bottom tabs. Let's go to our React navigation documentations. Let's go down to navigators and let's press on bottom tabs. Let's press on it. Now let's follow these instructions. First, for installation, we need to run this command. So let's copy it and go to our project and add a new terminal and paste it here. So to install this library, then we're gonna use this code snippet. So let's copy it and let's go to our app and go to our navigation folder inside src. Inside navigation, let's create a folder called bottom tabs.tsx. And now let's paste this code snippet and let's do some changes. This code snippet assumes that we have two screens, home screen and profile screen, but we got here gold screen, purple screen, and tomato screen. So let's learn with those screens. First, let's import tomato screen. Then let's render the purple screen and let's add the third one, gold screen. And let's change the names here too. This is gonna be tomato, this is gonna be purple, this is gonna be gold screen. Like this. Now let's export this my tab. So let's add export default. We export it to use it in any file that we want because we're gonna need to use it in the entry point of the app in app.tsx. This is the entry point, so we need to export it to use it here in app.tsx. So instead of main stack navigator, let's type my tabs and let's press save. Oops, we forgot to save here too. So let's save here too. Now what you see here, we see here three bottom tabs, tomato and purple and gold screen. Oops, we got here an error. Cannot read property name of undefined. I know why this error happened. If we go to our gold screen, we're gonna notice something. This param from the last lesson, we've passed this param from previous screen. This was the params.name. There is no params passed when I press on the tab. So we got here an error. So how to handle this? Just add a question mark before dot here. This is to handle, this is something like null safety, because this question mark called optional chaining, and this is to safely access the name property of params, even if params is null or undefined. Okay? Now let's press save. Now if we go to gold screen again, there is no error happens. So those were our three tabs, but those looks ugly. We need to add icons for them and change the text of them and also change the colors. So let's go and learn some styling. So let's go to our bottom tabs. So first, let's add titles for those tabs. So let's go to our tomato screen and add the options property and add the title property. Let's make it tomato and press save. Now it become tomato. And let's go to another screen and do the same thing. Title is gonna be purple. And let's press save. And now let's go to the third one and add the options object, and title is gonna be gold. Now we changed the titles. Now let's change some colors. For example, the active color when we press on the tab is blue. We want to change it. And inactive color is gray. We want also to change it. So inside tab navigator here, we're gonna add screen options property, and it adds some specifications. First, let's add the tab bar active tint color, and let's make it, for example, green. Now look, when we press on a tab, the color of it is gonna be green, the icon and the title also. Look, you can change it to whatever you want. For example, you can also make it red. Look, now it became red. You can make it darker blue. Now it became darker blue. Okay, now we can also use inactive tint color. Inactive tab bar inactive tint color, and let's make it this hex color. You can put any color that you want. Now that's the inactive color and inactive bottom tab title color also. You can here also add some styling using tab bar style and put any styles that you want. For example, background color, you can make it gray. Look, our background color become gray. You can make it aqua. Look, our background color become aqua. You can put any color that you want. Okay, let's return it white. You can also change the style of those titles using this property, tab bar label style, and make the font size, for example, let's make it 20. Look, our bottom tab font size become very big. Let's make it 15. You can also change the font weight. For example, font weight 600. Or you can make it bold. Look, it became bold. Finally, let's add some icons here. We can use Expo vector icons. So let's import them. Import from Expo vector icons. Let's pick, for example, ion icons, and let's add some icons. How to add those icons? Let's use this property called tab bar icon. And this is a function. It's taking a parameter. This parameter allows us to destruct a very important properties from bottom navigation. For example, color and focus and size. And he's gonna return our icon. This ion icons component. And let's pass the color of the color we pick here, and size is the size from here also, and the name, you can put any name that you want. For example, but let me show you something. If I type home, you're gonna notice something. All the icons are home. I want to specific to each tab a specific icon. How to do this? There is two ways. One way is a little bit complicated, and I don't want to make you complicated. So I will tell you the easy way. Okay, the easy way is to do it right here. So let's remove this code here and go to each tab and add this property inside options. Just add tab par icon, and this is a return any icon that you want. For example, let's go to Expo icons, Expo vector icons, and let's go and pick any icon that you want. For example, home. So we got this icon. Let's press on it to select it. As we've learned before, to use an icon, we need 2 steps. The first step is importing the icon, and let's go and import it up here. The second step is rendering the icon. So let's copy this code also and render this icon here in tab par icon, and let's press save and see what happens. Now we get here our home icon. Let's do the same thing for purple tab. So let's add this property inside options object, and add tab par icon. And what icon we're gonna use? Let's go to our Expo icon and use any icon. For example, profile. Let's pick this icon. To pick it, we need 2 steps. First, importing it up here, but we've imported and designed before, so no need to import it again. So let's delete this code and let's copy only the second code, and let's go here and put it here inside this function, and let's press save. Look, we got here the icon too. Let's do it for the 3rd time. Tab par icon is equal to function. That's gonna return our icon. Let's pick any icon. For example, let's pick settings, and let's pick this icon. First, let's import it up here. Then let's use it. Let's render it here. And now let's press save to see. Now we got here the settings, but we got here an issue. The color is black. So how to make the color is the active color, like this title down here? That's pretty easy. Instead of putting this color as black, you can add it as a color. How can we get this color? We can get it inside this tab par icon function. So just destruct this argument here and add this color here. This color here is destruct from the object parameter. You can also use the size and focused, but we need only the color. So now if we press save, look, the tomato color, the home icon color now is like the title color. Look. Now let's do the same thing to profile icon and settings icon. So let's destruct this parameter and add color, and instead of black, let's make it color. And here also in settings, let's destruct the color and pass it here. Now let's press save. Now look, the icon colors became like the title's colors. This destruct here is a basic JavaScript called destruction, object destruction. Okay. Now that was our bottom tabs. This is not a real project, it's a silly project, but you have to know this lesson well because we're gonna use our bottom tabs in our later projects. Now let's create our new project, our bookstore project. So at any folder that you want, you can open new terminal and just type nbx create expo app at latest And let's add the template option, dash template, to choose any template that we want. So now let's press enter. Now we want to use the blank template with TypeScript. Okay. Now let's press enter. Let's pick a name, book store, and press enter. Now let's wait until our project is created. Now our project is ready. Now let's go to open it and open it on VS Code. Now let's run it, npm start, and let's press I to run iOS. Now our new project has been created. We can go to app.tsx and change anything that we want. In this tutorial, we need APIs to work with. And the person who is responsible for building the UI, he is the backend developer. But since we don't have a backend developer, but what if you don't have any backend developers? You can use Firebase or use mock APIs. And in this course, we're gonna use both. We're gonna use Firebase and also we're gonna use mock APIs. So let's start with mock APIs. Let's search in Google and type mock API and press enter and go to this wonderful website, mock API. Let's press here and create our new project. For example, we're gonna build a bookstore app, so let's make this project with name bookstore and let's press on create. Now we got a new project. Let's create our first endpoint. So let's press here inside this project and press on new resource. This endpoint is gonna be box. This endpoint, we're gonna fetch it to get list of box. Okay, let's leave this ID because each box need to have an ID, because with this ID we're gonna access it to delete or to get by ID or to update specific book. Okay, so let's leave this ID, and for created ad let's leave it too, and the name, let's make it name of author, the author of the book, and the type of it is gonna be full name. And let's change this avatar to be a cover. This is the cover of the book. Okay, and let's make it image, or let's make it image URL, and let's add a new property. Let's call it price. This is the price of book. Let's add it price of book, and this price is gonna be number. Let's add the email of the seller, email of seller, to send an email to the seller to buy this book. Okay, and let's make the type of it is email, internet.email. So those are the keys of our endpoint data, and those are the type. Now let's press on create, and let's add some dummy data. For example, let's add, look here, if you just add here, you're gonna notice a number. For example, we have 30 here. If you press, now we get the 29 box, but let's make them only 7 box. Okay, now we got 7 box. If you press here, you're gonna see our endpoint. But I would like to mention something. You're not gonna see this view. I can see this view because I get this a wonderful extension called JSON view. Make sure to install this JSON view extension in Google Chrome to be able to see the list like this. If you don't install it, you're gonna see the list like this. You're gonna see it like this. Look, because this tab here, we didn't add this extension, so we can see it like this. But if you add this extension, you're gonna see it like this. this extension name with JSON view. Okay. Now we've created our APIs. In next lesson, we're gonna fetch API, fetch those data and render them inside our app. We're gonna learn how to make your first API call, your first HTTP request. We're gonna use this wonderful library called Axios. Axios is a popular JavaScript library used in React Native and other JavaScript frameworks to make HTTP requests to APIs. And it's very easy to use and have some key features. For example, automatic JSON conversion and error handling, custom headers, and other wonderful features. If you see here, you're gonna notice that 56 million installed weekly. So now let's install this package to our project. So let's press here, npm I Axios, and go to our terminal and open a new terminal and paste this code, npm I Axios. This I is a shortcut for install. Now let's press save. Now the package is installed. Let's just reload our app. Press R in this terminal to reload our app. Okay. Now let's go and make our first HTTP requests. Remember our project. If you press here at this endpoint, you're gonna notice this endpoint of box. Okay, you can just copy it like this, and let's go to our project and create our first GET request. First, let's store this endpoint inside a constant. So let's add a constant here. Let's name it endpoint URL equals to this value. I just copy it from here. Okay, then let's create our fetch data function. So let's create our function with the name fetch data to fetch data from an API, or we can make it get list of box. Choosing good names is better for your project, especially if you build a big project. Okay, this function is gonna be an async function. So let's add the async keyword here before those two parentheses. So async function in JavaScript is a special type of functions that allow you to work with asynchronous operations. And this is a basic JavaScript. Okay? So if you don't understand async, don't worry, you can follow along with me. But you need first to take a JavaScript course, okay? Now, let's create a constant called response. And this response is gonna be the response that we got from this endpoint. This response is equal to await. This await word, we use it with async to handle asynchronous operations. Await our Axios, we're gonna import it, Axios. We've used auto import here, but if your editor didn't import Axios, you have to make sure from this line, import Axios from Axios. Okay? Dot, look here. We have here get to get data from database. We have here post to add data to database. We have here delete to delete data from database, and we have bot to update data in database. In this endpoint, we're gonna get list of box. So we're gonna use the get method. And inside get, we're gonna pass the endpoint URL. Like here. Finally, let's log the response. Now, we get this function here, get list of box, but we need to fire this function. So let's create a button. And when we press on this button, we're gonna fire this function, get list of box. And let's add the title to this button, list of box, and let's press save. Now let's open our terminal. Let's clear it using Command and K or Control and K if you're using Windows. And now let's press on this button. Look, we got here our data. Look, we get here a lot of data inside an object, but we want to get only the list of boxes, so we can destruct this response because this response has a lot of properties. For example, has config, has headers, request, status, and we want to get the data. So let's press on data and clear terminal and press save and press on this button again. Now look, we get our data here. The cover, this is the cover of the book, created at, email of seller, the ID, name of author, and let me tell you a little bit trick. To format data in JavaScript, you can use this JSON.stringify method and put your data inside stringify and add null and 3. Let's press save and clear our terminal and press on get list of box again. Look, our data is formatted thanks to this JSON.stringify method that make our data formatted. Here the name of author, cover, price of book, email of seller, and the ID. In next lesson, we're gonna learn how to render those things inside text inside our app. Now let's render this list of data in our app. To render them, first we need to store this data in our state, and to store the data in local state we use a hook called useState hook. So first let's declare a hook here, const an array equals to useState, and we're gonna initialize it with empty array, and we're gonna put here book list and set book list. Book list to get the book list, set book list to set the data inside this book list, okay? And inside this function we're gonna set our state to be response.data here and press save. Now when we fire this function, when we press on this button, we're gonna store this response.data here, this data here, we're gonna store it inside this book list variable, okay? Now let's press on get list box, and now let's try to log this book list here. So let's create log here and type here book list and here book list, and let's clear the log here and press save. Look, now we've stored our data that we've got from the back end. We stored it inside this variable, this book list variable, using set book list. Okay, now we get here an array, and our app can get access to it because this array inside the state, we want to map this array and render something. To do this, we can use our wonderful component FlatList. So we're gonna type here FlatList and pass the main 3 properties of it. Don't forget to import FlatList from React Native. Okay, now our FlatList first property is the data, and the data is gonna be the box list, the array of box. We're gonna put it here. The first property is key extractor, a unique key for each item. So we're gonna pass an item here and make item dot id dot toString. Item.id from the box, because each box has a unique ID, and I think it's already string, so we don't need this method here because it's already string. Third property is the render item property. And our render item, as you've learned before, is the UI component that you're gonna render here. Later we're gonna use the book component and we're gonna style it and make it a good component. But for now, let's render just a text. Okay, so let's just render a text. And inside this text, we can use any property that you want. For example, let's render the email of the seller, or let's render the name of author. So that's the name of author. So to render it, we're gonna first destruct the item and put inside the text item dot name of author and press save. Now we got, look what happens here. We got a list of name authors. We can add another text. Let's add another text. But first we need to wrap those texts inside a view. Okay, let's add another text. And let's make it item dot, for example, price. I want to mention something. When I type price, nothing appears here. Why? Because the key is not price. The key here is price of book. So you have to make sure that you put the exact key from the back end. I mean the key of the back end that he sent to you in the response body. Okay, that's the body. So let's copy this price of book and paste it here and press save. Look, now you can see here the number. Those numbers are too big, but it doesn't matter. It's just a dummy data. Let's render the image. So let's import image component, and inside it, we have to make sure that is imported from React Native. Image, and the source of it is gonna be URI, and is gonna be the cover. Key here is cover, so we're gonna put item dot cover and press save. Nothing appear here because our image need width and height. So let's add a style to it. Style. Let's add height 150 and width 150 as well, and press save. Now you can see the images. So that's the response from the back end. If you open our mock API, here's the project. Those are 7 boxes. If you open them, you're gonna notice that we fetch the same data. For example, the first one here, name of author is Raoul Lipsak, and here's also Raoul Lipsak. The price of book is 99,913. Here also 99,913. So let's just recap what we've done here. First, we've initialized a useState hook with an empty array. Okay. Then we've stored our endpoint inside a variable. Then we've created a function that's responsible for getting the data from the backend, from the database. And we get the response and set our app state, the book list. We've set it using set book list and store our response.data that's coming from the backend, from the API. We've stored this response.data inside the book list. Then we've created here our flat list. This flat list is a component to loop the array and render something. And we've looped our array, our API here. We've looped it and we've rendered each item of them. Created ad, name of author, cover, price of book, best email of seller. There's an issue with this API. We forgot to add the name of the book. We're gonna fix it later, don't worry. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to get by ID. You have here a list of books. We want to get a single book. This is gonna be useful if you want to navigate to box screen details. For example, in your app, you have multiple boxes, and when you press on a single box, you're gonna navigate to screen details and see the detail of this box. Also, we're gonna learn try catch blocks. Okay, so now first let's create a function to get data by ID. So let's create our function const get box by ID. It's gonna be also async function because we're gonna doing asynchronous operation. See this get request? We can just copy it and also just copy this code, this line of code, and paste it here. We need a new thing. Get by ID is like get list of box, but the different change is that you have to add the ID to this URL. For example, this is our endpoint. If we open Google Chrome and search with it, we're gonna get list of box. As you see, each box has an ID 1, 2, 3. What if we want to get this box with ID 3? Just add this slash and add the ID of 3 and press enter. Now we only get the box of ID 3. We're gonna do the same thing inside the code. So just you need to add our URL here. For example, let's add /3 and press save. Now let's test our function. Let's copy the function name and create a new button with title get box by ID, and when we press on this button, we're gonna just fire this function and press save. Now let's open our log and see. Let's clear the log, and when we press on get box by ID, look, this is the data of box of ID 3. Just to format this log, let's add number 3 here to this JSON stringify method, and let's try again get box by ID. Look, now that's the box of ID 3 with the author of name angle corona. Let's try another one. For example, let's try of number 5. We get here Carlton Danielle. So let's go to our code and replace this 3 with 5 and press save. And let's clear the log and let's press on get box by ID. Look, now we get the box with ID 5 with Carlton Danielle. So that was our lesson today. How to create a get request by ID. It's a very simple. In next lesson, we're gonna talk about try and catch. So don't miss the next lesson. And one more thing I want to mention. We can use the new string of ECMAScript. This is gonna make our code cleaner. So instead of adding /5 like here, we can make it like this. This string. This is the new template string of ECMAScript. And add the slash here and enter any ID that you want. For example, 4 and press save. Now let's try. And let's get box by ID. Look, we get our box with ID 4 and that's the data of it. Today we're gonna talk about try catch. Try catch statement is used for error handling. It allows you to execute code that might throw an error. And we have 2 blocks. The first block is try block. And this contains the code that you want to execute. For example, a risky function that maybe cause an error. And in the catch block, this is executed if an error occurs in the try block. It contains code to handle exceptions and errors. To handle exceptions, I mean to handle errors. So let's add try catch blocks to our HTTP request. For example, let's go to this get box by ID. You can just simply type try like this and add this block and catch and it takes an error, and open a block. And just do inside this try, as I've mentioned before, you just put your code. So we're gonna put this HTTP request here, okay, inside try block. And inside catch block, we're gonna just console.log the error. So console.log error, okay. And let's type something before the error. Let's just type an error occurred. Okay, and now let's try. Let's try this function, get book by ID. When we press here, now our endpoint is working perfectly. But what if I just pass an ID that's not available? For example, we get a list of books here. We get here a list of books with ID from 1 to 7. What I just type any item that's not available here. For example, let's just type 6,000, for example, and press save. Now let's clear the log and try to call this endpoint. Now look what happens. An error occurred. Axios error. Request failed with a status 404. 404, this is a status code for not found. So it tells us this ID is not found. So this message is very helpful for us. We can make another thing. For example, let's put an existing ID and let's go to our endpoint and to delete this part. So our endpoint is not valid anymore. So let's try it again and press. First, let's clear the log. And now let's press get book by ID. Look, we got another error. An error occurred. Access error, network error. From this error, we know that our endpoint is not okay. There is a network error. So let's return it as it is and press save and try. Now everything is working perfectly. So that was try and catch blocks. It's a very simple lesson. And for this simplicity, I'm gonna let you do the try catch in this function, get list of box. Just pause the video and do it by yourself. And when you're done, just continue watching and see if your solution is correct. Okay? Now pause the video and try to add try catch in this function. Perfect. I know that you can make it. It's pretty simple. You can just add try here and open a block and put your code inside this block and add catch block here, and inside catch just add the error and console.log error. Easy, isn't it? Now don't miss the next lesson. We're gonna learn how to delete a book from our endpoint. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to create HTTP delete request. By the end of the lesson, you're gonna learn how to delete data from database. For example, we see here our endpoint that's display the data of box, list of box. Let's learn how to delete a couple of boxes here. So let's jump to our code and let's create a new function. Const delete book by ID, and it's gonna be async function, and inside async function we're gonna add try and catch block. I have here a snippet called try catch. Just added the try block and the catch block. As you've learned before, you can try the snippet or you can pause the video and type it like this. Inside try, see this line of code? We're gonna type something like this. Const response equals to await Axios library dot, and instead of get, we're gonna add delete. Okay? And we're gonna pass our endpoint. So we're gonna add our endpoint URL and add slash, and after the slash we're gonna add the ID of the book that we want to delete. For example, we want to delete the book number, the book with ID 7, so let's add 7. And just let's create an alert book is deleted successfully. And if we got an error, we can just console.log this error. Okay, now let's create a new button to try this function. So let's create a new button with title delete book, and when we press on this button we're gonna just pass this function delete book by ID. And now let's press save. Now we got here a new button called delete book. When we press on it we're gonna delete the book with ID 7. So now let's press on this button. Book is deleted successfully, and let's go to our endpoint. Let's go to, we got here a 7 of box. When we refresh it, look what we have in here. We have only 6 of book. The book number 7 is deleted. Let's try to delete the book with ID 2 with the author Lewis. So let's delete the book of ID 2. Let's go here and just instead of number 7, ID 7, we can just add ID 2 and press save. And now let's press on delete book. Now book is deleted successfully. Let's go to our database, the endpoint that represents the database, and let's refresh to see. Look, now we got a book with ID 1 and 3. The book with ID 2 is deleted. At the beginning of the video we have 7 books, but now we have only 5. Finally, let's try to delete this book with ID number 3, the book with angle corona. So let's go here and add ID number 3 and press save. And let's press on this button. Book is deleted successfully. So let's go to our list of books again and try to refresh. Now if you notice here, we got here only 4 books, and the book with ID number 3 of angle corona has been deleted. What happens if we delete a book doesn't exist? Let's try it. Nothing happened, but we get an error in the log. Let's see. Axios error, request failed with a status code 404. So that's the benefit of try and catch, because the book with ID 3 is already deleted. We got this error here, 404. Now you've learned how to get data and delete the data. You still need to learn how to add data to database and how to update the data in database. And that's what we're gonna learn in next lessons. In this lesson, we're gonna learn post request. And we use post request to add data in the database. I mean to create data in the database. For example, we have here 4 boxes. We want to increase the total of those boxes. We want to add 1 more box or 2. How to do this? Using Axios and React Native. That's pretty easy. Let's create a function called create box. It's gonna be like before, an async function, because we're gonna make asynchronous operations. Okay, then we're gonna add the try catch blocks. So let's use this snippet to add try catch blocks, and inside catch block we're gonna just console.log the error. Okay, so step number 1, creating an async function. Step number 2, adding try catch block, as you've learned before. Step number 3, you're gonna store the response inside a response variable. Response is gonna be equal to await this API call. Axios dot. Before we've used get and delete. Get to get the data, delete for deleting data. Now we're gonna add data, so we're gonna use the post. This post method to upload data to database. And we're gonna also add our endpoint URL. Then we're gonna add the body, because we don't want to create an empty box. We need to add data for this box, for example, title and price and so. So we're gonna just open a new object and put your data here. How to get this data? Look at our box schema in our database. We have created ad. You don't need to add this created ad, because this created ad added automatically. You just need to add name of author, the cover, price of book, email of seller. You don't need also to add this ID, because it's gonna be auto-generated. So let's copy those 4 lines. Name of author, cover, price of book, email of seller. Let's copy them and go to our code and paste them like this. Now this called the body of our request. You can add here whatever you want. For example, name of author, we can make it Ahmed Sawi. Okay, the cover of the book, you can add any image that you want. For example, let's pick this image. You can choose any image. For example, let's copy the URL of it and replace this URL with the new URL. Okay, the price of book, let's make it 29. Finally, the email of seller, let's make it anything at hotmail.com. So that is the data. This data we're gonna send to our database. Name of author, cover, price of book, email of seller. Those key, the back-end team is gonna provide it to you. Each API call, each post API call has some configurations, and the back-end team is gonna tell you what you should send. Okay? Finally, let's make an alert with title book has been created. Now let's choose this function, create book. So let's add a button here. You can duplicate this line of code, and instead of delete book, just create book. And when we press on it, we're gonna just pass this function, create book. And now let's press save. Now let's press on create book button to see. Book has been created. And now let's go to our database to see our book. So now this is our database. Let's refresh. Let's press here to show our book. Look, now this is our new book. Our new book has been created with the name of author Ahmed Sawi and ID 7. As I've told you, the ID and created at, you don't need to pass them. And this is the email of the seller. And this is the image. This is the image of cover book. You can go to it and see it, the image. And now, as you can see, we have here 5 box. Let's try to show our box inside our app. So let's just inside this view, let's make it SafeAreaView as a wrapper to see this get list of box button. And if we press here, now we get here our list of box, and this is the image. This is the old image that I have created. Now let's try to publish a new box. For example, let's add name of author. Let's make it HeroDev, and the image is gonna be this image. Let's copy the URL of it and replace it here. Just delete old URL and paste the new one, and the price is gonna be 300, and the email is gonna be HeroDev. And now let's press save. we can add another thing. When we press on create button and button has been created, we want to fetch list of box to make our box appear here at this list. So after we've created a box, let's call this function, the get list of box function, because when we call it, our new box is gonna appear here. Okay, so let's call it like this and press save. And let's try to press on create box button. Look, box has been created. And if you scroll down, here's our new box, HeroDev with price 300. And this is the cover image. One last thing I would like to mention. This body, we can create an object up here and to separate it from this function to make our code cleaner. So let's create a constant with the name of body, for example, and this is gonna be object, and we're gonna copy this body object, all of those 4 lines, and paste it here, and just take this body and put it after the URL like this. Now let's press save. Our function now looks a little bit cleaner than before, isn't it? So now let's try one more time to add the last box. For example, name of author is gonna be last box with 500. The email is the same and the cover is the same. Now it doesn't appear here. When we press on create box, box has been created, and when we scroll down, we're gonna see a box with the title last box. This is ugly UI, don't worry about it. We're gonna create a wonderful UI for our bookstore app, but I just want you in those lessons to learn how to use the Axios methods, post request and delete request and get request, to get data, to delete data, to create data. Our last method is gonna be the put request. Put request we're gonna use to update data in database. You're gonna learn this method next lesson. In the last lesson, you've learned how to create POC or how to create HTTP post request. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to update data in our database, how to create a put request to update the data. And this lesson is gonna be very easy because updating the data is like creating the data. Just we need to add 2 differences and you're gonna watch them. First, let's create our function. Const update POC is gonna be equal to async function. And inside this function, see this create POC? We're gonna just copy all of this code and paste it here like this. And we're gonna do only 2 changes. The first change, see this post, we're gonna make it put. This put for updating the POC. Okay? You can make it also patch. But what is the difference between patch and put? I'm gonna tell you. Put request is for full update. I mean, replaces the entire resource with data provided in the request body. In this body. Okay? The full data, the full documentation in database. But patch is a partial update. It updates only the specified fields in the resources without affecting the other fields. So it's just for partial update. If you don't understand, don't worry. Because in our course, we're gonna use only put for full update, okay? Now, that was the first change. Instead of post, we're gonna just add put, okay? The second change that you need is, didn't you ask yourself which book are we gonna update? For example, this book or this or this? How to know what is the exactly book to update? How to catch a book? We're gonna catch a book with the ID of this book. For example, if you see here, we have this book with the name last book. We can update it. You only need to copy the ID of it, ID number 9, and to add the ID inside our put request, like this. Let's use the template literal string in JavaScript, like this, and add slash and the ID of the book number 9. Okay, and now let's go to the body, this body that we're gonna send to the back end to update our book. So let's to update this 500 and make it only 40. And the name of the author, let's make it Mark, for example. Now let's press save and try this function, update book. And to try it, we need to add a new button. So let's duplicate this line of code, this create book line. And inside of create book, let's change to update book. And when we press on it, we're gonna update the book function. We're gonna call this function, update book here. Now let's press save and press on update book. Let's press on it. Book, the name it changed and be Mark, and the price changed and be 400. We can also try to change the image. For example, let's try to use this image. Let's copy the URL of it and add it here instead of this URL. And let's make the name of author to be Angle. Okay, and the price of book is gonna be 99. And the email is gonna be angle@hotmail. And let's, instead of update the book with ID number 9, we're gonna update the book with ID number 8, this book. And let's change this 9 to this 8 and press save. Finally, let's change this word here. Has been created? No, it has been updated. It's just a message. We don't our message to be tricky. Okay, now let's press on update book to update this book. So let's press here. Look, book has been updated, and now the name is Angle with price 99. So now you've learned how to update books in this lesson. Now, if you understand those 4 requests, put and post and delete and get, you are ready to create our book store project. So don't miss next lessons because we're gonna build our app. Now let's create our folder structure for our project. So here inside our folders, let's create a new folder called SRC. Inside SRC folder, we're gonna add a couple of folders. First folder is gonna be screens to add our app screens. The second folder is gonna be components to add our app components. Third folder is gonna be HTTP, or you can name it API or config, whatever you want. Okay. Now let's go to our app.tsx and move this code. First, let's move those functions, our API call functions. So let's highlight them, all of them, like that, and cut them. And let's go to our API folder and create a file called config.js, or you can make it http.ts. Name it whatever you want, but make sure that you choose a name that refers to what this file contains. Okay, so now let's paste here our code, and just don't forget to import Axios and the alert. Okay, and press save for now, and we're gonna do some changes here later. Okay, now let's go to our app.tsx. Let's remove all of this code. All of this must be deleted, and this also. And let's remove those styles too. just return null for now and remove all of that. Okay, now let's press save. And let's go to our screens and create our home screen. So inside screens folder, let's create a new component called home screens.tsx. And let's create a functional component here. We can use this snippet rnfe to create a React functional component and press save. Now let's render this home screen there in app.tsx file. So let's go here and instead of null, let's just add our home screen and don't forget to import it like this. And now let's press save and see our app. Now here is our home screen. To make sure you can add styling here, flex of 1, background color gold. Now we render our home screen correctly. So now in this screen we're gonna render the list of books that anyone can buy. Finally, we need to create an assets folder. Assets to put here images or SVGs that you want inside your app. So now our small structure is ready for this app, and in next lesson we're gonna build our book component. Now let's create our Bookcard component. So inside our components, let's create a new folder called bookcard.tsx. Okay. First, let's import from React Native our core components: view, text, image, touchable opacity, and style sheet. Okay. Second, let's create our function const book card. It's gonna be a functional component that we're gonna return a view for now. Third, let's define the styles. Const styles equals to StyleSheet.create, and we're gonna put our styles here. And finally, let's export our component. Export default Bookcard. Now let's go and render it in home screen. So inside home screen here, let's remove this gold color and let's remove also this text and change this view to be SafeAreaView because of iOS. And finally, let's render the Bookcard component. Now let's press save and go and add styling to our Bookcard component. For the design, you don't worry about the design because when you work in a company, the design team, I mean the UI UX designer, is gonna provide you with the design. So for the design, don't worry about it. But here, we can do our design by our own. Okay, so let's add here style. It's gonna be equals to styles.container, and let's define it down here. And what we want to add here, we want to add flexDirection to be raw. The background color is gonna be white, and we're gonna add a shadow for it. We need to add border radius of 10. We need to add padding 10 also, and we need to add shadow color to be black and shadow offset for the iOS. The width is gonna be 0 and the height is gonna be 2. Shadow opacity is gonna be 0.1. Shadow radius is gonna be 4. Elevation for Android is gonna be 3. And margin is gonna be 10. Now let's press save and see inside Android and iOS. Look, the shadow is appear but nothing inside it. So let's add something inside it. Let's add the image, for example. So let's go here and add the image section. we're gonna define our component for 3 sections: image section and details section. Inside this details, we're gonna add the author name and the price and also the book name. And finally, we're gonna add delete and edit buttons. Okay. So in image section, we're gonna use our image component. The source of it is gonna be this image here. You can use any image that you want for now. Just get any image from Google or something. I'm gonna use this image with this link. Okay. And the style of this image is gonna be styles.image, or let's make it cover image. Now let's go down here and define the cover image style property. I want my image to be take the height of 120 and the width of 25 of the view. Look, our image appears here, and we want to add border radius to be 8, and finally the resize mode to be stretch. Okay, now we've done with the image. Let's style our details. So we're gonna, inside the details section, we're gonna add a view here. We're gonna add the styles to it with the name styles.details container. And inside this details container, we're gonna add some styling here. We're gonna make the felix of it 1, margin horizontal 10, and margin top 10 as well. And inside our details container, we're gonna put the 3 things: the title of book, and the author name, and the price of the book. So we need to add 3 texts. The first text is gonna be the book name. Okay. And for example, let's add it for now, Soul. The second text, let's just copy this. And instead of book name, we're gonna add author name. And let's make the author name Olivia Wilson from the image here. And finally, let's also duplicate this and add the price. And for example, let's make it $25. Okay, now let's define those styles: book name, author name, I think there's H here, author name, and the price. So let's go for book name and add some styling. Let's make the font size to be 16. The font weight is gonna be bold. The color is gonna be black. Okay, that's for the name of the book. Second, let's define the styles for author name. Let's make the font size is gonna be 14. The color is gonna be this hex code. I think our style is not implemented, but why author name? I think there's difference here. Look, the styles are case sensitive, so this should be a small a. Now let's press save. Now look, our style is done. Finally, the price. So let's add the price styling. Let's make the font size 16, the font weight bold, and finally the color, let's make it this hex color 25A, and let's press save. Let's just add some space here between the author name and the price and name of book. So let's add margin vertical to be, for example, 3 to add some space here. Now we're done with the title and the author and the price. Let's add 2 icons, icon for delete and icon for edit. So now let's create a new view. Let's give it a style with styles dot delete edit container. And let's go and style this. It's gonna be the flexDirection row because we just want the two icons beside together, okay? And align items in the center. Now let's go up and to make some styling and to add two buttons. So we're gonna use touchable opacity. Touchable opacity, we're gonna use two of them and we're gonna give it the same style. It's gonna be like a circle. So let's add a style dot circle button. Okay, and now let's just duplicate it. And let's go down and define this style here. So circle button, let's give it height 30, width 30, border radius half of them to make it round. Background color, let's make it gray or this hex code, something like gray, light gray. Let's make justify content center and align items center as well to center whatever between. Okay, now let's press save. Now those are two buttons. We just need to add some spaces between them. So let's add margin start 10 for example. Now those are two buttons. Let's make them 40, not 30. Or let's make them 35. And let's increase the border radius to be 20 to make sure those are round. So those are two buttons. Okay. Now finally, let's put inside those two buttons our icons. So let's open Expo icons. Expo vector icons here. Let's search for delete. We can use this delete here. So let's just copy this and paste it here. And let's just copy the render of it and paste it here inside the delete. So this is gonna be the delete. We got here an error. Don't worry, we're gonna fix it later. And let's add the edit button. So edit icon, we can use this edit button, edit icon here. So let's copy this import and add it here and copy the render of it and add it here inside those circles. Now we got here an error. Android and iOS. Check the method render of Bookcard. This error appears when I've added the icons. To solve this error, we just need to close our Metro and just run npm install. Or you can make sure also to delete node modules. Delete this file here, delete it, and run npm install and wait until the installation is done. And run npm start again. After run npm start, press I to run iOS and press A to run Android. Now the issue is done. We just need to, but I don't know why our icons is not appear on iOS. So let's skip it for now and let's first change the colors of those icons. So let's make the size is gonna be 20 and the color is gonna be red. Like this, to be like this. And the edit button is gonna be 20 as well. And the color is gonna be, let's choose this hex color, 25A. So now that's the edit and delete, but I don't know why those icons is not working on iOS. Let's try to figure out together what's the reason of it. For the icons, error doesn't appear on iOS. When I run the app inside our another simulator, iPhone 16 Pro Max, the icons appear here, but it doesn't appear here. I don't know why, but we can try to delete Expo Go. Let's delete it. Remove the app, delete the app, like this. And now let's try to run I again, but first let's close this Pro Max 14 and let's press I to run it on iPhone 16 to see. I hope this error don't face you. Look, now it works perfectly. I hope you don't face this error because it's something like cache error or something. It's something related to Expo, not related to our code, because it's working on Android and other simulators, and now it works on iPhone 16. Okay, so make sure sometimes you can face any issues. Make sure to delete Note modules and install them again. You can try also to remove the app and then install it again. In our Bookstore app, we're gonna have a lot of bugs, not only one bug. So imagine you want to use this Bookcard component to render more than one book, for example. Let's duplicate this and press save. If you see here, those are the same bugs with the same title, with the same author name, and with the same price and cover. So we want to make it changes in our component when we render it. So today we're gonna learn props in React. Props in React.js and React Native is the mechanism for passing data from parent component to child component. For example, from here, from this home screen to this Bookcard component. And this props is immutable. I mean, it's are read-only. They cannot be modified, okay? But it got dynamic values that we can update when parent component re-renders. Let me show you how to use props easily. Inside this React component, just add the props object like this. Okay? And look at your component and see what are the things that you want to change. For example, the cover image and the book name. Let's start with the book name. It's an easy one. If you just type this soul, because we type here soul, it appear in the three of them is soul. If we just type AAA, will appear AAA in all box. But what if just has here props dot title, for example, and press save. Now in the three box, our props are disappeared. Our title is disappeared, because we've passed the title as a prop. So if we want to show it, we need to go to our parent component and to add it here. Title. For example, here, let's make it soul, and title here. Let's make it, for example, second. And for the title here, let's make it 333, for example. Now when we press save, look, the first book is become soul, the second one is become second because we type here second, the third one is 333. Those are the titles. You have to make sure of something. This prop title here must be the same as here. So for example, if you just add E here and press save, names are disappeared because this name here must be the same here. Okay, now let's return it, and now let's try to change our price also. So let's copy this 25 and add props dot price and press save and go to add the price property to those box. So go to home screen and add the first here, price is gonna be 30. The second is gonna be, for example, let's make it 20. The third is gonna be, let's make it 90. Now look, 30, 20, 90. As you add it here, you can make it string because those two O's doesn't appear. So if you just make this a string, it's gonna appear like that. Okay, let's return it. So that was the props easily, but I got a better approach to use props. And this approach is distracting this object. Instead of adding these props, we can distract them and add here title and price. And instead of props.title, and just remove props dot here and props dot here and press save. The same thing, nothing changes. Let's add a third property for author name. So let's add author name property here. And instead of Olivia Wilson, we're gonna just add author name. Now we need to go to our parent component and to pass our props. So let's go and add author name here. It's gonna be Olivia Wilson. Author name here is gonna be, for example, second. The author name here is gonna be, for example, let's make it 4444, anything. I just want to mention that whatever you type here is gonna appear here. So we are passing the data from parent component to child component to make our component customizable and reusable. So we can render a lot of bugs. Finally, let's change the image URL here. So instead of this link, we're gonna cut it and add a fourth property. Please pause the video and add it by your own. Like I've added those three, you can try to add the fourth property of image URL. Now pause the video and try to do it. Great. I'm sure you did it, but let me show you how to do it, okay? We're gonna add a third prop called image URI, and instead of the link, we're gonna import it here. Image URI, and press save. Now let's go and add the images. So we're gonna go to our parent component, and in the first component, let's add the last property, image URI, and add your link here. And go for the second component and add image URI property and put your link here. We can get any links from Google. For example, this image, let's copy the link of it and to add it here and press save. Now let's go and get another image from Google or whatever you want, any link that you want, and to add it here, image URI, and press save. Now look, we get 3 boxes with 3 images and with 3 titles with 3 prices, and you can add more and more and more. So props in React is a way to make our component reusable and have different data. Now it's time to call APIs and to fetch data and render them. But to do this, first we need to do some changes to our functions. So we're gonna open src API http.ts and we're gonna do some changes to those functions. First, we need to export all of those functions. So before this const function, we're gonna export them to use it anywhere inside the app. So this word export, let's add it here too. Export. 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 And finally, export. So now we can choose those functions inside the all app. Second, let's add callbacks. What are callbacks? Callbacks are functions that we're gonna call after our API call get success or get failed. So we're gonna add 2 callbacks. Let's add it inside an object. You can type it like this, CB as a callback, or I prefer to make it like this, on success and on error, on success and on error. And we're gonna add on success here. We're gonna call it here because when response is success, we're gonna call these functions. Let's remove this hook. And on error, we're gonna add it here inside this error. What we've done here, we just add a success callback function. We're gonna call it inside home screen when our callback get success. For example, this is the success of get list of box. So when we get the list of box, we're gonna render them inside home screen. But if we got an error, we're gonna call this function, so we're gonna display error or something. We're gonna display errors for user. For example, we can say no data or failed to fetch the data or any specific errors. Okay, so this onSuccess function, we're gonna call it when our API called successfully. Okay, we're gonna add the same thing to other functions. So let's copy those and paste it here, and get book by ID, and paste it here, and delete book, and paste it here, and create book, and paste it here, and update book. Let's remove this, and let's remove this. And let's add in all of them, let's add the onSuccess and onError. So here, onSuccess, let's call it here, and here onError, like the first function. But I want to mention something. Before we do this, we want to pass the data. This response to data, and pass also this error. Why? Because in our home screen, if this onError called, we're gonna display an error. But which error we're gonna display? So we need to pass this error here to display this error inside this screen callback, when we call back the function. Okay, so inside onError, we're gonna pass the error, and inside onSuccess, we're gonna pass the data, because when we call this function, onSuccess function, in home screen, we're gonna display the data. So onSuccess, we're gonna pass response to data. Finally, last thing to do with this function to make it better, and this for handling the null safety. What if we didn't pass this function? Sometimes it can make an error, so we need to just add a null safety. So before onSuccess, we're gonna use this condition. If we pass this onSuccess function, just call it. If it's not passed, don't do anything. And onError too. So let's add it here too. If we pass this function onError, just call it. If we didn't pass it, don't call it. So now let's make all of those changes to all functions. So let's copy this onSuccess here and paste it here, and also in deleting the book, and also in creating a book, and also in updating a book. Okay, and let's go and to copy also the onError function, and let's paste it here in get book by ID, and paste it here in delete book by ID, and paste it here in create book, and paste it here in update book. Now our functions are ready. There's more approach better than those, but I don't want to make something complicated or complex to you. But make sure later in this course we're gonna learn another and better approach. Okay? So now in next lesson we're gonna use our first function, get list of box, and we're gonna call it here and display our box from the API inside our app. I want just to mention those red lines here, don't worry about them. Those for are handling TypeScript. And I assume that you've learned TypeScript for this course, but don't worry, I'm gonna add the TypeScript for those functions. And also, don't worry if you don't know TypeScript right now, because our code's gonna work without adding TypeScript, okay? But TypeScript is gonna make our code better, okay? So now let's go to our home screen and try to fetch our API, this endpoint. So if we open it in Google, we're gonna fetch it like that. Let's fetch this list of box inside our app. So let's go and use this function, get list of box function. First, we're gonna use our useState hook to store the data in our state inside screen. Okay, so let's add two values, book list and set book list. Okay, second, we're gonna use effect to fetch our data. Finally, we're gonna use our function, our get list of box function. So let's import it here, get list of box, and pass the parameter of it on success callback and on error callback. On success, it takes a data. This data is the list of box, so we can name it box. Okay, and we're gonna set list of box here to set our component state, our home screen state, to our box. The second argument is the error callback. What if we got an error? So it takes an error, and we're gonna just console.log it right now. Console.log error. Now let's press save and try to log those book list. Log book list, and press save to see. Now we got our book list here. Look, those are the list from API. And now let's render this array in our app. To render this array, we're gonna use the FlatList component. So we're gonna delete all of this and just only render the FlatList component. And FlatList take three main properties: the data, and it's gonna be book list, and key extractor, and render item, to know which item we're gonna render. Okay, let's remove this log, and to define the key extractor function and render item function as well. First, key extractor, let's make it item, and it's gonna be item.id .toString. Okay, because the key extractor of each data is gonna be the ID of this book, this ID. Okay. Second, the render item is gonna be the book component that we've created before. So first, let's just extract our item from data and render Bookcard. Now let's press save and see. Look, when we've rendered the Bookcard, we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 box, like our data. See, we got here a 7 box if you count them, but there is no data because we didn't pass any props here. We didn't pass the author name, image URL, price, title. So first, let's pass the image, the author name. You have to make sure the author name here, we can get it from the item. If you log the item, you're gonna get logged like this. This item, this called an item, and this called another item, and this another item. So to render the data from an item, you have to make sure you pass the exact key from the backend. For example, name of author here is a camel case, author name, but you cannot make it item.author name like this. This is gonna work. You need to pass the key from the backend. I mean this key, name of author, from the backend. So let's replace it here and press save and see. Look, now we can see our author name appears because we used the key from the backend. Okay, so this item referred to the data from the backend, to this item. Okay. Second, let's try to render the price. To render the price, we need to take this key, price of book. So if you want to render price, you just add price is equal to item.price of book and press save. Now look, we got here the prices. Those prices are too much, but it's just a dummy data for learning, so don't focus on those prices. Okay, let's make N1 at each line like this. We're gonna format our code later, but I just only want to show you. Okay, the third property is image URL, and it's gonna be item dot and see what is the data coming from backend is cover. You can also get it from the log here. Okay, and now let's press save and see. Now we got here the covers. Finally, let's add the book title. So our last property is the title, and it's gonna be item dot what dot. Oops, our API need some changes because the backend doesn't provide us with the title of the book. So in this case, you need to contact with the backend team and tell them to add the title of the book. But since we've created our API from mock API, so we are responsible to do this. Okay, so let's go to mock API and to open our project called Bookstore, and go to our box and try to edit this endpoint. And let's add another key of book title, for example, and this is gonna be string. Or we can make it thicker to make the website build it for us. Let's make it, for example, country. What to choose? Let's try to search for title, or let's add names. Let's search with names, and you can add any data that you want. For example, let's make it city name, any data that you want. Okay, this is just for learning. And let's press on update, and now let's generate another box to make our new data is generated. So now we've generated new data. So now let's go to our project, and the title was book title, like this. And now let's press save, and let's reload our app. Look, those are our new data: the title, the author name, the price. This is not a real data, but don't worry, this is not your job, this is the backend team job. So this API is just for learning. Okay, in this lesson we're gonna learn how to delete an item from our list. Okay, first let's press on this delete button, and we're gonna notice nothing happens, because if we open our Bookcard component, we're gonna notice down here we didn't add any handlers here for this touchable opacity that's responsible for deleting a book. So let's add on press property, and let's add a prop called on delete item, for example, and let's go up and pass it as prop like the other props: author name and price and title and image. I want to mention something. If you are worried about those red lines, please don't worry. This course is for absolute beginners. So those red lines are TypeScript issues, and I'm gonna solve them later in optional videos, because I know many people may have TypeScript experience or no TypeScript, but I assume this course is for all, is for beginner level, and I want to make it as simple as possible. So I ignore TypeScript just right now, but I'm gonna add it later in other videos. Okay, so now let's focus on the functionality right now. Let's go for our home screen and add this property. So inside here, on delete item, we're gonna pass a function called on delete item. Now let's go and declare this function. Const on delete item is gonna be an arrow function, and inside it we're gonna just for now console.log item, and we need to pass the item here. Okay, now let's save and try to press at any delete button. And here too we need to pass the item data, so we need here to add this item. Now let's press save and go and log and see what we get in the log. So when we press at any item, we get the data of this item. For example, this, the polling green, this is the title and the cover and the ID. Okay, when we press here also, we get those data of this item. The main important data that I want is the ID. So let's try to log item.id and press save, and let's clear and try to press at any one. If we press here, we get here the ID. Now let's go and make our HTTP delete request. So we're gonna go to HTTP functions and go to the function delete book by ID and add a third parameter. This parameter is gonna be the ID. So let's make it item ID, and this 3 is a static value because this function only delete the book with ID 3. We want to delete any book with its ID. So instead of this 3, we're gonna just add the item ID and press save. Now let's go to our home screen and to call this API. So inside delete item here, we're gonna add the function delete book by ID, And this is taking 3 parameters. On success, let's only log something, success. And on error, let's only log the error, console.log error. And finally ID, item ID, and is gonna be item.id. This item.id. Now let's press save and try to delete any item. For example, this item here, bowling green, let's delete it. We get a message, book is deleted successfully, but the book still exists here. Why? Actually, the book is deleted. And if you go to your database, you're gonna notice that the item is deleted. Also, if you reload your app, you're gonna notice it's deleted, okay? But we want to make sure this item is deleted when we press on this button. So that's easy. We can just refetch our list again. When we delete a bug, just refetch our list. So instead of this console.log function, we're gonna just copy and paste this function, get list of bugs. And press save, and let's try to delete any bug again. Let's delete the bug with Jackson. Now it's deleted. Let's try to delete the first one. Now it's deleted. Let's try to delete this South. It's deleted. Now see, you can delete any item that you want because you just refetch this function. But because your code is duplicated, you can create a function and call it. Because duplicated code is not a good approach. So let's create a function here. Let's name it const get list of box fn, for example. And inside this function, we're gonna just copy this code and paste it here because this code is the same as this code. So instead of duplicating it, we can just paste this function here and also delete this and paste this function here because there's a principle in programming called DRY. Don't repeat yourself. Okay, now let's press save and try to delete box. So let's delete this item here. Look, it's deleted. Let's try to delete this too. It's deleted. Now you've learned how to delete any item that you want. In next lesson, we're gonna learn how to create a new bug and save it in database. Before we create our post request, our create book functionalities, we need to add some components. For example, the add button component. We want to create a rounded button and inside of it a plus icon. First, let's format our code. So format document. And let's go to our components. Inside src components, let's create a button. Let's name it with add button.tsx. Okay, let's create a functional component rnfes to create this app button, and let's add style here, styles.container, and put it down here. Let's render this button inside our home screen. So inside this, after the flat list, let's import it and render it. Now this is our app button. Now let's style it. Let's add it some height. Let's make it, for example, 60. Let's make it, for example, 100. And width, 100 as well. Let's add a background color. Let's choose any hex color. This is the React color. You can choose any hex. For example, let's use this color, this hex color. The colors and the design things, it's not your responsibility, it's the responsibility of UI UX design team. So don't worry about the UI and styling, okay? Let's create border radius. Let's make it 40. And let's make this button only 80, not 100. Okay? Let's remove this add button text and add plus icon. So let's open Expo vector icon, Expo vector icons. And let's pick any plus icon. For example, let's add this plus here. So let's copy this code to import and this line to render. Okay, now let's press save and see. Now this is our icon. Let's make the color of it white, like this, and let's center it. Justify content, center. Align items, center as well. Let's make it bigger. For example, let's make it 50. Now it's bigger. Let's move this button to make it in the middle. So align self, center. Now this is our add button. Let's change this view to make it pressable, because we want to make it pressable, or we can make it touchable opacity also, as you've learned before. Oops, we got duplicated, so let's just remove this and press save. Now this is our add button. Now let's make it do something when we press on it. So here we want to create a screen. When we press on this add button, a screen appears from down to the top and show the inputs to allow us to add new box. So what is the component that's responsible for this? Yes, it's a modal component. So let's create a modal component. The modal component is the default value of it is visible equals to true. So let's make it false right now. Okay. And let's create a state. Let's duplicate this code. Let's change it. Modal visible. Is gonna be, the initial value is gonna be false. And let's add it here as false. So, and let's add animation type to be equals slide. Now when we press on this add button, nothing still happened because we didn't pass any functions here. So let's create on press. So let's go to this add button and to add on press here as a prop. So on press equals to on press, and add it as a property here. Okay. Now when we go there and add on press property, we can set our modal to be visible. Set our modal visible to be true. Now if we press on this, now our modal appear here. Finally, let's create our add box screen. So inside our home screen, let's add a screen for add box screen.tsx. Let's create a functional component rnfes. Let's replace this view with SafeAreaView. Let's add an icon here to delete, to close the modal. For example, let's open our Expo icons and search for close. Okay, let's copy this. Copy the import. Second, copy the component and render it here. Now let's press save and see. Nothing appeared yet because we didn't render this add box screen here. So we need to go to our home screen and render our add box screen inside our modal and press save. Now this icon appears here. We want to change the color of it to make it red. Let's open our hex color and choose a red color. For example, let's pick this or this and make the color of it like that. It's not like the green that I want. It's not like the red that I want. Let's make it harder. It looks better. Okay. Now when we press on this button, I want to close the modal. So let's add the on press property as a property as well. On press equals to on press, and let's pass it as prop and go to our home screen and to use it here. So when we press on this icon, we're gonna set modal visible to be false. Now let's press save and try. When we press here, it's closed. When we press here, it's open. When we press here, it's closed. One last thing. On press here in this button, it makes sense, this property name, but in this screen, it doesn't make sense. We want to change this on press. So let's go to open screen, add book screen, and to change on press, this name, let's make it, for example, on close screen press, or let's on close screen, or let's make it on close screen press, or on close icon press. Okay, now let's copy it and paste it here, because it must be the same, and also it must be the same here inside home screen. Okay, now let's try open close, because we set this modal visible to be true, and when it's true, this visible value is true, so it's open. And when we press on close icon, we set it to false, so in this modal visible is gonna be false, so modal closed. I think this button is much bigger. Let's reduce it one more time. Let's make it 70. I think that's better. Let's try it on Android. Let's press A to open Android device and see. Let's press Y. It tells me to install Expo Go version. I pressed Y to install it. And see. In Android, it just need some margin button. So inside here, add button. Inside this is style. Let's add margin button. Let's make it, for example, 30. Let's see in iOS. So let's add platform. Platform.os. If it's equal to Android, it's gonna be 30. Else, let's make it 0. Now let's save. Now it looks better at both devices, Android and iOS. Now let's implement our add book screen, this screen. But to implement it, we need 4 inputs. Input for book name, input for cover, input for author name, and input for the price. So now let's go and create a custom text input. So let's close all those tabs and leave add book screen, and let's go to our components and create a new component. Let's name it app text input.tsx. This is gonna be a React component like this. Okay, we're gonna just render a text input with those properties. First, the value, we're gonna pass it as a prop here, value, and on change text, we're gonna pass it also as a prop here, because we want to make our component is reusable. And the third is placeholder. We're gonna pass it also as prop. And finally, keyboard type. Is there a way to pass all text input properties? Of course there is. We can spread here the other props of our text input and also add them here inside props. This way allow us to use all of your text input properties, for example, like default value and so, and all the text input properties. Okay, but now we just need those 4 properties: the value, on a change, placeholder, and keyboard type, because we're gonna use them inside our add book screen. So now let's try to render this app text input and add to him some styling. So let's go to our add book screen and let's add a view here with text inside it. Let's make it book details. Let's give this view some styling, styles.body, for example, and this text, let's add to him some styling. Let's make it style.title, and now let's do those styles. Let's create those styles. Body, we're gonna make it justify content, center, align items, center as well. We're gonna make the width as 100%. And finally, we're gonna add some padding horizontal of 15. And padding top, let's make it 30. Now let's make some styling for this title. So let's add title. We're gonna add font weight, make it bold, and font size is gonna be 16. Now let's press save. And finally, margin bottom 20 to make space between it and the inputs. Now let's add our text input, our custom input that we've built. App text input. Now let's go and give him some styling. So let's go to our app text input here and add to this view style of styles.container. And let's create this style here. So let's make the background color is a light gray. So we can get a color from here. Let's make it this light gray. Let's copy this hex color and add it here. Let's make the width 100% and let's make the height, for example, 40 pixels. Let's add a border radius 8. Finally, let's add a justify content to be in the center, to center the text input, and add some padding horizontal of 8. Now that's our text input. Now let's go and pass to it those properties. So the first text input, the placeholder of it is gonna be book name. Okay, we're gonna create another one for author name. We're gonna create another one for cover image. And finally, we're gonna create another one for book price. Book price. Now we got here 4. We just need to add some space here. So let's go to our text input and add margin button to be 20, for example. Okay, so now those are 4 inputs. I don't like this green gray. Let's change the color. Let's pick another one. So let's make it this color, this light gray. And instead of that, I think that's much better. Okay, now let's go and control those inputs. To control inputs, we're gonna later use a React hook form. We're gonna use this wonderful package later in our e-commerce project. Since this package handle and control text inputs very easily and handle errors also very easily. It's called React hook form. We're gonna use it later. But since here we are focusing on networking, we're gonna use the useState hook. And also I want to teach you how to use useState hook in controlling text input because you must learn this, okay? So this is the traditional way to handle text input, okay? So now let's go to our add book screen and add some useState hooks. So first we're gonna create a hook for book name and set book name. Okay, we're gonna duplicate this and instead of book name we're gonna change author name. Okay, we're gonna duplicate this and instead of author name we're gonna make it cover URL like this. And finally we're gonna duplicate this and just type price. So here we're gonna control the book name and here the author name and here the cover URL and here the price of the book. So inside our app text input we're gonna pass the value of it. For example, this first text input, we're gonna add the value of this book name state. Okay, and also here in author name, the value is gonna be author name. And third, the value of cover URL is gonna be cover URL state. And finally, the value here is gonna be the price. Now, if you change anything here, nothing got changed. You cannot type anything because this value is not updated. Look, you cannot type anything. You can't type. Look, you cannot type anything. So now let's go and control those inputs. So let's add another property, only change text. And the first one is gonna be set book name. Now, if you try to change the book name, look, it got changed because what you type here, for example, AAAA, now was stored inside this book name. So if you console.log book name and press save and open terminal C, look, we got here AAA. Let's clear the log to make you watch. Let's, for example, add FFF. Look, what you type here, you can log it and you can access it inside your project, so you can send it for the back end or do whatever you want. Now you are handled this input to get data that user type. Okay, so now let's make the following for the rest of inputs. So in the second one, only change text, this is gonna be set author name. The third one, only change text, this is gonna be set cover URL. And finally, in the price, we're gonna make only change text, we're gonna add set price. Now let's press save. Now you can change all the inputs that you want. For this price, let's add a keyboard type here, and make it numeric. Now, if you press on POC, you get here, it's a numeric keyboard, okay? Let's format our document, so just right click and format document. Now our code looks better. Now we still need one last component here inside add book screen, and this component is gonna be the save button. So let's create a new component inside our src components folder. Let's create a app button.tsx. This is different from add button. This is add button with plus, and this is app button. Okay, now let's create a React component, and let's go and render it here inside add book screen to see what we get. After this view, let's render it here. Okay, now let's go and style it. So let's give it style, styles.container. We've done this before in the UI section. Let's make the width of it 100. Let's make the background color of it the primary color of the app. It's a best practice to store this primary color inside a theme object. We're gonna do this later. Let's give it height with 40 pixels. And let's add justify content to center and align items to center as well, to center the title. And finally, border radius 8. Let's put it inside this view to have this spaces here, this padding horizontal, to be like the inputs, okay? Now let's change this app button to make it save. You can pass it as property here as a title, but we're not gonna use this button in many things, so we can put it as a static value like here without props. And finally, style, let's style the title. Let's make the color white and font size 16 and font weight bold. Okay, now this is our button. To make it clickable, we need to add it in Touchble opacity. Oops, we got duplicated, so we need to remove one of them. Now let's press save. Now our button is clickable. Finally, let's add the onPress handler. So onPress, let's pass it as property here. And now let's go and use our button here. So inside our screen here, let's import it. So inside our add box screen, let's add onPress. Let's make it for now on close icon press. This property, when we press on this icon, this screen got closed. So when we press on this button also, it's gonna be closed. Look. Now when we press on save, it got closed. Now we've created our save button. In next lesson, we're gonna make this button make an API call with those data. So when we enter data here and press save, this button is gonna fire an HTTP request. Now let's try to add a new bug. Remember this HTTP file? Those are the functions of our request. So let's go down to our create bug function. We were passing this body as a static value, so it's a static body. We want to pass the body from those inputs, not from this object. So instead of take this body from this object, we're gonna pass it as a third prop here, body. And we're gonna remove this body, okay? And we're gonna cut this, okay? And now let's go to our add box screen and create a new function to create box. So const create new box. It's gonna be an arrow function. And inside this function, we're gonna just call this function, create box. Create box. Don't forget to import it. And this create box function take three properties: body and on success and finally on error. Those are the three properties of our create book functions. The body of the book, this body is gonna be those four inputs, okay? And the on success is a function we're gonna fire when our book has been published successfully to database. For example, to close this screen. An error, this is an error we're gonna display to user if book is not created, okay? So first, let's take the body. The body is contain four things: name of author, cover, price of book, and book title. Let's ignore email of sender, okay? So inside body, we're gonna add the four main properties. First, book title, and book title is gonna be book name here. Second, name of author, and name of author is gonna be author name here. Make sure this key is exactly like that key: name of author, cover, price of book, book title. So to make sure, we can copy them. For example, copy price of book and paste it here, and this price of book is gonna be the price we get from useState, okay? So easily, those are the values from our input. This is the book name we get from this input. This is the author name we get from this input. This is the price we get from this input. And finally, cover is gonna be the cover URL. So those are the values, and those are the keys that we're gonna send to the backend, okay? So make sure this key is the key inside the database. And when we successfully create a bug, let's simply call this function on close bug. Close this screen. And finally, if we get an error, let's create an alert.alert with error happen. Okay? better ways to handle errors. We're gonna learn them later, okay? But for now, let's make it an error happen. So finally, let's copy this function and go to our save button and to call it when we press on save button. And now let's try to test. For example, let's go to Google and get any book we want and try to get a book sample. For example, let's get this cover. Let's open it to copy the image of it, okay? So first, the book name is Winter. The author name is Maya Jackson. The cover, I copied it from Google and pasted here. And finally, the price, let's make it 22. And now let's press save and see. Look, book has been created. But now our book doesn't appear here. Why? We faced this issue before. If you see in our database and refresh, we're gonna see it here. But we didn't refetch our data. So we need, when we create a new book, we want to call a function to refetch our data. To show you, if we just reload the app, look, our book is here, the Winter, with $22. So now let's refetch our data when we create a new book. So we were refetching it inside home screen. We need to call this function, get list of books. We can export it. Oops, we cannot export it because it's inside a function. So how to call this function inside this screen? That's easy. We just need to add a callback. So let's add another property here. First, let's add a callback function here. For example, let's make it on create success. And let's pass it as prop. Okay, and let's go to our home screen and go to our add book screen and call it here. On create success is gonna be a function that we're gonna call when book is created, and this function is gonna be get list of books function to refetch the data. This function is for refetching. So let's go down and paste it here and press save. Now let's try to add another book. For example, let's add this book, Soul. Let's add it. Soul. The author name is Olivia. The cover, I'm gonna copy it and paste it here. And finally, the price, let's make it 40. And now let's press save and see. Now book has been created and our data has been fetched, and Soul book now is here. Let's try to add another one. For example, let's make it AAAA. And the author name is PPPP. The book price is gonna be $5.58. And the image, let's add any image. For example, this image URL here. Now let's press save and see. Book has been created and our book now is here at the down. In previous lesson, we've learned how to create new book. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to edit book. First, this delete button work. So if we press here, the book is gonna be deleted, but this edit button, it doesn't work yet. We didn't add any handler to it. So first, let's go to our book component, Bookcard, and scroll down. See, this is the delete icon, and this is the container of it, has a on press handler, on delete item. Let's add, but this is the edit button, doesn't have. So let's add on press handler to it, and let's make it, for example, on edit item or box, whatever you want. This is the name of the prop. So let's pass this beside the delete as property. So now we can do something when we press on this button. Now let's close our book card and go to our home screen. And down here, let's use our property on edit item equals to function on edit item. This is a function and pass the item. This is a function that we will create it right now. So let's go up here and create this function. Const on edit item. It takes the item. And let's for now log our item to see. Now let's open the terminal and see the log. When we press here, log, we can log the data of the item. For example, book title, name of author, book price. Let's try with Soul. Log, book title is Soul. That's the cover. That's the name of the author. Now we can get access to our item here. But how to create our API call? We want, when we press on here, we want to show up this modal. Okay? So when we press on edit item, let's open the modal. So let's set modal visible to be true. Okay, so first set modal visible is gonna be true. So when we press here, our modal is open. Look, but the data doesn't appear here. We need to add the data. For example, if we press on edit Soul, this edit button, the Soul title and the price and the cover URL must be appear in those inputs. How to do that? That's pretty easy. We just need to pass a couple of props. So we're gonna go to our add box screen and let's add a prop called selected item. Okay, this property is gonna take some data. What is the data that is gonna take? It's a data that we're gonna take from here. We want to put this item in a state value to pass it as a prop to this screen, to this modal screen. Okay, so let's create another state, use a state hook to store our state of selected box. So let's name it with selected item or selected box and set selected item. It's gonna be equals to useState and it's gonna be an object. Okay, and when we press on edit item, we're gonna set the selected item to this item. Okay, and finally we're gonna pass this selected item to this add box screen. So we're gonna scroll down here inside add box screen. We're gonna use the third prop called selected item. Is gonna be equals to the selected item from our state. So now let's delete this log and go to our add screen to see. Now, if we just press on this hole, now we are in add box screen. Let's try to log this selected item instead of this book name. So let's log selected item and press save and see in the log. Look, now we have here the last log, book title, the cover, and so now we're gonna create a simple condition here inside those user states. We're gonna make this simple condition. If we have selected item dot book title, just render it as initial state. Otherwise, make it empty. Now let's press save and see. Look, when we press save, our title appears here. What happens here? We just tell him if you have this selected item property, just take the data from it. For example, the book name, take the book title and render it. If you don't have it, just keep it empty, string. Okay. Second, the author name. We're gonna do the same thing. If you have selected item dot the author name, name of author, just render it or keep it empty string. Now that's the author name. Let's do the same thing with cover URL. If you have selected item dot cover, just take it or keep it empty. And finally, if you have selected item dot price of book from here, or just render empty string. Look, now we have here those 4 things. But we get another issue. How to know this save button, will it do edit or create? What should it do? That's pretty easy. We're gonna see if we have an object with selected item, we're gonna make it edit. If we don't have this object, we're gonna make it create. If we just converted our selected item to Boolean, those 2 marks to convert our object or our data to a Boolean. So it returns here a true. Let's clear the log to show you. Look, it's true. Okay. So if this is true, we're gonna edit the bug. If it's not true, we're gonna create a new bug. Okay. So now let's create our edit bug function. But before we edit our bug, we just need to go to our HTTP and to make it a little change in our update bug function. The first change, we're gonna pass the body. Okay, the body, because this is the body, we're gonna update. The second change, we're gonna replace this static ID of 8 and to make it dynamic. So let's add another property, for example ID, and pass it here. Okay, now let's go to our add book screen and try to use this add book update book API. So let's create another function, or we can take a copy of this function. So let's just copy it like this and make some changes. For example, we're gonna rename this to be edit book, and this API call, we're gonna fire a update bug from HTTP here. Okay, we just need to add the missing property is ID, and this ID is gonna be selected item dot ID. Selected item dot ID. Now let's press save, and finally go to our save button, and we're gonna fire on press. We're gonna do this condition. If we have selected item and it's true, just fire this function, edit book function. Otherwise, create book function. So if we have selected item, we're gonna edit this item. But if we don't have selected item, we're gonna create a new item. So let's try with Sol. Let's make this Sol, let's change it to be, for example, updated, and let's make the price, for example, 100. And now let's press save, and now let's try to save and see. Look, book has been updated and the title become updated and the price become 100. Let's go and update this AAAPPP book. Let's go on this button and let's change the AAA. For example, let's make it updated number 2, and the author is updated success, and the price, let's make it 200, and the image URL, let's use this image. Let's copy the link of it and paste it here and press save. Now book has been updated, and we see here updated number 2, updated success, and 200. Now you've learned how to update items. One last change. What if we press here? We got here a bug. Why we got this bug? Because in our home screen we stored the selected item and we didn't clear the state. So we need to just clear the state when we press on add button here. So we're gonna go to this button. We just set modal visible to be true here. We need to do another thing. The other thing is gonna be clear our state, clear our selected item state to make it an empty object. Look, like this. So when we press on here, we're gonna show the modal and clear our selected item. Why clear selected item? Because this selected item is gonna be empty object. So when we go in add box screen, it's gonna be false. So when it's false, it's gonna create a new park, not edit park. Okay, now let's press save and see. Look, now it's empty. When we press here, those fields are empty. But if we press here and enter, those are filled with data. If we press here and update it, those are filled with data. If we press here, the fields are empty. I know this app doesn't have the best UI, but I just wanted to focus on handling HTTP requests and how to call APIs, how to connect with database, how to handle backend APIs. And I hope this lesson was easy. And I hope this lesson was clear and simple for you. And since this is not the best UI, I have a task for you. Please create a wonderful UI for this app and train yourself to make a different API calls. Now we have a bug in our code and it's time to fix it. If you want to edit and park, for example, let's change the price of it to make it 30 or 40. It will get updated successfully. But what if you want to add a new bug? Let's try to add one. Look, we got error happen. If you also add any dummy data here, it will get also error happen. But why? I'm gonna tell you. If you go to our add box screen, we are firing the edit bug, not create new bug function. Why? Because this selected item returns true, not false. Why? We got this selected item from the props here. And inside home screen, we initialize it as empty object. And this empty object, when we convert it to Boolean, it returns true, not false. So it's better to initialize it with null, not empty object. And down here also, let's set this empty object to be also null when we want to open the modal. Now let's try to add a bug. Let's try to type any dummy data and press save. Now it works. And let's also try to edit any bug. It also works.